Hello, everybody.
Good morning. All right, everyone. Hello. We got the bell today. Warren got the bell today. Congratulations. What up, Russ Dog? Tyler in the building. What's up, Tank V?
John Bull's in here.
John Bull. Hell yeah.
John Bull, did you buy the Santa suit for your giant Jack?
Oh, good question. Yo, getting shut out twice in an NFL season in the modern NFL is honestly impressive. What up? Good morning, Mrs. Mac. Good morning, Scooter. Sacktown Burner. I'm going to assume that this is Scott Perry. His burner account. What's up, Dr. David? P Cubed was good. Chris Ochoa, what's up, baby? I dig it. I put my Christmas lights up yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, finally. What's up, Johnny G? What's up, Lotus? What's up, Bryce? Hey, TC.
Karosh had my guy come out to his place and do the Gobi lights.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it took me so long to get over to where you were at this morning.
Ew.
We've got Yellow Cart right in the middle of the handoff today.
Yeah, can't wait. What is Yellow Card was
I don't even know who Yellow Card is.
I think they're it's a place off Ocean Avenue where I used to sit and talk with you.
That didn't help. I think you're right.
Sleeping all day, staying up all night. Didn't even step in for the lead singer. I got him.
There it is. Well, we might need you to because this is like the 14th time it's been scheduled.
If I could find you now, things would get better. Yeah. As if you had told me that the song I was just singing was Hoobastank, I would have just been like, all right, yeah. Jesse's not here today, brother. There's no one to help you.
Oh, he's not here at all?
Well, Jesse's here. He's not here right now. Okay, great. We're going to start our show in 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Oh, good morning, everybody. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham, and we are hanging out with you until noon. We got a Kings loss to talk about, 49ers win to talk about. We can talk about the Raiders loss if we want, I guess.
Do we have to?
No, we sure don't.
We don't have to. Let's not.
Before we get to anything, I just want to confirm for everybody, because I saw it this weekend. The sun still exists. It's still out there.
Oh, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
We figured that out. I went into Oakland for to see my buddies Kyle and Chris. And to be clear, I have a friend named Kyle. I'm not calling myself my friend. To see my buddies Kyle and Chris out in Oakland and to meet Kyle and his wife Nina, their beautiful baby girl Reggie. Got to meet her for the first time.
Okay.
And typically, when you live in the part of the Bay Area that I live in, it's very sunny. I'm a little more inland. But when you drive to Oakland, you have to go through something called the Caldecott Tunnel. Mm-hmm. And when you go through the Caldecott Tunnel and come out the other side, it's going to be cloudy. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be cloudy just because that's how the East Bay kind of rolls. It was the opposite. we're driving along. We're going on Highway 4. And all of a sudden, it was like the roof lifted and the sun was there.
Ooh.
It was gorgeous. It was so nice. We had a wonderful day out in Oakland. Shout out to Ghost Town Brewing. And had a great time. Driving back in, you can see just the wall of fog, that fog layer that's just sitting over the top of Central California right now. You can see the wall of it as we're driving in. It was like a horror movie.
Oh, that's weird.
And then the sky goes from, oh, look, it's kind of dusk. Wow, this is so beautiful, to poof, cloud cover. Your life is over. But it was nice seeing the sun for a few hours.
We had a couple of clear days. I think both Saturday and Sunday were clear and like bright and sunny.
Wow.
Just absolutely gorgeous. It actually,
it's really
like,
nice.
Like probably 60 degrees on Saturday.
Very nice.
It was very nice.
Yeah,
I got a lot of work done.
Got nothing like that out at the crib. So it's just nice to see the sun for the first time in a while. All right, not so nice is watching the Kings lose to the Timberwolves because, man, I think the Kings think about their team the way we all think about the Kings team. That's not a group that's rallying together. That's not a group that is playing for one another or building a culture. That's a group of dudes that looks around and goes, man, half these guys aren't going to be here in 2 months. And I'm just trying to put good tape out there because I'm still trying to get paid.
Yeah. It's a group of individuals. It has been all season long. It's not a team. It's just a group of individuals, some of which on occasion try to help each other, but no.
Yeah, there's the right basketball play here and there and stuff, but it just you see them get battle against the Timberwolves, and then they get down whatever it was, 12 or something, and they got down a bunch in the third quarter, and then they battle back, and it feels like every time they battle back into a game, it's just a coincidence. They made some shots, and the opposing team missed some shots. It wasn't like, wow, look at what the Kings did. Look at this adjustment they made. Look at so and so taking over. Like, nah. Just like, DeMar DeRozan's shot was falling and the opposing team missed some open threes. Cool, the Kings came back. Yeah, there's not some foundation you can lean on that goes, wow, that's Kings basketball.
Yeah, you're often like you're feeling like a blind squirrel found a nut.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Like all the time. You're like, oh, look at that. Something magical happened on accident. Yeah, I mean, like, again, I know we'll get into, 6 quick thoughts and all that,
sure.
But like there's this whole thing that Russell Westbrook is got a connection with Maxime Reynaud and all that stuff. It's like it's pretty much around his shooting percentage though. Like, yeah, he has a connection about half the time. The other half he throws the ball away. Just like his shot. Like, sure, it goes in sometimes, and other times it hits the side of the backboard. And you're like, what in the world just happened? And so, like, there is no connectivity with this team at all. There is no refined offensive set. There is no, like, something to rely on at all. And it's just watching a team play it out for another, like, 56 games or something.
Yeah, it's just disappointing because that's not how players are supposed to view it.
No.
That's how fans can view it. We can get on the radio and talk about, man, I just don't think this team's got it.
Yeah.
But the players can't, aren't supposed to do that, especially 26 games in. But it's just, I don't even know what to call it anymore. It's not disappointing. I know I saw a lot of people celebrating last night going, all right, the tank is on. They're 6-20. They have a chance to be one of the worst teams in the league. They have a chance to get that number 1 pick. This could be the season that ultimately turns the Kings franchise around. Like that could be. We talk about the Pistons all the time. Man, look how quickly they went from the doldrums to winning 17 games to all of a sudden making the playoffs and making a little run in the playoffs to being the number 1 seed in the East. You get there by having the dude, and maybe the Kings find that player this year, and we look at this season, in 4 or 5 years as a turning point season for the Kings that got them on the right track. But man, in the moment, watching these games, it's just so tough.
Yeah. It is brutal, and like I wrote in the chat. I wrote in the rundown today. I kind of feel like at this point, it's okay, people. I've got you. You don't really have to watch. I'll sit there and I'll live tweet the game. If something really exciting is happening, you'll see it. And when the game is over and you're still doing the other things that you're doing that are more worth your time, I'll have 6 quick thoughts for you, and you don't have to go through the pain that I will take this upon myself for all of you.
That's so nice.
Yeah. You don't even have to watch it, Kyle.
No, I do. I have just to keep it a stack. If they're down, like I watched the whole thing last night. I watched the whole game last night because it was up until what, like 2.5 minutes left, maybe less than that, a minute and a half left. Whenever Dante DiVincenzo picked, was it Westbrook or Malik?
I think it's Westbrook.
He picked somebody at half court and went down and dunked it. That was kind of the like, oh, okay, it's over.
Oh, no, I think it was Keegan.
Is it Keegan?
Am I wrong?
I don't know. Whoever it was.
Yeah.
Got picked at half court. Dante DiVincenzo goes and dunks it. That was kind of the like, oh, okay,
it's over. Yeah, they're correct.
But you at least stick around. When they're down 30 midway through the third quarter, I'm probably out. Unless I'm watching for somebody specific.
Yeah, I just don't know what we're watching for something specific at this point. You're hoping that you see some development from Nick Clifford. You're hoping that you see more development from Max Reno. But outside of that, I just don't know what you're watching for.
Yeah. If you're a Kings fan, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Did you watch the Kings instead of football yesterday evening? You had Cowboys-Vikings. Well, you had the end of the Niner game. Then you had Cowboys-Vikings. Then you had the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Were you locked in? I'm interested.
That's why 2 TVs come in handy.
But but for those of us that don't have that luxury, because if you are like awesome, if you're just like, man, I love basketball. I love, like Kenny talks about this all the time. Like I just love the Kings. I want to watch the Kings. It's my favorite team. I'm going to watch them whether they win 70 games or 7 games. I'm going to watch.
Yeah.
But if you are watching at this point, are you just watching hoping they win? Because like, ow, why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah.
This isn't. Are you having fun? Are you enjoying this?
I'm not.
Same.
Yeah,
it is not a good watch.
No, it's not fun to watch at all.
And it's not even. I was talking to my Chris Kiner. He works in DC for Odyssey, and I was talking to him and I go, man, what do you guys do in DC this time of year? Like, what do you even? And he was talking about, the Wizards are so bad that it's hard to talk about. But at least with the Wizards, if Alex Sarr has a big game, you can have a conversation about Alex Sarr, or if Bilal Coulibaly has a big game, or Keyshawn George or whatever. It maybe there's somebody there that you go, oh yeah, that's a guy, and you gotta have a conversation about it. I don't think we don't even have that. It's just so shout out to every Kings fan that locked in for 4 quarters last night.
Yeah.
Sorry you weren't rewarded with a win. The good news is it's December 15th. I think at noon today, players are eligible to be traded. Players who were signed this offseason.
Yep. Something like that.
Free agents who signed with new teams this offseason.
Yes.
Are eligible to be traded today. That includes, for example, Dennis Schroeder. Just throwing that one out there.
Drew Eubanks.
Felt like an audition for Dennis Schroeder yesterday.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it also felt like a game that he needed to show people that he was actually healthy, and that for whatever reason his hip issue magically is feeling better. Huh. I am confused though. Like again, Keon Ellis was cleared to play in the game and then did not.
Very strange.
Yeah.
But again, is that because
it's too crowded?
Is it too crowded with Dennis Schroeder back, or do they have deals lined up and they don't want Keon Ellis to go get hurt?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Very strange that he just became a DNP CD.
Well, that and
DNP DC CD. Doug Christie coach's decision. Yeah,
there we go. I'd also make sure people understand, like December 15th is just some magical date that the NBA said, hey, you can't trade people until this date. And it means nothing because teams don't just on December 15th make 6 trades. Like that very, very rarely. So we're waiting. This is the first day it can happen.
Right.
Now we're just kind
doesn't
of
mean it
waiting
will.
to see when someone will make a move and if that team will be the Kings.
And if I understand correctly, though, there's not a moratorium on talking to other teams about trades.
Yeah.
You can talk with another team where the second that player becomes eligible to move, they can. But to your point, that doesn't mean that the Kings are going to be super active today. But I imagine it would be sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Because if you've got players who are playing for, you don't want them to get hurt where their trade value does get torpedoed. And if a team is trying to either, if the team is trying to improve their roster, they're going to want to do so sooner rather than later, entering mid-December. So,
well, that, and I think they need to make moves just to shake this thing up. This has just gotten so stale and gross, and like this is, you don't make a trade just to make a trade. You make a trade because you're not good enough, and because you need to move off of some of these guys as quickly as you can. So when there's a deal, make the deal.
Yep, for sure.
Pull the trigger.
We'll dive further into the Kings' loss to the Timberwolves last night and some of the long-term ramifications of it. The 49ers, on the other hand, they got a W yesterday. Their fourth win in a row. They beat the Tennessee Titans 37-24. I don't know, man. I was not super moved yesterday. I don't feel any differently about the 49ers now than I did going into the game. They are a playoff team. Their year has been very impressive, considering the injuries they've dealt with. But I think that this is a playoff team that, depending on the matchup, can win a playoff game, but I think they're going to run into a wall in the second round when they face a truly competent, specifically offensive team. And I think that was the case yesterday. The Titans, the Niners were up 31-10, and then Tennessee kind of not clawed their way back into the game, but kept it at least semi-interesting. But that wasn't a game where you went, wow, the 49ers just blew the doors off Tennessee. Like, oh my God, what a dominant performance. Are they back? Like, no, they took care of business. They beat a worse team, but nothing jumped out to me that made me feel different about the 49ers.
No, I don't think so either, except for maybe the fact that Brock Purdy is starting to look more and more like Brock Purdy.
That's true.
Like the delay is gone, because that's what it feels like now that we're watching that first game or two back where it was like, hey, man, why are you just casually standing back there in the pocket while things are going haywire all around you? And then every time you throw, you're like way late on every throw. That's gone. It just looked like the speed of the game was just off for him. And like his timing was off, and they figured out how to get his timing back.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or he's healthy.
Yeah.
And he can finally push off of his foot. He's scrambling around yesterday. You saw it in the Browns game a little bit before the bye week where he threw the ball away a couple of times instead of trying to force it into a window downfield. Didn't put the ball in danger a ton yesterday, which is something I think that is going to be a big deal for him. But yeah, if they get that version of Brock Purdy, that version of Brock Purdy that we've seen the last 2 weeks is the one that can make enough plays out of structure to win a playoff game, where you feel good putting the ball in number 13's hands with a minute and a half left and you need a field goal to win it. You feel good about him making enough plays when he's scrambling around and doing that. But yeah, when he's just standing in the pocket and lobbing throws over the middle,
yeah, it's just kind of weird.
It gets a little dangerous.
Yeah,
for sure.
I love the 26-yard run too, and then him like doing a little shimmy, and then you could tell he's enjoying himself, and he actually went over to the linebacker or whoever was about to crush him, and like tapped him on the helmet, just like, hey man, I was just kidding. Like that's
apologizing
fun.
After taunting a player.
Yeah.
I don't look, man. We have a bunch of Niner stuff to get into that we can't jump into right now. I have a couple of concerns. They're playing great. They specifically offensively, they're 10-4. They are a win or a Lions loss away from clinching a playoff spot. If they win out and Seattle beats the Rams on Thursday night, which is certainly possible, and then the 49ers win out, all of a sudden they're the 1 seed in the NFC, and we're talking a lot different about this team. But right now, I continue to think they're a playoff team with a relatively low ceiling once they get there. But we'll dive more into that. Plus, the Brandon Ayuk saga took a weird ass turn.
It did.
Over the weekend. Giannis Antetokounmpo wants to know what the heck is up with all the trade rumors. And the Kings lost again. We'll get to all of it over the next couple hours on the Insiders. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey-o. Yeah, Cam Ward is. I think Cam Ward's going to be a player. Yeah, exactly. Underrated, funniest part of this sketch is when they're like, "You're dressed like a hot dog," and he goes, "So's that guy," and it's the guy in the tan suit with the red shirt and the yellow tie. Really good. Oof. Yeah, tough day in the NFL yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would be a borderline calamity if the Raiders don't get the number 1 pick.
Oh, yeah.
That Giants Raiders game,
You just want that because
I'm going to be locked in. That's week 17.
It's almost like the Giants should also want it because they're not taking a quarterback number 1. I know that that's not the way it works. They'd rather have the first pick and then
trade back.
But
or if there's a player they really like at 1.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart, I saw, has been evaluated for a concussion in like half the NFL games he's played.
Oh, really? Yeah, maybe it's just him. Maybe they're just like, is something wrong with him? Like, no. Loki Trickster. Sarge aggregation limitations went away a long time ago. It's 90 days after your trade that you can be sent out with that. You can be aggregated. Yeah, that's not good. And then McCarthy, man, that dude, he's horrible. I can't believe they won, but
playing a little better.
Now he's in trouble with his coach for doing the dance on the way into the end zone because he did it in practice, and the coach said no.
Yeah,
don't do that again. And then he did it again. Yeah.
Oh, good. Bobby Marks wrote about the Kings. Can't wait.
Can't imagine that that's good.
Bobby Marks. Here's actually why the Kings aren't as bad as you think.
Trade questions for all 30 teams.
We'll talk about this for sure. So, Coach.
I haven't heard anything this morning at all about, the 15th and all that.
Yeah, he's got a hammy. It sounds like he's going to be out. Damn it, Gonzo. Why? Why? They can't rush the quarterback. He's going to be fine. James will probably say something like, I have some news.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Something like that.
I haven't seen it. I'm not tapped into Ketel Marte's wants and needs right now. Sorry.
I don't even know what that means.
All-star second baseman for the Diamondbacks apparently has a no trade list. 10 seconds.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
We just got word If you listen to this show on the radio, hello, hi. We appreciate you so much. But we also simulcast this show on YouTube and
right.
Twitch. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We don't have a text line. We're working on it. We're working on getting a real life ESPN 1320 text line.
Ooh.
That you can like send a text message and we will receive that on a screen. But anyways, we don't have that right now. So we lean on our chat in YouTube that we call the Chatty House. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well if you would like to hang out there and participate. We try and answer as many of your questions as we can. And during breaks, one of the advantages of watching on YouTube is we hang out. We just yap with you during breaks. So during the break, we were told by, I believe it was Mrs. Mack, that we can't do any mound visits today.
Oh.
And that is where during breaks we turn the mics off so James and I can talk amongst ourselves, which typically we're talking about like work things. We're like, hey, did you get this email? Or, hey, what time is this meeting?
Mhm.
Or something along, hey, is so-and-so out this week? Like that kind of stuff. But on December 15th, now that players who signed with new teams this offseason in the NBA are eligible to be traded, and James Ham, being a Kings insider and the Kings and owner, founder,
both,
but owner of the kingsbeat.com, you tend to have information. And the people are worried that you might tell me information without telling them.
Well, I mean, if I have something that I can share, I'll share it.
Yeah.
And if I have to take a call or something, we have a way to do that where I just like kind of wave Kyle down, like,
yeah,
got to take this call. But yeah, like, we'll
let you know if James has any Kings trade stuff.
Yeah,
that will be on the air. So stay locked into 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2, the free Odyssey app, the free TuneIn app, the free iHeart app. God, there's so many ways to take in this show. You could download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show, subscribe wherever you get your podcast, and of course, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We'll have it for you as soon as we possibly can. So stay locked into ESPN 1320 all day. And if there's any, well, really all over the next couple of months.
Yeah, this is
because
just,
I don't think today is like, oh, the Kings are going to make a move or they're not going to make any. This is just day one that they're eligible to.
Yeah, this just kicks off what should be, let's see, 7 or 8 weeks of massive trade chatter.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just the point where, again, like you can aggregate salaries. It's also the point where you can trade players that were traded this offseason. There's just a lot to it. There's also our friend Brett Huff sent me a text that according to Mark Stein, this is also if you make a trade in the next 2 days, you have enough time for the moratorium to lift and you can trade those players again before the deadline. And so that would sort of like maybe speed up some of the process here for some teams. And that's more like you're getting a player you like, but you're also taking back another salary. And then you might do another deal and you want to add that salary into a different deal. That's why that would matter.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Did you watch the Kings game last night? Did you do something else? Did you do something holiday related? Did you do some shopping? Did you hang out with family? Did you watch football? Or did you say, no, Kings game's at 4, I'm dialed? I would love to know on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. You know who was dialed? Was our very own James Ham. And he has 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
It's like
Kings
all of them.
Insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 quick thoughts. 1 thought for each. Kings win this season. They lose to the Timberwolves. I think 117-103 was the final. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Number 1.
The vets. DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook. They did what they do. DeRozan had 17 points, 8 of 15 shooting. Westbrook 8 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds. He was really good assisting the ball early. Got super sloppy with the ball and was not very good shooting the ball late. but this is kind of the experience that you get from both of these guys.
Yeah.
That's it. Like I pushed them together into one quick thought because I wanted to give more light to some of the other players.
Great. Let's do that instead. Number 2.
Dennis Schroeder came back after missing 7 straight games with a hip issue. He looked fine. And actually you could see why the Kings missed him so much when the game started to slip away in the second quarter and when the game started to slip away in the third. He kind of just came in and did his thing and calmed everything down. And that's something that's totally been missing. 17 points, 3 assists, not a bad return. And I'd also point out, like, he can now be traded. So we'll see how it goes.
It very much felt like an audition because Dennis Schroeder feels like the exact type of player the Timberwolves could really use.
Yeah.
And he went out and he played pretty well in his first game action in a couple of weeks.
Uh-huh.
And that did not shock me. He led the team in scoring in the second half. 14 points with a rebound and an assist on 4 of 9 shooting.
Yep. He's really good. Yeah.
Number
3. Let's see. Brought the energy. Like, again, there could come a point here in the next 6 to 8 weeks where Malik Monk is no longer a Sacramento King. And I'll be bummed out by that because he just has a way of changing the energy on the floor. And there's so few players that can do that. And I know there's good and there's bad with Malik, but 16 points on 3 of 4 from 3, 7 of 7 for the line. He helped to make the game watchable. And that's something that it was definitely struggling with. Like, the watchability was not good at all, especially in the second quarter when they just stopped scoring.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, Malik has this way of bringing the energy back up. And so if he is gone after between now and the deadline, I will miss watching him play.
Yeah, man. I feel like he's been one of the more consistent aspects for the Kings. He is just kind of Malik. It's not like he's made some huge leap, but you see where, man, if you had this exact same player on a more cohesive quality team, you would see where he would be a real problem for opponents, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It really, I don't disagree with anything you said. It was just,
he's a luxury for a good team.
Yeah, he brings energy, but he's not a player that you go, hey, Zach LaVine's hurt and Keegan Murray can't hit the broadside of a barn and Russell Westbrook's throwing up bad shots. Malik, go take over this game. We're going to put it on your shoulders. I guess that's not who he is as a player. And if he was, great, but I think energy is going to be kind of his calling card, and unfortunately, that's not enough for the Kings right now.
No.
Shout out to Malik though for continuing to bring it. Number 4.
Carving out a niche. Precious Achiuwa.
My freaking guy.
I don't get. I'm so confused. Why? Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, I think Doug Christie gets hung up in this issue of positions.
Okay.
So last night, I've seen him do this in the past where it's like, okay, well, if you remember when Russell Westbrook was like the starting small forward or power forward.
Oh yeah.
But then Dennis Schroeder got hurt and Russell Westbrook wasn't allowed to go play backup point guard because he was a starting small forward or power forward.
Right.
It felt like this weird tug and like, I don't know why Doug has this like mindset, but I kind of feel like Precious Achiuwa was the backup center last night and Reno was the starter. And for some reason, he didn't want to play them together. And he should have played them together for long stretches because what Precious Achiuwa is he's sort of a poor man's Naz Reid. And if you would have had him on the court with Reno, I think it would have given the Kings a better chance to compete. I thought they got killed by Naz Reid. I don't think that Precious Achiuwa would have had that problem. But it felt like every time Precious was on the floor, Naz Reid wasn't, and then whenever Naz was on the floor, Precious wasn't. It was like so. But either way, Precious was really good. think he was perfect 7 to 7 from the field.
Yeah, he sure was. This guy rules.
Yeah, 17 points, 6
Give me
rebounds.
40 minutes a night, Doug.
Yeah, like let it. I mean, even for right now, I don't mind a starting lineup with Reynaud and Precious and Keegan, because I think the versatility of Keegan and Precious as defenders is good, and you can go back and forth and allow those two to defend for each other. But I don't know. I just need more. I need more of him, and I really do hope that he stumbled upon the Kings and they stumbled upon him, and he wants to be here for a couple more years, because he's the type of player the Kings have been lacking for a long time.
Yeah, man. I'd sign him right now. I love this guy.
Yep.
Number 5. Jungle legend.
He's searching for a shot. Man, Keegan Murray is just like all over the board offensively. And you can see the 3-point shot is not there. You can see that he's hurting every time he goes to the bench. They're putting a heat pad on him. Excuse me, and everything else. But at the same, I don't know what to make of it. Like, he's a much better scorer than what we're seeing, and I feel like, the fact that he's taking like 11 or 12 shots, that's because he feels like he's hurting the team when he's shooting, because he's not shooting the ball well. Last night, what did he had 10 points. He had 8 rebounds, and he had a career best 6 blocks. The blocks were incredible, and I thought he was super active on the defensive end. But it's whatever the fine motor skill is to shoot, that's what he does not have right now. And so there's a couple of plays that, he dunked the ball and he was super aggressive going to the cup. But, man, he's missing wide open threes and shooting 25, 26% from 3. They need him to find his shot.
Yeah. Yeah, man. They do. We've talked so much about Keegan. You love seeing the field goal attempts at a career high 13.5, but he just doesn't. He doesn't. Maybe he's so hurt that it's hampering him, but at the same time, I feel like we've watched Keegan be this player for 3 years now.
Yeah.
And I expect some more threes to go in. I don't think he's a 26% 3-point shooter. He might not be 41% like he was as a rookie, but I certainly don't think he's this bad. And maybe that's a direct reflection of the injury. But man, I also don't have a lot of reason to be like, no, he's way better than this. Like,
I think it's also like, again, we talked.
It was
about
awesome defensively.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier with Russell Westbrook and Reynaud, like building this chemistry on the 2-man game. Like, it's all over the place. Like, and I think I don't want to like make this as like an excuse, but the passes to everybody are all over the place. There are very few like clean, perfect pocket passes that land right in your hand in the catching motion. That's just not who this team is. Everything is out of rhythm.
They're playing pickup hoops, is what it feels like.
I don't know. There are times where pickup hoops looks better than this, man. No, really. I mean, like, there is no rhythm to what's happening on the court. And that's what it feels like the entire time. It's like, hey, we're supposed to break the shot clock up into 8 seconds, 8 seconds, 8 seconds. Like, okay, well then why does DeMar DeRozan get the ball at 19 seconds and I know he's shooting it and he's not going to shoot it for another 14 seconds? Because it happens all the time. And so, like, when your offense lacks a rhythm shooters tend to struggle. And so I think it's part of a bigger problem that this team has, but I don't know how to fix it, because it's not like De'Aaron Fox is walking through that door. He's got bigger things to do, like go play for a
in-season tournament championship,
Emirates Cup championship against Mike Brown.
Yeah, they knocked off the Thunder.
There we go.
Harrison Barnes, De'Aaron Fox, Mike Brown. Tough. Number 6.
Another challenge. Max Reynaud is getting a baptism by fire, and he played Jokic and Valanciunas, and now he went up against Gobert. Him and Gobert know each other very well because they're French national team players. 8.6 rebounds. It wasn't perfect. I don't expect it to be perfect, but I do feel like he is getting better and better, and he's working his way very close to being a rotational player and very close to a player that I do start to think, is there a possibility he can play with Domas for stretches? Because I think that would be a good thing. I think that his ability to space the floor, but his ability to roll, his ability to at least get in the way as a shot blocker. He's not a shot blocker, but at least to swing at the ball would actually help. And so I'm kind of intrigued by this to the direction they're going with him, and just again how well he's playing, how well he's absorbing and taking everything in.
Did he get hurt last night and I missed it?
Gobert did.
Reno.
I don't think so.
Played 9 minutes in the second half.
Yeah.
A turnover, 3 fouls.
That's because Precious was playing well.
Interesting.
Yeah, and again, that's what I mean. They're not playing those two together.
Reno had 6 rebounds in the first half, and I know this because of Mad Props, which is coming up at 11 o'clock.
Oh.
It's 6 boards in the first half. I was like, hell yeah, Max. And he finished the game with 6 rebounds.
Uh-oh.
The hell? Yeah, it's fine.
All right. I added a 7th quick thought, which I did not post last night. But
love that exclusive insiders content.
Yeah, man down. Zach LaVine rolled his ankle in the second quarter. He was able to stay on the court, but tried to come out in the third quarter and did not look good at all. They had like a clip of him like, oh, nope, that's bad. Like, so I'm sure we'll get a medical update, or maybe we won't. But I'm expecting him to have like a mild ankle sprain. But it was a good one. He went to the basket. You saw him roll it all the way over. And yeah, like that looked like it hurt. But he's also a guy who typically has pretty good ankles. So it hasn't been one of the issues with him throughout his career.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it's nothing serious and we see him back on the court sooner rather than later, for sure. All right. Speaking of injuries, brutal day in the NFL yesterday that may have, Patrick Mahomes out for the season, Chiefs eliminated from the playoffs, and then the Packers had a couple of injury problems, as it looks like the rest of this NFL season is a war of attrition. Can the 49ers actually find their way into the mix because of that? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm having trouble talking today.
What? What you say?
I said I'm having trouble talking today here and there.
Same. Psycho, psycho, just a little psycho.
Lots of craziness in the chat today. I think we do have to wait for Kenny to do mad props.
Or do we?
Not really. We can just tell him how he did.
Yeah, he didn't do great, so.
That's just a random question, Sneaky Turtle. Do I like mezcal?
Ooh. Love mezcal.
I don't think I'm that big of a fan.
I'm into the smokiness, though, which is where mezcal really gets me.
Yeah. I had a drink not that long ago with it, and it was like, ooh, I don't know. I did do tequila tasting when I was in Cabo last time and brought home a nice bottle. And then I also brought home a vanilla tequila.
Oh, how's that?
It's really, really good. But something you might want to like pour over a ice cream. Yeah. Team Commander Mark, I don't think the Kings immediately stunted Keegan's development. Because what I've seen from him is a player that went from like a league average defender to like a plus defender. And that shows me that there's growth. But I also think he's playing out of position. Rustdog, there is no updates on Domas yet. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Well, okay, with the Keon thing, I thought that was weird. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's not helping. He can defend those players, but you have to understand that in order to defend those guys, Keegan gained like 15 pounds of muscle.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Hey, I have a white elephant gift exchange this week. Tomorrow specifically. I was in Target. I went to Target today to find a white elephant gift. And I stressed myself out way more than I needed to.
Yeah.
It's a white elephant gift exchange. You should be able to walk in the door, find a thing within the price range, and just grab it. That could, in the spirit of the game, that should be what happens. You should be able to just do that. But I find myself always trying to win the white elephant gift exchange.
Of course.
And not win like wind up with the best thing. Win like everybody wants the thing that I bought.
Okay.
So I am in Target today agonizing. And I'm not going to say what I was agonizing over because in the event that someone or someone's who are going to be participating in this happen to be tapping in, I'm walking around. I wound up, bro. I walked in there with no cart. I had one thing that I wanted to grab for me for a personal Christmas gift for someone.
Okay.
And then this white elephant gift. That's two things. I don't need a cart for this.
And what was your dollar amount?
$50.
$50 or less.
Yes, 50 or less. And I found myself agonizing between so many things that I set everything down. I went to the front and got a cart so I could put all of the things in my cart because I couldn't decide. And so I was carrying one thing and then I got to another thing and I'm kind of looking, I'm like, oh, but maybe I want that. So, okay, I'm going to carry these two boxes around. I know I'm looking. So I had so many boxes that I finally just had to get a cart. And I look like an insane person walking around with a cart full of things that are between $40 and $50 because you can't do 10. If it's a $50 limit, you can't roll in with a $10 thing.
No.
So I'm walking around. I got it. I finally landed on something. I'm really proud of it. I'll share what it was once the white elephant gift exchange takes place because I'm really proud of my selection.
Is this for like a family exchange?
No.
Okay.
The key this time of year is to find the sales. Because one of the things I was looking at is normally $100 item.
Oh.
50% off. I ended up not getting that thing. But I found a different thing that's normally like $70, $60 or $70.
Okay.
On sale for $44.99.
Okay.
So we came in under budget. It's big time. But man, my 8 to 10 minute Target trip turned into a 30-minute venture. Oh my God. There's 4 people in the Target.
Okay, so
I'm just walking around with a cart full of stuff.
I
And I walked out with 2 things.
like to try to get the gift that everyone
Of course.
that either makes everyone laugh or so one time for a white elephant gift, I bought the shake weight, which worked out spectacularly. I also was at a party and the Borat sling became a thing, like that was getting passed around.
Okay.
You know, the bright
yeah. Oh
neon.
yeah. The little unitard thing. Yeah.
Yes. So my wife ended up with it, so
Oh.
I had to trade with her so she wasn't stuck with that and she could go exchange her gift. Then I snuck into the bathroom and put it on and came back out. That's right.
I didn't need that. Let's talk about something else.
It was spectacular.
The white elephant gift I got from Just In Case last year, because we were told that our office, and that's the thing on the Borat unitard thing, I can't do that. It's not that type of setting.
No.
So I couldn't go crazy like that. Where I got something like off the wall or a little risque or whatever.
Yep.
I had to be a little more straightforward. Just in case, because last year for our holiday party, we were told, I don't know if you remember this.
Oh, I do remember this now.
We were told, hey, bring a white elephant gift for this white elephant gift exchange for the entire office. So I did that. I brought a rice cooker. Brilliant. And Just In Case also bought a gift. And then the day of the party, they were like, hey, nobody bought gifts. So we're just having somebody go out with the company credit card and buy gifts for the gift exchange. So you don't have to bring one. I'm like, too late. Way too late. Justin did the same thing. We exchanged. They were KFC scented fire logs.
Oh, that's right.
They smell like the original recipe.
Forgot
Yeah.
about the
They're still in my, they are still in my
You haven't tried to cook
garage.
one?
No.
You should have done that for Halloween.
We have a gas fireplace.
Okay.
And I don't have a fire pit.
Oh, got it.
So I'm just going to start lighting wood on fire in front of my house. That'd probably be a bad idea. I managed to put my Christmas lights up yesterday, by the way, without falling.
That's good.
Yeah, it's big time. It's big time for me. It was touch and go there for a little bit, just because of some of my flower beds and the angles that they're at and the slope of various driveways and walkways.
Yeah.
But no, we made it. Lights are up. They look mediocre. I'm very happy with it. Because I only do the one row. I have a 2-story house. I'm not getting up on my roof and doing the upper eaves or anything like that. That's crazy. I'm not doing all that. My dad does that. He's a hero because I'm not doing it.
Yeah, my wife said I can't do it anymore. I can't go up there and hit the eaves. Because our eaves, like the front pitch of our house is probably close to 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, no, you're not doing that anymore because of my back. And she's like, you're gonna fall off the ladder. I'm not doing that. And she's like, I'm not gonna hold the ladder while you're up there. She's like, no, you're not. So we had the guy come out last year, shout out Ivan, who did the Gobi lights, which are amazing. So I don't have to do lights anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The back of my house, because we're a cantilever house, it goes like down a hill, is like 40 feet from the top down to the bottom, down to the ground. Like if you fall off the roof of my house, you're not going to survive. So
shout out to Ivan. He did it. Speaking of, nope, never mind. Tough day in the NFL yesterday. The Kansas City Chiefs, and this sucks. The Kansas City Chiefs were on the verge of collapse. If they lost to the Chargers, their season was over. Like over, like mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. And watching that collapse happen was so fun because you like to see the team on top get knocked down.
Of course.
That's one of the joys of sports. That's why having a dominant team is fun, because it gives you something to root against if you're not a fan of that team. And everything was going great. It was fun. It looked like the Chiefs were going to drive at the end, and it's like, man, could we get a missed field goal to eliminate them from the playoffs? Could we get a Mahomes interception to eliminate? Can we do something like that? And then Mahomes tears his ACL on like an ugly play. Like the replay, the knee bent out. It was nasty. Very clear what happened. And then it became not fun anymore. Like I was reveling in the Chiefs' demise. and immediately went to like, oh, well, that sucks. Gardner Minshew throwing an interception to seal the Chiefs' fate is not nearly as fun as Patrick Mahomes doing so. And it was the first of, that didn't affect the Chiefs' playoff chances. I don't think they were going to win that game anyways. And even if they did manage to pull out a victory over the Chargers, I don't think they were going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the pathway was so narrow.
Yeah, yep. And they weren't playing well enough. That was not a good football team this year. Another eliminated. Good riddance. But then in the NFC, you had Micah Parsons go down, torn ACL.
Mm-hmm.
And then Christian Watson goes down with what looked like maybe a broken collarbone. Turns out he's fine. There was reporting today, no long-term injury, no major injury. His lungs were what they were worried about, and there was no lung damage or anything. He could play as early as next week. But it feels like in the NFL now, more than ever, it's become a war of attrition. Like, we're looking at this year, and that's always the case. It's like healthiest team wins the Super Bowl. But this year, it doesn't even feel like it feels like every team in contention has some major injury they're dealing with. Or some team that's not in contention, like the Lions, has multiple injuries they're dealing with. And I just don't know. I don't think it's good for the sport. Like, parity is good, I think, typically. When you have multiple teams that are really good, and it's like, man, the Broncos are playing really well, the Pats are playing really well, the Bills had that 21-point comeback against the Patriots yesterday, and pulled it within a game of the AFC East. Like, oh man, he got that's all one thing. But when the parity is because the Packers are super banged up, and oh man, the Chiefs couldn't get their offensive line healthy, and it really damaged them this year, so they're going to be out. And Lamar Jackson's been dealing with injuries all year, so they're going to be out. Joe Burrow got hurt early in the season, so no Bengals in the playoffs. Like, man, that sucks. That's not fun.
Nope.
And you can't really do anything about it. It's the nature of the sport.
Yeah, but it just feels like every year it's a war of attrition. And, you want the best teams to win, but it's become the best teams who are still healthy enough to compete. I think, again, right now the 49ers have won 4 in a row. If they had Fred Warner and Bosa on the defensive side of the ball, Michael Williams, I think all of us here would be like, okay, they're still a contender. That they're a contender for the Super Bowl. As of right now, we're like, hey, they're a good story. They're a solid team. They're probably not a contender. They're probably, like what you said earlier, where their ceiling is. Their ceiling is because of 2 catastrophic superstar defensive players going down. And so I think it changes everything. And this season specifically, it just feels like, again, walking into the season, what isn't the Chargers that lost both their tackles? Just building up to the season, like, oh, we get to last week and it's like a do or die game for the Chiefs last week. And their left tackle gets hurt, or one of their tackles got hurt on like the first play of the game.
It's brutal.
And the dude who steps in has never played in the NFL ever.
Yep.
And you're like, what in the world is happening here? That's not quality.
Yeah.
That's not what we're looking for as football fans. What you want is, the best 53-man roster against the best 53-man roster, not what's left of a roster.
Yeah, and an injury or two is one thing. Like I said, I think it's just the nature of the sport. It's a violent sport. It's a physical sport. No matter how much the NFL tries to legislate that out, it's always going to be that. But at the same time, they've cut back practice time so much that you don't have time. And you've heard coaches talk about this. You don't. Part of the NFL's offensive line play problem is there's just not enough time in training camp. There's not enough time in practices to actually develop these guys with an NFL coaching staff. So you run into what you're talking about, where all of a sudden you've got guys playing in major moments for marquee franchises who have never really played before, haven't gotten any real chance to develop. And that just, like I said, this isn't to put an asterisk on a season. It's nothing like that, because if you were the team that stayed healthy, congratulations. Like, you did it. That's dope. But when you're looking at this NFC playoff race, and you're looking at the Packers just aren't gonna, like, they're not that their season's over, but man, it sure feels like their season's kind of over.
Yeah, they're
feels
just
like their
not
Super Bowl ceiling is gone.
Yeah, their ceiling is gone.
Yeah. And that just, I don't know. It's just not that fun.
Yeah.
It's not, you know.
I know, and it's what so many teams are facing, but at the same time, it's just like you're really hoping for good football, and we're gonna see good football with limitations.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I need to note real quick, not a single person blaming Andy Reid for Patrick Mahomes playing and getting hurt yesterday, by the way. Not one person, because Patrick Mahomes was hurt. He played hurt. I just want to note that. And nobody's blaming the head coach or the offensive coordinator. Weird. Weird how that happens. Also, Steve Wilkes got fired today. Not even all the way through his first season with the Jets. Weird. Weird how that happens.
Was he in the booth or on the sidelines?
No, maybe both.
On the sidelines, in the booth.
Maybe both. I've been told we can't do mad props until Kenny gets here. Kenny insisted. He texted me. Said, no mad props till I get there. Like,
okay.
All right. You insist. I was going to save him, but
all right.
He wants to know, so I guess he'll know. Did we see a major shift in the NFL playoff race? Not playoff race, MVP race yesterday. And then I want to continue this conversation about parity, but without the injury stuff. I want to go down a little bit different road with that in the second hour. That's James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN. Nope. Wow. Holy smokes. I haven't said that in weeks, months. Shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube anyway.
I missed it.
Jiffy Lube, what year is it?
I missed it. I'm going to grab coffee.
Okay. You didn't hear me say brought to you by Jiffy Lube? I was just so used to you running through the last bit there. Be right back, guys. Hang on. Hey, I need Jordan Brooks to not have a good game tonight. Dolphins can win. In fact, I want the Dolphins to win. Can I? No, check this. I know nobody cares about my fantasy team, but I need to tell you guys this because this is what I'm up against. I started yesterday. I'm in a dynasty league. We're in the midst of a rebuild. I've got some injuries. I started Kareem Hunt, who got me 4 points. I started Jaden Higgins, who got me 1.4 points, and I started Tennessee's defense. It was a coin flip between them and Indianapolis, and they got me 0 points. The guy I'm playing against has Lamar Jackson, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Zay Flowers, Jahmyr Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Bowers, Bucky Irving, and Seattle's defense, and then we each have 3 individual defensive players. I am winning going into tonight. He has Jordan Brooks, Miami linebacker, and I am ahead by 6.8 points. So I need Jordan Brooks to just not have a huge game. I need him to score less than his projected 7.5 points.
So how does the points work? Because I have to break it to you, but Jordan Brooks is kind of the heart and soul of that defense.
Bro, he is cooking.
Yes, he's amazing.
Jordan Brooks, Miami's linebacker. He is the number 4 ranked linebacker on the season.
Yeah, he's just been it's been incredible.
He scored 4.5 points last week against the Jets, 9 against New Orleans, 15 against Washington, 11 against Buffalo.
So how does points work here? Because
all right,
if you need less than 10 tackles, you might be in trouble.
Solo tackles, assisted tackles. So it must be 4 points for a solo tackle, half a point for a assist. Is that 6, 3, 9? Yeah, okay. So it's a full point for a solo tackle, and 0.5 point for an assist. All right.
Look, brother, I hope you win your game, but not.
There's no. I have little to no shot.
I need 12 points from Darren Waller tonight.
This is going to be a Mike Tomlin masterclass of just running up the middle and Jordan Brooks having 46 tackles.
Pretty much. Was in 4 leagues this year, made the playoffs in all 4, but it looks like I'm going to miss out on one unless Darren Waller.
Is it the one where you acquired Ashton Genty on purpose?
That one actually, we're doing well. I'm basically in the semifinals
Oh,
already.
wow.
I started Genty this week, but he kind of sucks. So we're gonna
I
set him.
drafted him.
Did you?
Him, followed by Neighbors, followed by Brian Thomas Jr.
Oof.
Can tell you how bad that season's gone.
Oof.
I think it's the worst season I've had in fantasy football.
Yikes.
It has not been good.
Trevor Lawrence actually saved me a lot yesterday.
Dude, 44.
Hey, I sat Drake May for him.
Wow.
Yes.
What a call.
Yes.
What a call. Hour number 2, that's James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia in his Larry Zonka jersey helping us out. Where's my... There it is.
Shout out Larry Zonka.
Hell yeah. Shout out Miami Dolphins, just in the hunt.
Still there. Like, it's like they're probably not going to do it, but we're still breathing.
Wow. Energy's less than it was.
It's not less. It's not less. It's just more so we know the odds are stacked against us, but I'm not going to be like, oh, yeah, they have no chance. Like, just as long as we're still around, hey, who knows?
All right.
It's kind of lurking still. Who knows? Maybe the Raiders beat the Texans next week. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe not, though.
No.
I was like, oh, maybe they'll look better with Kenny Pickett now.
Dude, do you know how hard it is to get shut out twice in a season in the modern NFL?
He put up
That's
75 yards of
bro.
offense.
75 yards of offense. What? In the modern NFL? You didn't have one big play late in the game. Somebody broke one or one long drive. No. Just got stuffed in the locker. The worst part is the Raiders, we talk about the Kings quitting. The Raiders have all quit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, collectively have made the business decision to not be part of this NFL team anymore. I mean, I'm floored, dude. I did not think you go into the year and you look at the Raiders roster and you go, man, this is not all right. Ashton Genty can play. They got an adult at quarterback with Geno Smith. Brock Bowers is arguably the best tight end in the sport. Max Crosby is one of the 3 or 4 best pass rushers in the sport. Like, that's a great foundation. And Pete Carroll is going to have these dudes competing. We talked about 8, 9 wins. If they get a bounce of the ball, 10 wins. Like, man, it could be there because Pete Carroll, the entire premise of my preseason thoughts on the Raiders centered on Pete Carroll is going to have these dudes competing.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Carroll is going to have the Las Vegas Raiders in a spot where they're going to play hard week in and week out. They're going to surprise teams. They're going to do the little things. They're going to be good on special teams. They're going to play sound defense. They're going to be tougher to beat than you thought. You see them going to New England week 1. They play well. They get that win, and you're like, man, here we go. And since then, they have been largely non-competitive, except for when they got to play the Tennessee Titans.
Who are in the worst case scenario of what you would have thought, I guess.
Yeah. I didn't think, but I didn't even have this scenario on the table. I thought they would compete at least.
I did not think that they would be this bad at all.
It is just putrid.
You could have talked me into them being like a late playoff contender team, like a dark horse playoff contender, but still a possibility. Not like this. This is just like, what exactly is happening? Yeah,
man. Like you could have, because like I said, I was in that 8 to 9 win range to go into the year. If you had been like, I think 5, like, all right, I don't hate that. Like a couple things go wonky, but they'll be 5-12. But they'll be that 5-12 team that scares a couple of teams that they have no business scaring.
Mhm.
Like a 5-12 team that goes into Philadelphia, and Philadelphia needs like a last-second field goal to beat them because the Raiders, man, they just play their asses off. They don't even do that. If Pete Carroll's not getting guys to play hard, I don't want Pete Carroll on my team.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That was this whole thing in Seattle. That first year in Seattle, 2010, that was not that good of a team. But man, they weren't going to go into the playoffs. I think it was 17 against the Niners in Seattle. That Niners defense hadn't allowed a 100-yard rusher in a million games, and Marshawn Lynch gets 100 yards, and the Niners need like a Tavares Jackson fumble and a late field goal. And man, Seattle, you could just tell like Seattle's coming. Seattle's going to be good. And then this Raiders team is just not that.
No, it's not fun to watch at all. I guess being a Raider fan versus being a Kings fan, like it's pretty much the same thing.
Salute to those of you that do both.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy that there are fans out there that do both. I think there are even fans out there that are A's fans as well. And just like, could you imagine that being like the three teams that you're banking on every single week? Like, oof, stuff.
I don't know, man. I don't know. 31-0. Raiders lose. I want to talk about parity in the NFL. We were talking about that a little bit in the last segment here on the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. You're listening to ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I wonder if this is good or bad for the NFL. This level of, when you go look at the playoff standings and you start looking at matchups, we've talked about this in the NFC. You could talk me into all three wildcard teams winning in the NFC on wildcard weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And normally I would think that was good for the league. Like, man, you're going to have playoff games where any team can win. But I don't think anybody's looking and going like, man, there's just so many dominant teams, I can't pick one. It's like you're just kind of picking the best options out of teams that all have these pretty significant flaws.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder, is it better to have that going into a playoffs? Or we've talked about Oklahoma City a lot, and they finally lost. They lost to the San Antonio Spurs in the in-season tournament NBA Cup semifinal.
Yeah.
But still, they're 24-2. They're the very clear favorite to win it. And I think everybody's going, oh, okay, well, man, OKC's going to win. But like come playoff time, you need something to root against. Like, oh, I'd love to see somebody knock off OKC. There's nobody in the NFL right now. They're like, man, I would love to see that team get knocked off. Like, unless you hate the 49ers, in which case, like, yeah, to hell with them. You want them to lose. Like that's one thing, but that's your personal preference. As a person who's a neutral observer, I don't know if it's better or not, because I don't know that means we're going to get these great NFL playoff games.
Yeah, I love the idea of parity, but when you're watching a play out like this, where the parity is almost forced upon us because of injury,
yeah,
then it becomes like, again, you talked about Green Bay. I didn't have Green Bay as like a tier 1 team at all. I think they're more tier 2, tier 3. But when they lose Micah Parsons, it's like, oh, all right. I mean, your future in the playoffs just took a huge hit.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to see the best of the best play each other.
Sure.
That's sort of what you're hoping for when you get to the Super Bowl, that it's not just a war of attrition,
mm-hmm.
and that it's because the teams that are there and the players that are there deserve to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's a very good chance that that's not going to be what we see here.
Yeah, it might just, and this might just be a case of the NFL's in a state of transition, because you've seen the stats. This is the first NFL playoffs without Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, or Patrick Mahomes since 1998.
Yeah.
It's going to be the first AFC title game without Brady or Mahomes since 2010. There's a pretty significant transition happening in the NFL right now from the previously great teams to whoever the new ones are. But I think when you're looking at the standings, like forget the parity aspect of it for a second. It's just it doesn't feel like this year's Super Bowl winner is going to go down as a team that we're like, man, remember that Super Bowl? Remember when they won that Super Bowl?
The only way it makes sense
It's a
is if
weird
we
year in
just
the
have a
NFL.
great Super Bowl, no matter what. It's
Yeah.
not a blowout one way or another. It's just a really, really good Super Bowl. I do think, though, there is, like, we can make the case that watching the Chiefs win 9 consecutive AFC West
Mhm.
titles, it's just not really that good for the sport. You
I
know,
think I
it's,
agree.
and, like, how many years in a row? Was it 4 straight years that we had watched the Warriors and Cavs in the finals?
Mhm.
That
3.
wasn't good for the league. No, it was at least 4.
Oh, it was 4. No, it was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
15, 16,
that's
17,
just
18,
not
yeah.
great for the league.
No.
And, LeBron going to the finals, 9 consecutive years or whatever it was,
Mhm.
not great for the not great for the league. But with the NFL, like, this is not what you want,
I don't mean to change the subject. You don't think LeBron James being in the finals that many years in a row was good for the NBA?
Well, I mean, it would be nice if there were other teams that were able to go in and play as well. So,
I
I
think
mean, like, whatever
I
team he's
think
on is going to go.
I think yeah, isn't that the whole thing?
I mean, I
Like
guess you have the best player.
we lionize Michael Jordan because he went to the finals 6 times and won all 6.
Mhm.
If we're going to lionize people for like, if the finals are going to be the only thing that matters and that guy just being on the team makes you go to the finals,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Like, that's amazing.
No, I get it.
And
It is amazing.
And I think a lot of people watched because they hated LeBron James. The issue, I think, comes in with what you're talking about with the Warriors side of this. Golden State being the foil every single year, and the fact that, okay, the 2015 finals, fine. That was a young team that finally broke out. They won 67 games. They go to the finals. They win it. Then you had the 15-16 finals. It's a 73-win team.
Yep.
Up 3-1 in the finals. They smoke that 3-1 lead, and the Cavs bring Cleveland to championship. Amazing.
Mhm.
But, like, that's where the story's supposed to end. Then Kevin Durant. Everybody knows Cleveland's going to the finals out of the East. The 73-win Warriors had Kevin Durant. And it felt like those 2 years were a foregone conclusion before the season began. And that's where I think people get turned off.
Yeah.
But if it was LeBron going to the finals every year out of the East, and he's playing the Lakers 1 year and Phoenix 1 year and then the Warriors 1 year, and it's like, man, it's just the West is throwing everything they have at LeBron, I think that probably goes a little different.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think, like, having parity is good, and the NFL right now is probably as healthy as it's ever been, despite the fact that the players are as injured as it feels like they've ever been. You know, because your team has a shot. I mean, the Indianapolis Colts, who were dead in the water for a couple of years, they have a shot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the same about the Patriots. The Patriots went through the post Tom Brady era, and, like, they are on the other side.
Yeah.
So I do think that there are ways in which, this can, Jacksonville figuring it out finally. So
Jacksonville might be good. We'll do Tuesday tiers tomorrow.
they might be good. Yeah.
They're 6-1 in their last 7, and their only loss is a 1 touchdown loss to Houston, and Houston had to make a huge comeback.
Mm-hmm.
A blowout win over the Chargers. Blew
Trevor
out the
Lawrence
Colts.
had a week, man.
Yeah, he did 6 touchdowns.
6 total touchdowns. Crazy.
Like, maybe they're just good.
Maybe.
Jags Broncos next week, though, is going to be good. It's going to be good TV.
Kind of like Bills Patriots this
And maybe
weekend.
that's where the parity thing is good. Jags Broncos should not be a game I care about.
Nope.
But man, next week, Niners not playing Sunday. I'm dialed. I'm finding Broncos Jags on the TV. I'm actually, next Sunday, I'm going to my folks' house, and we're doing a little baking day.
Oh.
Me and my wife going to go over there. We've all got different recipes we're going to do. My mom does a couple of specialty things that are delightful that she's going to make. My wife and I are each going to bring a recipe. I think my dad's going to make something.
Nice.
Have football on. Drink some spiked hot cocoa and bake.
There we go.
It'll be fire. Bake like cookies and stuff, not,
Yeah. Yeah, you have
not
to
that debaucherous.
explain it.
Not that debaucherous. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia is rocking with us. We're pushing mad props until Kenny gets here because Kenny needs to know how he did. He needs to be here to find out how he did. And I guess that's what he wants. The NFL MVP race, I think, got a pretty significant shakeup. And I wanted to talk about this last week and we never got to it. So we'll dive into that next. Who should be the NFL MVP? You have a vote. We're giving you a vote at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Who is your NFL MVP this season? I got to know. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, yellow card's supposed to get her soon. Okay, guys, we're going to do a mound visit, but I'm just going to tell James what my white elephant gift that I landed on was. And I don't want to say it on the stream because in case anybody's watching who is going to be part of this white elephant gift exchange, I don't want them to hear it. So that's what I'm doing. That's why we're going silent. This is not basketball related. I will divulge what the white elephant gift was on Wednesday. It does, because I was explaining the different products I was looking at and what I did get and what I didn't get and why I didn't get the things I didn't get. And then I was explaining the thing I did get, why I got it. I went for utility and practicality. It's a squatty potty. No, it's not.
That would be awkward.
All right, fine. I thought that I explained why I was doing the mound visit. It's not a mound visit if I tell everyone what's happening. That was a dugout conversation. It's a conversation in the dugout. We weren't on the mound.
We're doing this.
Also, like, if we knew somebody was getting traded, it would be great for us to say it.
Oh, yeah.
This business is predicated on like people watching and listening to you. Being secretive about what we know is not that good of an idea. I wouldn't say I got lost. And lost both times. Oh, yeah. No, that's true. All right, fair enough.
I went to Target on Saturday. I think Saturday? No. It was yesterday morning.
Trade what's the live line? The trade live line is not a deadline. This time I picked a thing that I thought would be practical. It's also a thing that I own and use the hell out of. God. Crazy, right? Hey, good for you. Shout out.
Wow, you haven't. Wow. That other James, I mean, have you just not done your Christmas shopping at all?
No, they've 86 Target and Amazon from their list. Shout out.
Oh, okay.
Salute. I do love my Kindle. I also love my air fryer, but not correct. Hey, don't do that. No. Absolutely not, Scooter. A lot of players talk shit. That doesn't mean that they deserve to have their home broken into. That's crazy. Don't do that. God, I hope so.
Madsen on ESPN. Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
It's just me.
I don't know what is happening there.
Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos helping us out. Talking a lot about white elephant gift exchanges today because I've got one tomorrow. I spent part of my morning shopping for it.
Okay. I'm excited to hear what you get.
Yeah, it's not. I already told you what I got.
No. I mean, what you get.
Oh, what I will bring in what I won
Oh, all right.
at this gift exchange.
Unless it's too big.
Well, nah, maybe. I doubt it. I doubt it'll be that. I doubt it'll be so cumbersome that I can't bring it in. But if it is, I'll post about it on the internet.
We're 8 minutes away from a sound check, just so you know.
I'm sorry, what?
We're 8 minutes away from a sound check out there.
Oh, great.
From Yellow Card.
Yeah, Yellow Card, who's been supposed to perform at
43 times.
43, is that it? You haven't counted?
I think so.
They're
I've got emails that many times from Mark.
They're here today in studio.
Not in our studio, but in the main.
In our office?
Yeah.
The
Hard Rock Live stage.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with our studios, when you walk in, there's a little lobby area, and then immediately to the right, there's a kitchen with like an open workspace seating area with the Hard Rock soundstage. It's a beautiful soundstage that our engineering team built, and people and artists will come perform in this kind of intimate concert setting. It's really cool, except when you bring your lunch. Because I have a lunch in a container in the fridge that I have to heat up.
Oh, yeah.
And then eat.
Oh, no.
And there's just nothing worse than like everybody's all excited and like getting ready for this band to perform. Then you hear
Kyle's
from my microwave.
It's a little Tupperware.
Like, I'm not gonna not eat lunch because Yellow Card's playing.
That's right. I mean, how are we supposed to know whether they're going to show up or not? We're not.
What do I not? Do I just not eat until Yellow Card's done?
Oh, no, I would eat.
All right.
We've had some interesting people through here. Like, Teddy Swims came through one time.
Teddy Swims, that was great. First time I'd ever heard
Chris
Teddy
Daughtry.
Swims. Daughtry, yeah. Jack Antonoff
Oh, that's right.
was here. He's one of Taylor Swift's songwriting partners. He was here. Justin Furstenfeld, that's his real name. He's the lead singer of Blue October.
Okay.
He's been here. Got some good groups. It's great. But I'm going to try and figure out my lunch thing when Yellow Card's playing. Because we're not going to get out of here till about 12:30.
I know.
Because the handoff, which is coming up in 20 minutes.
Even if you ran out right now and heated it up, it would be cold by the time.
Yeah, right. Do I leave the handoff early to go heat up my lunch before the show starts?
No, I think it's more of a power move to heat up your lunch during Yellow Card.
All right. Should I go next door to Acrisure?
You know what? Use the air fryer today.
The best would be
A little loud.
Guys, you guys want some chicken tenders?
I got tendies and I got egg rolls.
Just let me know. I'm making it now.
Having an air fryer in the office kitchen is gas, by the way.
It would be awesome.
It has dramatically opened up my lunch options.
I was a little skeptical about it at first, just given I didn't know who was using it, but I learned it's a small group that's using it, so I feel like it's safe.
Yeah, it's like me. I think John from sales uses it.
Oh, yeah. Definitely Kevin.
Kevin uses it, I think, in the morning.
Yep. He runs over there,
We do
uses
a great
it,
job.
runs back.
Loudly runs. We do a great job of keeping it clean, though.
Nice, yeah. 'Cause we were talking about the dish fiasco last week. It's just,
Dude, just
it's
ridiculous.
scary.
I was really worried the first time I opened the air fryer, but squeaky clean.
Because somebody has the little air fryer things that you put,
the little
parchment paper.
Yeah. So you throw one of those in there.
I think it would be amazing is if you went to microwave your lunch and it kicked a breaker in the middle of the show.
Oh, so fun.
Can
That
you
would be
imagine
awesome.
Kyle ruins Yellow Card because he had to heat up like his...
They'd have to reschedule again.
This is motivating me to do it because that would be great content.
That would.
That'd be electric.
What happened? Oh, Kyle
No
tried heating up
pun
some
intended.
spaghetti and just the whole place went out.
Now I got Thai curry today. I'm fired up for
nice.
it. I'm really excited. That's the other thing is if I heat up this Thai curry, it's gonna
yeah.
make the whole place smell like
Everyone's
curry.
gonna know what you're eating today.
I don't think I'm doing it. I think I'm door dashing lunch today.
Oh, come on. Do it for the content.
916-909-1320. Who's the NFL MVP? Because it feels like these things always come down to this time of year.
The NFL MVP race right now is just like during the baseball games where they put the 3 hats up on the video board and you're just trying to pick and it's just you have no clue who it's going to be in the end.
Yeah. It's Matthew Stafford is probably the top of the list right now.
Right now he's the hat in first right now. He just passed Drake May.
Jordan Love probably out.
Out, yeah. There's someone I think who's re-entered it.
Sam Darnold out.
Out.
Drake May
Still there. He's second right now.
Still in. Okay, Josh Allen.
He's third right now.
Josh Allen's third.
And he could win it too.
Josh Allen could definitely win it.
Yeah, they could win that division. I think if they win that division, I wouldn't pay Josh Allen being the MVP this year.
That'd be annoying. He just kind of lingers all year. The Bills are pretty mid.
He's kept him in it too. I mean, as far as this little divisional race. I mean, if the Rams finishes the 1 seed, then it's Matt Stafford, but Josh Allen has a very real chance.
Are we putting Bo Nix in the discussion?
No.
He was awesome yesterday.
Why?
Why? Because
he was the offense. We talked about how bad the offense was for like a month, 2 months.
His team is the only team that's 12-2.
That's fine, but like I said, we talked about how bad he and the offense was for 2 months, and it was the defense carrying him. And it's like now after the Packers game, we're gonna put him there.
Yeah, because again, you gotta just be kind of in the realm going into the final few weeks.
Yeah.
And in that first game, in the final few weeks, Bo Nix against the Packers goes 23 of 34 for 302 yards and 4 touchdowns. And it wasn't like he was just hitting his drop and getting the ball out. Like he was making plays.
Yeah, he played well.
He was really good yesterday.
He's got to have an insane December, I think, for him to have a real chance.
Was it one of you guys or a different group chat I have that somebody asked me if Jordan Love was better than Jimmy Garoppolo? I think we talked about it.
We talked about that.
Oh, I remember that question.
I said Jordan Love was better.
24-40 for 276, a touchdown and 2 picks yesterday. That's such a Garoppolo stat line. I think he's better. I think he is better.
He's a top 12 to 10 quarterback. Top 15 to 10 quarterback.
Is he better than Drake May?
Jordan Love?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, you said Drake May wasn't top 10 though.
Not yet, but like.
So is he 11 and Love is 12?
I don't know. I didn't come to work my rankings today.
All right, well, figure it out. Go talk to Yellow Card about this.
Because then after, like, are we just going off of top 10 this season or top 10 career so far? Like, I don't know.
Me neither. So Bo Nix not in the conversation. I think he will be if they win out and he continues to play well.
That's fair.
Is this a year? Is there any chance a non-quarterback wins it this year?
No.
JSN has to get to 2,000 yards. Jonathan Taylor has to get to 28 touchdowns. That's the only way.
I thought there was a path to Christian McCaffrey getting it where he was like dominant over these final 4 games. San Francisco wins out. They get the 1 seed. He scores 2+ touchdowns a game. He's getting 150 to 200 scrimmage yards a game. And it's just him carrying the offense. That just wasn't the case yesterday, though. They hung up 37 points. He had 1 catch.
Yeah, I never really bought into the CMC MVP stuff. I feel like a lot of it was just volume based, and like yeah, he's I guess the most valuable player on that team, but I'm not gonna put him. He's not having a better year than Jonathan Taylor, JSN. So
he would have needed a couple of the quarterbacks to stumble. Like I said, he would have needed to be super dominant.
Yeah,
down the stretch, and he hasn't even been as good as he was in 2023.
Filthy McNasty and Rustar, they're both throwing Myles Garrett. Like he's gonna break the sack record, but the Browns stink.
Yeah, they're too.
Like, he could be defensive player of the year.
His team is too ass.
Yeah. That and
is there a number of sacks he could get to that you'd be like, God, you got to give him the MVP?
30. No.
30 is the number for me.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, but even still, it meant nothing. I mean, it means your defense is okay, but outside of that, I mean, your defense could be great, but still, that team is horrible.
What's he at right now? 21 and a half sacks.
I'm surprised Bijan Robinson has surpassed Christian McCaffrey with the yards from scrimmage lead.
Yeah, Bijan's been cooking.
Yeah,
dude.
He's got over 100 yards more than McCaffrey.
Yeah, man.
I think all in all, it ends with Matt Stafford being the MVP.
I do too. Unless something goes really wrong. Like that's the thing about the NFL MVP race. We saw it with Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson. Remember Christmas night a couple years ago when Brock Purdy threw the 4 picks against the Ravens?
Yes.
It's just like MVP race over. It's not going to be Brock.
Mm-hmm.
If Matt Stafford goes out against the Seahawks in this game on Thursday night and throws like 2 interceptions and a Rams loss, he's probably out.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's your point. Bo Nix kind of slides right into there with Drake May and maybe Josh Allen. Maybe comes out the AFC at that point.
I think that they're
that's
like
crazy.
Josh Allen still has a really good case, even though his team isn't. I mean, they've got 10 wins.
Josh Allen's got a great case.
They went out, and I think the Patriots lose once. I think the Bills get that division. I'd have to double check the tiebreakers, but Pat's got the Ravens, Jets, and Dolphins left. I'm not sure. I know the Bills got the Eagles in 2 weeks.
I think it would be different if we called I know this has been a thing for a while, but if we called the MVP the Player of the Year award and just remove the value part of it,
I think it goes to Myles Garrett.
I think that would make it a lot easier.
Okay.
But even then, like Myles Garrett might be out because Player of the Year, like, yeah, he was amazing, but there's a team success aspect to it.
Isn't that just most valuable player though?
Not necessarily.
Because to me, most outstanding player, best player is just the guy who had the best season.
Yeah, I just think that opens it up to where if Jackson Smith and Jigba winds up with 2,000 receiving yards, I don't think he's going to now, but if he winds up with 2,000 receiving yards, like, God, like we got to, but in the NFL specifically, the value thing, I think it's less so in the NBA, but in the NFL, the value thing always comes down to like, well, quarterback's the most valuable position, so it's got to be a quarterback.
Well, that's the thing. Like, media probably starts talking about it different or just talking about the game differently. Because if you look at the Seahawks, like Jackson Smith and Jigba probably should be a little bit higher in the MVP race. Like, as much as Sam Darnold was like played well, it was like you put some pressure on that guy, he's gonna be flustered.
Yeah,
Jason has been carrying that offense.
Yeah, but
like even still, I think
he has been for sure. But I look at the NFL as something so different. Like, if what you do in the last 2 or 3 weeks matters, as opposed to, say, Major League Baseball, you don't even have to be on a good team. Major League Baseball, it's all stats driven.
That's true.
The NBA, it's very specific. It's usually best player on best team.
Yep.
And sometimes you get some sort of variance in that, like best player on the third best team, but that's because the best team didn't have anyone that was, MVP worthy. Like, I don't know. The NFL is really weird. I always remember back to the Aaron Rodgers MVP year where he beat Tom Brady, and it's Brady's like second to last year or final year. Brady was a better quarterback, threw way more yards, like deserved the MVP, but because of like one game at the end of the season, they gave it to Rodgers, which to me was just a joke.
Yeah,
it's tough.
I don't think that we know who it's going to be yet. And I think it's going to come down to how these last couple of games shake out. Like, we've got an Eagles-Bills game coming up next week.
Yeah. Not this upcoming game. Ooh, no, because the Eagles got the Commanders coming up. And then
Commanders, Bills, Commanders, how they finish. Yeah, so in 2 weeks, if the Eagles beat the Bills and Josh Allen throws a couple of interceptions and accounts for one touchdown in a 31-17 loss, he's probably out. It's very strange.
I mean, the moment the Bills lose, he's out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moment they lose, and it's like, oh yeah, they can't with the AFC East, he's done.
Yeah, it's the NFL has the strangest MVP award because it can only go to one position, and then it doesn't even always go to the best player at that position in a given season. Very, very odd. And I don't know how meaningful the award is if it just comes down to, okay, who was quarterbacking the 1 or 2 seed? Who was quarterbacking the team that won their final 3 games? And
yeah, I mean, Dak Prescott is leading the league in passing yards.
Dak's been amazing.
Again. Not even considered. I mean, realistically, the stats say it's Stafford. He's second in passing yards, and he's got like 8 more passing touchdowns than anyone else. The problem he has is he doesn't have any rushing touchdowns like the rest of them. At least I don't think he doesn't have a bunch of rushing touchdowns.
I would be shocked if he has one.
In perfect world, Matt Stafford's the MVP. Like, I guess no matter how the rest of the season goes, because I don't think we're expecting him to really collapse. So say they go 2-1 or whatever, like, yeah, he should be the MVP. But like you guys say, it's like he loses the wrong game, then
yeah, if he loses in prime time to Seattle and doesn't play well, it's probably a wrap.
And it shouldn't be, but
I know. It's just we start talking about MVPs in the NFL in week 5. It's like, dude, hit me in week 17. When everyone's going to start going, oh, man, that guy lost that game. He's out. Like, what a ridiculous way to do this award. It's an 18-week slog. The season's ridiculous. There's so much context involved. And we bring it down to week 17 or 18. Hey, I don't know. It's not that fun.
No. And I think coming out of this season, I don't think it's going to be something that matters all that much. I mean, maybe for someone's career, but like Stafford's already a Hall of Famer. Like
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just like
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
If he retires after this year, Josh Allen's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I even had somebody this weekend like bring up like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Dwight Howard and Jeff Kent are getting in the Hall of Fame this year. And I'm like, okay, well,
They're Hall of Famers.
yeah, like
Know what you want?
Dwight Howard he was All NBA 8 seasons.
Yeah.
He was the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
I think he won the rebound title 6 years. Like, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Now, it was a really front-loaded career for sure.
Well, and the problem for Dwight Howard is you talk about that front-loaded career.
Mm-hmm.
Most of that happened before social media became popular.
Yeah.
So a lot of people who know about Dwight Howard only know about him through social media when he was kind of a weirdo at the end of his career.
Oh, he's definitely a weirdo for a long time. Yeah. But like the last 7-8 years of his career were not very good at all. I mean, he was basically just hopped from one team to the next.
Yeah.
And people just got rid of him. Now, Jeff Kent, on the other hand, you can look at Jeff Kent's number and you can say, oh, that doesn't look like a Hall of Fame. Like 290 career hitter, like 377 home runs. Most home runs ever by a second baseman.
Yeah, Jeff Kent was that dude.
Top 20 second baseman of all time. And it's tough because you're like on paper, you're like, is he really? But he is. And so
Jeff Kent definitely was. All right. I want to talk about this Brandon Ayuk stuff. We can do that during the handoff, though, coming up in about 5 minutes, because the Brandon Ayuk saga took one final weird ass turn. In fact, I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to jump the gun. One more weird ass turn.
Yeah, because
I don't want to say one final one.
Yeah, because I'm not ready for that to say that either.
No, definitely not. But Brandon Ayuk saga takes one more weird ass turn. Giannis Antetokounmpo, uncomfortable with all these trade rumors.
Villain.
We'll get to that. And Kenny played mad props with us on Friday. He wants to be in here when we go over the results. I tried to spare him. I tried to do the bit at 11 o'clock.
His controller wasn't even plugged in.
And Kenny texted in and said, you got to wait for me. So,
all right.
Find out how Kenny did in his Mad Props debut next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
The Kings once again assigned Devin Carter to the Stockton Kings.
I think everyone here thinks that Russell Wilson's a Hall of Famer. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Probably, but
he is, I think. I'm not going to hold the last few years of his career against him.
But it's a long period. So he's 37 right now, and he hasn't been good in...
But does that negate everything he's done already, though?
I don't know. He hasn't really been good since 2021. And even then, he only threw for 3... Oh, that's a shortened season, isn't it? I don't know.
He's got no All-Pros, though.
Yeah, he's a 10-time Pro Bowler, but only one, and a one-time Super Bowl champ. Yeah, I guess he's in.
Now that I think about it, too, Josh Allen's better than Russell Wilson, I think.
Oh, Josh Allen's definitely better than Russell Wilson.
Never mind. Yeah, Josh Allen's better than Russell Wilson.
Yeah, 353 career passing touchdowns for Russell Wilson. And where's his rushing?
This is Sac State's new coach, who is a background dancer for MC Hammer. Incredible. Shout out to Alonzo Carter. Stingers up. Damian Marley.
Yeah, Madison.
Dang, Josh Allen has 77 career rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, pretty good player.
That's crazy.
36 plus every year. 36 plus touchdowns every year.
Combined.
In the league, yeah.
It's happening. I mean, he's not even 30 yet. Jeez.
Bit of an eye opener yesterday, like not dead.
Not like the Chiefs. Yeesh.
Oof.
Goodness gracious, they are absolutely
Phillip Rivers will start again next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I threw a cable knit sweater,
Oh,
same exact colors, and I was like, "There's something. I think it'll look better with a different pair." This hoodie's comfortable. I'm gonna throw this one instead.
Twinsies.
Jonathan Taylor's going for 204 touchdowns against the Niners. I'm already pissed. I'm already mad.
That's a strong Kyle Madsen move, too.
What's that?
To be angry about something
Welcome
that
back to the
absolutely
Insiders
hasn't
with
happened.
James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I was talking, voice guy.
James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Damian Marlin, Kenny Caraway here. Jesse Tapia helping us out. It is the handoff. And man, Damian, I'm sorry you have to sit here for this. But Kenny insisted. He played Mad Props with us on Friday.
That's right. That's right. You know what I mean?
And Kenny insisted on I tried to save him from this. I tried to do this at 11 o'clock. And he said, he texted me and said, no,
Yeah.
wait till I'm there.
Yeah.
So Mad Props, we took the 49er game yesterday, the Kings game yesterday. We take 2 props. So Brock Purdy pass attempts or Kings first quarter points. And we pick which number is going to be higher between those two things.
Mm-hmm. I killed it.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to decide.
Jesse and Kenny.
Here's Mad Props.
All right, here we go. You wanted this. I want everybody to know Kenny wanted this.
That's right, man. Because I know I was cooking. I saw every time George Kittle got like
Sounds
3
like
targets on the first drive. I was like, yeah, I had that.
It's like an
No, you
episode of
didn't.
Law and Order.
You took
Want
Maxime
everyone-
Reynaud rebounds. George Kittle wins that one 9-6.
Oh,
We
it
go.
was targets or catches.
Jesse got that one right. Targets.
That was an easy one right there.
Damn it.
Starting at the top, Brock Purdy pass attempts or Kings first quarter points. Jesse and James, you guys went with Kings first quarter points. They scored 27 in the first quarter. Brock Purdy, 30 pass attempts. Jesse and I get the W on that one, 30-27.
So wait, me and Kenny
Yeah,
took.
Kenny
Yeah.
took the other one.
You
Okay.
and Kenny took
All
the
right.
loss there.
Keep going. It's going to get better.
Okay.
I don't think it does.
Christian McCaffrey touches or Keegan Murray points plus rebounds. Jesse Lone Wolf this one.
Yeah,
with
no,
Christian
sir.
McCaffrey touches.
Once again, I'm not comfortable with that.
Keegan Murray, points and rebounds.
Yeah.
Finished with 18. 10 points, 8 boards. Me, James, and Kenny all rocked with Keegan. 23 touches for Christian McCaffrey.
Thank
22
you.
carries, 1 catch. 23-18. Christian McCaffrey, the winner. Kenny, I don't know if you're keeping track. 0-3 right now. Thoughts?
Nah, just keep
Okay.
going.
All right.
I'm going to get there.
Yeah, no, you are. 49ers total points are Kings team high scorer. Me, James, and Kenny went 49ers total points. Jesse went Kings team high scorer. Not even close. 37 points for the 49ers. Kings high scorer was 17. 3 different players had 17. Not even their 2 highest scores matched the 49ers total points. Kenny,
Oh,
big winner there, though. You got that one right.
thank you.
23.
This is how it starts.
49ers sacks or Keon Ellis made 3s.
You're exhibiting every characteristic of a gambler, by the way. So do you have that number
1000%,
that you
yeah.
1-800?
1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, call it. If you feel it all like Kenny Caraway does right now, call that number
After
If you're
because this
losing-
man is showing the signs.
If you think every loss feels like another step toward your next win,
Hey,
you have a problem.
after recent revelations, I got active this week.
Buddy, hey,
active.
hey.
And I'm going back in tonight.
I can't wait.
That's not the only thing that changed in that app either.
Oh,
I'll tell you.
I can't wait. D-Lo and KC coming up next. 49ers sacks or Keon Ellis made 3s. Keon Ellis did not play, which was not that much different than the 49ers defensive line. We had a push at 0-0.
When you tie a dude who didn't play, that's not a good thing.
Tough look.
That's a win for me.
49ers pass rush.
You should get the
That's
win
a win
for that.
me.
I should get the. I think I said. Did I pick Keon Ellis? What did I pick? Yeah, I should get the win for that. That shows how horrible the Niners are.
He didn't even play.
Yeah, and that shows how bad the Niners are.
He didn't even play.
If he did, I would have got it right.
0 minutes.
And he was healthy.
Yeah, the Niners were healthy and they
The
did nothing as
49ers,
well.
technically, the 49ers had more because the 49ers had 0. Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis had
It also feels
He
a
had
little
a
silly.
dash.
He had a dash.
0-0. Juwan Jennings receptions or Malik Monk assists. We had a sweep across the board for the people actually playing the game.
Huh?
Me, James, and Jesse all took Juwan Jennings receptions. Kenny, in his unplugged controller, took Malik Monk assists. And we had another push, 3-3. Three assists for Malik Monk.
For me because
3 assists
a one-man
for
wolf
Juwan
pack.
Jennings. No, it's not.
I'm a one-man wolf pack
No,
on
it's
that.
a push.
I got to get a win on
push.
that one.
James Ham, 1-3-2. You moved to 7-11-4 on the season. I went 2-2-2. I'm now tied to James at 7-11-4. Jesse running away with this thing. He went 3-1-2 this week, 11-7-4. Kenny, in his first ever effort, 1-3-2.
So what I'm hearing is
It sounds
everyone
like three.
stinks at this
Sound
except
like
for
three.
Jesse.
Yeah.
You'd be
It
correct.
sound like 3-3.
Does
That's what it sound like to me.
Really good last year. I don't know what's
does
happening.
Jesse not like Jesse owns every game he plays in this building.
Yeah, man.
The hell is this? This ain't the NFL. Give me the win.
It's
We
like
ain't
a
got no ties.
You don't
Three-time
you don't
pocket
get to-
watching champion.
No, you don't get to.
Relax. He's got one just like
You're
I've got
a degenerate
Yeah,
gambler,
that
so
fluke
you
year
should
you
know how to
won.
push for it.
Fluke year.
We're investigating that first year.
Abe won.
Well, that's
Abe
always
did
been
not.
my belief is that
Abe
Abe WrestleMania 9 this joint.
The guy didn't win.
You know?
It wasn't even close. It
For
was
more
your
pocket
boy
watchers, tune
who
into
had-
D-Lo and KC.
who had an all-time comeback.
He Hogan'd you, brother.
Oh,
Brother.
oh. He Hogan you. He said what to Kenny?
Abe would never.
No,
Abe would
No.
never.
no,
Hey,
for sure no.
What's
What's up?
I got
What
a
do you
quick
got?
question.
Hogan's saying it now.
I got
Don't use my name in vain, brother.
two things. One not as important as the other. Let's go with the one that's not that important.
Love that. Start with what's not important.
Have you guys? Well, I think you guys have. I think I'm. This is my first foray into this world.
Oh,
'Cause I was gonna ask, have you guys ever had like a truly viral tweet?
Oh, I saw that
Come on.
yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, Kyle's had
Ye-
like 15 of
Come
them.
on,
Yeah.
And like, I hate saying the word viral.
No,
Like,
I
I
know,
went
I know, I
viral.
know. Yeah,
like,
no,
bro,
no.
you had 500.
yeah.
likes.
It's
It's
the
not that
worst
big.
thing that can ever happen to you on the internet.
The video of Mike Brown screaming went for like 900,000 views. The last time I looked, I don't
Dang.
know.
That's crazy. So over the weekend, I went to the movies. And I was at
What'd you
UA,
see?
Zootopia 2. Very good.
Zootopia, nice.
There you go. Very good. Although they tried to. No, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say.
No,
that.
don't. No spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
But like, there was something when you see it. In a month from now, 2 months from now, maybe I'll. There's something that just bothered me. It's not that big of a deal, but it bothered me.
Okay.
But I was at the movies. I was at UA in Laguna.
Okay.
And there was really nobody there. There was maybe 25 people there total.
Mhm.
And I just took a picture when I was in the hallway because I remember. Bless you.
Bless you again.
I'm as a teenager. Friday, Saturday night, you go to UA or Century, it's lit.
Mm-hmm.
It is lit.
1000%.
And I'm like, yo, this is crazy that there's nobody here. So I said, this place, took a picture. I said, this place used to be insanely packed on a Friday or Saturday night of the empty
Mhm.
hallway. 23,000 likes.
What?
860 retweets. 709 comments. It's got 2 million impressions.
Dog.
Mind you, I've been muted this tweet. Like, because it wasn't even like people were like going, yo, it's the Hollywood industry. And
Especially with all the merger stuff going on right now with Netflix
that was-
and
yeah.
and Warner
they was
Brothers
going
and
in on that.
Paramount. Oof.
And I was just like, there used to be honeys at the movie theaters on Fridays. That's all I was.
Yeah,
thinking.
dude.
That's all.
It was
That's all I
that
was
was
trying to do.
what you went to the movies on where I lived. That's what you did on the weekend. As 15, 16, 17-year-old, like, yeah, we're pulling up. We're going to the movies.
So but I know Dame probably did with some of the Fox stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know James probably did a number of different times.
Mm-hmm.
You did too. You guys get to the point where you just turn off the conversation?
Immediately. The second, because you know pretty early on that your tweet is about to go viral. You know when it's 10 minutes after you posted it and it's got 38 retweets and 106 likes, they're like, all right, I'm out. Like, just mute. I don't want to. It doesn't matter because I'm going to get randos, like, turning the conversation into a thing I don't want it to turn into. I'm going to have people telling me that I suck. I'm going to have people telling me to die. I'm going to have people saying, like, wow, you won the internet today. Like, we know we're just going to run the gamut.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Like, let's just move on. I
turned that off quick. I mean, it wasn't nothing crazy. Nobody was being mean to me or anything, but I was just like, I didn't even realize till the next morning. Because I said, oh, you know the way your notifications are. It's like 21 people liked your latest tweet or something. I was like, okay. I just kept seeing responses. I was like, how many? Wait, what? And then it was like, at that point, it was like 900 people liked it or whatever. I said, this is out of my hands.
It's gone. It's done.
So there's that.
Going viral on Twitter used to be a thing when I was like 21, 22 years old. I was like, God, I just want a tweet to blow up. And now I fire off a tweet. I'm like, God, I hope nobody sees this.
That was the less important thing.
Yeah.
The most important thing that happened, one of the more important things that happened over the weekend, is I did it, Kyle. I put that spicy honey on the pizza.
Drum roll. And your thoughts?
I'm in. This is something that will regularly happen when I have pizza.
Not too spicy for you.
No, you felt the kick a little bit.
Yep.
You felt the kick a little bit, but the honey was so dominant that was the dominant flavor.
If you missed me filling in for Damien on D-Lo and KC last week, we had a big, long hot honey conversation about hot honey on pizza. And so I bought Kenny some hot honey.
Doesn't matter if you say it faster, Kyle.
What?
You just keep saying it faster, and it's like, all right. Like,
long hot honey is funny, man.
Well,
Come on, man. Like,
there's
stop.
nothing there.
Stop.
Much like
long hot honey is hilarious. Why? I don't know, but it's funny.
Much like
it's one of those places that looks like a travel, but it's not.
What did you say with Jesse during Mad Props? He was the lone wolf or the
lone wolf in it.
Yeah, see that sound, but you're fine. Like nothing
what is
happened.
it? What the
it
hell
was a jump
is
stop.
this?
You're fine, but it was like, hey, can you do that? It's like how the women's basketball now men's basketball does it. The jump stop, step through pivot. That's a travel, but it's not. And now that's what that was, and that's what long hot honey.
It sounded different when you said it. I don't know why. It just really stood out when you said it.
Because he makes it a question.
Yeah.
Long hot honey?
It's good.
Sounds like something you find in Las Vegas.
You can suck it.
Oh.
That sounds like me.
That was you.
That was me.
That's tremendous.
Anyways.
Oh, that's a classic.
Anyways.
But no, yeah, I'm tapped in. I'm locked in. Plus now I have a whole jar of it now. So
oh yeah, man.
For sure.
Welcome
for sure.
to the
Shout
welcome
out,
to
man.
the
I
team.
appreciate you, big
welcome
dog.
to the team. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Anyone watch the Kings game last night?
I did for all of us.
I honestly feel like that's the point of the season we're getting to.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be in our contracts that we have to watch this anymore. And it could just be the next day. All right, whose job was it to watch last night? And the good news is it's always going to be his.
Great.
It's my job.
It's going to be James's.
I said it earlier. I will take the bullet here and watch every game for everyone. You can just like.
So, James, how was it? Leave it at that.
The same exact thing that most of them are.
I told Kenny last night on Sports Sunday, this team is hilarious in that they made a game in which they looked competitive. They still lost by double digits.
Did you see Matt George's tweet last night? That in, I think, 17 of their 20 losses, they've been down by double digits.
That's
it's
that is-
Jesse
yeah.
had
that would have been 20 of 20.
Jesse had some notes in our rundown last week about the amount of times they've lost games by double digits out of those 20.
It's ridiculous.
Dog, I feel like in 20, it can't be 26 or 26. I'll just say 25 of 26 games they've been down by double digits in every game in those games.
Somebody tweeted.
It might be 26 or 26.
Somebody tweeted me and said, "Hey, the Timberwolves announcers just said that this is only the second game this season the Kings have been up at halftime." And I'm like, well, that can't be the case.
Believe it.
For the first 5 games, they were up at halftime, and the other one, I think they were either down 2 or they were tied. Like, I wasn't going to go through all of the games because I'm like, well, that stat's wrong.
Yeah, that boy over there is just wilding, just saying anything.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy.
Here was
4 games they were up at halftime.
Here it is from ABC 10's Matt George. If it feels like the Kings fall behind double digits in every game, it's because they do. They've done it in 21 of their last 22 games. They've been down double digits.
What's
in
the
21
one?
of the last 22 games.
Anybody want to guess what the one is?
Didn't they win one in there?
Even when they win, they're down double digits a lot of the times.
Yeah,
I don't think they've had a wire-to-wire win. What was the closest? Was it Miami?
Oh, Miami, they might not have gone down double digits.
That might be the one.
I think
Yeah.
Miami, if memory serves, and I could probably find out pretty quick, they were down 3. Yeah, 3. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one.
What's more
Wow.
alarming, this is continued. What's more alarming is that they've fallen behind in 17 plus in 14 of those 21 games. That's so bad.
That's pitiful.
Yeah.
That really is pitiful. I mean, the fact that you can't you can't consistently more than once out of 22 games not fall behind double digits or not just be up consistently.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I
That is crazy.
yeah, man.
I
It's
thought
just
they were
so much-
really good defensively. Like, I know that seems weird, but that's probably the
does.
best defensive game I've seen them play. The 6 blocks by Keegan, but they were. I think they had
6
like
blocks.
I think they had like 12 blocks total. Like but again, I hate blocks as a
Useless.
stat. It is.
Useless.
They
They had
almost
9 blocks.
they got the rebound almost every single time. I don't even know what you call those. Like, I guess they're second chance points, but like it just felt like
That's a good question.
again and again and again they just kept getting the rebound. They kept getting the block back to them. Yeah,
Which
but
is why the stat is stupid.
yeah, I thought that they were like until the last few minutes when the wheels just fell off, they were actually really solid. But it doesn't matter. You don't play 48 minutes, you're gonna lose.
I'm trying to actually find this.
The bull.
looking
The
at- Go ahead.
Oh, that's the
No, go
that's
ahead,
the
Dan,
wrong
go ahead,
game.
Dan.
Sorry, hold on.
On
hold
the
on. Let me
Kings'
get to
first 2
Timberwolves game.
blocks, the Timberwolves got the offensive rebound and laid it up. Then
18
we have
second chance points to 12.
then we have
I
a
don't know if that's it.
block by Malik Monk that went out of bounds.
Mhm. Back to the other
Um,
team.
Back to no, defensive rebound. Foul by- No, it's off the Timberwolves.
Oh.
I believe. Blocked by Keegan, rebound by Precious. Good work there.
Love Precious.
Blocked
Boy.
by Keegan, offensive rebound by Rudy Gobert, shooting foul by DeRozan, drawn by Rudy Gobert, who then went to the free throw line and missed 2 free throws.
Oh yeah,
Oh my god.
we got free pizza if it was in Sacramento.
Nah.
I think I'm doing this on the fly. Utah, they didn't. So maybe 3 games this year they haven't been down double digits.
Mm.
Miami. I just had the other one. I'm sorry. Miami, Utah is one of
Utah
them.
at home.
Utah at home, and Oklahoma City the first time.
Didn't go down double digits in that one?
No, they were up most of that game. So like really the last 2 minutes of the game.
I'm going to fact check that. Unless you already did.
Yeah.
Oh, you looked
I
at it
think
already?
the biggest lead for Oklahoma City was 6, which is
Mm.
what they lost by. That was the game they were up damn near the entire
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, I remember that. I thought, And I could be thinking
Started
of
out
one of
well.
many other games where the Kings did go down double digits at one point.
Was that the
but
first game
I
Russ
don't think they
started
did.
and they played really, really well? I believe it was because that was Coil Ray night, I think. Yeah.
You are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento sports leader. Always free on the Odyssey app.
I mean, that's just not. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's really bad.
3 of the 26 games.
And that's where I guess that's where when you start trying to extrapolate this season out, it's like I don't know. Like we talk about, Scott and Doug have talked about like building culture. Like, well, they're not. They're not establishing anything. Nothing's happening. This is ostensibly a wasted year of basketball.
It's exactly what it is.
Like Maxime's getting to play, great. Nick Clifford getting minutes, cool. But from a team standpoint, I just don't. I don't know what's happening.
That's what I was so frustrated with the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is just awful.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's absolutely nothing here. Like we talked about, Maxine, Nick Clifford, those are young guys that have proven, in my opinion, they're NBA players, which is fine, which is cool. Like, it's fine. We like Precious.
Mm-hmm.
He's an NBA player.
Yeah,
right?
big fan. Precious, my guy.
Yeah, NBA player. But none of this is earth shattering. None of this is franchise changing.
Mm-hmm.
None of this is outside of just liking to watch basketball, just liking to watch the Kings. Mm-hmm. Having work to do. None of this is going to make you run to the TV and want to watch Kings basketball. I mean, to be honest with you, right now, I'd rather see Alex Sarr. I'd rather see Khan Knippel. Brooklyn, off the top of my head, I don't know if they have anybody that I'd want to see. So the Kings are maybe in that category. But I'd rather see what Indiana's doing. Like these teams that are awful, I'd much rather see Derek Queen and Jeremiah Fears.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Jeremiah Fears is sick.
Yeah. Out of the worst teams in basketball, the Kings, there's literally nothing there to watch. Now, mind you, like I mentioned, it feels like this is a one-off. This is what's going to happen this season because next year they're going to draft somebody and I'm going to want to really see their development and how their rookie season goes.
Yes.
But for this particular season, this is just awful. There is nothing to watch or follow with this team.
Even the people that are like, "Hey, Tank Commander," like, "Yeah, I love it, awesome loss. This is great." That doesn't make it better to watch.
No.
It doesn't make
Just tell me what the final score.
Yeah, right.
Was.
Yeah, all right, cool. They caught an L. I'll move on to my life.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Again, we were talking about this earlier. Throw on the purple glasses real quick. If this season continues going the way it's going, which I think we all think it will, and they wind up with the number 1 pick, now all of a sudden this season could be the turning point in Kings franchise history, a turning point in Kings franchise history, where they get that guy. They get that Cade Cunningham level star that they're building around for the next 3 years, and in 4 years, they're back in the playoffs and making a run. Or however long it took Cade. Was it year 4?
4, I think.
Year 4?
4.
Like that's what I think the people in the pro tank crowd, I think that's where, and I think that's becoming a bigger and bigger crowd. I don't think there's anybody that's like, no, I think they can bounce back.
No, who's that?
Say, let us know.
Who's that guy?
916-909-1320. Kings Optimist, where are you at?
Speaking of the number 1 pick, let me ask you guys a quick question. Darren Peterson came back and played on Saturday. He is the consensus number 1 pick. I haven't seen a mock draft that doesn't have Darren Peterson at number 1 as much as everyone likes AJ DePanston. He's got this weird thing where this hamstring he tried to come back and play at 17 points. Then the hamstring hurt again. Man. I don't know. He might not play. He might not play this year. Would you say AJ continues to do what he does all year long?
Yeah, big fan of his.
Who would you go with the number 1 pick? The guy that's been the consensus number 1 for a year, basically, but has this hamstring injury situation, or the guy that played all year, just went crazy all year long, averaged 25 points a game. BYU gets to the second weekend of the NCAA tournament. Like, how would you go about it? Would you go with the guy that was always number 1, even though he's hurt and you might not see him again this year?
Yeah, this happened once before.
Kyrie
Kyrie.
played 10 games.
But when Kyrie
11
played,
total.
it was like, holy crap. Like he is that dude. If Darren Peterson, when he does play, is that dude, then yeah.
Darren Peterson's really good when he plays. He's not. I mean, but it's Kyrie. Like I'm not saying he's not Kyrie as a knock to him.
Yeah.
There's less than 100 Kyries.
But when Kyrie played in college, what was it? 10 games, 11 games, whatever it was.
Might have been 10 games.
11.
When he played, it was like, oh my.
Yeah.
Like wow.
Darren hasn't been that.
So that would change I would rather take the guy that I've seen a bunch of in college instead of running into James Wiseman.
Yeah, actually, he's only played 4 games, but he's been better than Kyrie was.
Who was it?
Like,
Was it Derek Williams? Was it Kyrie and Derek Williams?
Yeah, Derek Williams, number 2. Coke machine.
Oh, man.
He was so sick at U of A, though.
Yeah, right.
He was
right.
awesome.
He was really
right.
Yeah,
I worked with
get
his brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to my man Lionel. He was like, nah, yeah. He told me like around this time, he's like, nah, he about to go pro this year.
Wow.
And he was like doing cool. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, he about to go pro. And then he just kept going up.
Yeah, he lit it up in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
It's almost been 8 years since Derek Williams played in the league.
Man.
Kyrie, Bismack Biyombo, Valanciunas, they're all still playing.
Man.
It's been that long. He was very
That's
nice.
wild.
He just there was
not a super effective NBA player.
Yeah, he a little bit like Jabari Parker, where they just didn't really grasp who they were in the league. And were very hey, oh, this is great. I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean you're not it's not working out? Oh no, wait, man, we got so much talent. You're like,
do you?
Okay.
Yeah.
What am I missing? What am I missing that you're doing that's so great? I was very confused.
Very strange. Yeah, I think that would 100%, and this is terrible for the conversation, but it would 100% depend on what Peterson looked like in the 10 games he played. I'm not writing him off because he plays 10 or 11 games, but he would need to be dominant that I feel good about dropping him in day one.
Yeah.
In those games. If I have any questions, I'll just go with the guy who is good.
I'd probably still take Darren Peterson.
Okay.
He's looked really good.
Okay.
Then
great. Go with him. Then go with him.
Man, Kyrie when he played.
Yeah, but
crazy.
Yeah, but that's because Kyrie's got a one-on-one skill.
But I'm just talking about just Kyrie,
just visually.
But it was still a conversation, is the point, though. It was still a conversation about what Cleveland's going to do with that number 1 pick.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you take the kid who played 10 games, or do you take the kid who was crazy at U of A? And they made the right choice.
Yeah.
But it was scrutinized when it was done.
Yeah.
Then it wasn't. But
turns out good player.
Yeah, it turns out it worked. But yeah, hit the biggest shot in franchise history.
In NBA history?
Franchise. Cleveland.
No, I know. I guess the biggest.
Oh,
shot
you're
in NBA
asking.
history.
I mean,
Game 7.
I don't
to upset the 73-win team.
The only one that comes to my mind is Ray Allen.
Ooh.
Oh, I was thinking Magic at the Garden. Boston Garden.
The Sky
the Hook. I mean, in terms of shots in the conversation, yeah.
Kyrie might be it though. I mean,
King don't have one.
That was maybe the greatest with stakes and everything else like that. That might have been the greatest NBA basketball game of all time, and he hit the game-winning shot.
I mean, Jordan in Utah, because it's framed a history that doesn't actually exist.
What are you talking about?
That was his last shot.
Oh, right.
The final shot. Like, no, what about like the 1,000 he took in Washington? Those don't count?
No.
Okay. I
They
guess
don't.
not.
No.
Yeah,
also,
but
he
like
didn't push off. Can we be serious for a second?
he absolutely did not push off.
He didn't push off.
He did
Yeah,
not
it
push
just
off.
he just
Completely illegal.
he did not force the defender that way. Defender
There was never a
moving that way.
conversation about him pushing off until the internet like got bigger. It's like, oh, look at did Michael take his legs out? Oh, man, stop.
He stabbed him right there. He pulls
Yeah.
out a knife and shivs him.
There's a little.
Yeah, but
There's a little momentum pusher.
Yeah,
It's all good.
Man,
He's
what's
already
the biggest shot in NBA history? That's a good one.
I mean, it was like I said, that might have been the greatest, the biggest game ever played in NBA history.
Yeah, just considering the stakes of it all, for sure.
And he hit the shot to win
Yeah.
it.
Game 7. I mean, and I think it's even bigger.
On the
and
road,
I think it's
over
even
Curry.
bigger. Yeah, I was going to say
Mhm.
in hindsight, it's even bigger because it's LeBron and Steph. And you knew at the time you had something. I just don't think we knew how special that rivalry was going to be.
Mhm.
And yeah, in hindsight, yeah, it's that shot's that yeah, you're right. That shot might get bigger as the years move
Yeah.
along. Like if Steph doesn't win another one, LeBron doesn't win another one. That's one to have forever.
That 2-game stretch,
It's ridiculous.
and maybe it's just me. Sorry, Kyle.
No, it's
But
fine.
Game 7 into Christmas Day.
Turn his mic off.
Game 7 into Christmas Day. I mean, those
That Christmas
two
Day game was
games,
crazy.
the way they played out, the drama. KD's there now,
Mhm.
and the Warriors are up maybe 15, 16 points.
Mhm.
Cavs coming back. Kyrie hits the shot. LeBron dunks on Draymond. Like those 2 games, I will remember forever.
Mhm.
Forever. That was amazing. And then the Warriors, destroy them
Sure.
after that. Game 3 in Cleveland, the 2017, that was pretty epic. It's a big time shot by KD. The pull up and
yeah.
transition.
Yeah.
That was the one. That was the one
Yeah,
that
that
Steph
was
was just
cold.
ass, right?
I don't remember.
Or was
what
that
Steph did
2018?
game.
There was one game 3 where he was terrible,
Mm.
and KD was really good, and that was why KD ultimately got the MVP. That's because Steph had the one really bad game. I think that was 2018 though.
I was pissed off when KD hit that 3 because they should have won that game.
Yeah.
LeBron passes to Kyle Korver in the corner. It's a good play. Kyle Korver wide open in the
Wide
corner.
open.
Got to knock it
Yeah,
down.
yeah. But hey, God forbid you make the right basketball play.
Yeah. Kyle Korver's
Not with a double-digit point streak on the line.
well, it worked out. They won the game. Kyle
See-
Korver's cousin was my pastor in LA.
Were you okay? I feel like this happens a lot. Like
Doesn't
not
happen that much. I didn't know
totally
that many
random
people.
NBA player or athlete, but not Hall of Famer. Maybe not even a Hall of Very Good, but just like a quality player. You'll be like, oh yeah, that guy's cousin was my barber.
Pastor Ken Korver, and I forgot the name, Emmanuel.
Oh, my
in
uncle's his real
Paramount.
estate agent. Like what?
And his name was Ken Korver. And I've met him a couple of times, talked to him a couple of times. I was like, you know the basketball player Kyle Korver? Are you really? He said, yeah, that's my nephew or cousin. I can't remember. I think it was his nephew, actually.
Oh. All right. I want to talk about the 49ers with you real quick.
Let's do it.
Real quick. They change your mind at all yesterday?
Changed my mind.
Or did they make you not change your mind? That's not what I was looking for. Do you feel more optimistic about them after yesterday?
I heard you earlier, and I feel the same way that you do, just differently. You said,
Do go on.
You said what the Niners did yesterday didn't do anything to change your mind or move you in one way or the other.
Yeah.
And I think you have a more pessimistic view on what this team could do.
Yeah, the run defense stinks.
They didn't change my mind at all. And I have a more optimistic view
Sure.
on what they did. What I feel 49ers games tend to come down to is, can the Niners, with the way, and the opposition is going to change too. The level of opposition is going to change. But in the last 4 or 5 weeks, the Niners will get to the point where that offense is kind of humming, and methodically, it's not these big plays. It's just like these 10-play drives where they score a touchdown. Maybe over the course of 4 drives, they score 2 touchdowns and have 2 field goals, right? And while that's happening, can the defense lock in for that quarter and a half stretch? And if they do, the game is over. Like, that's what I think a Niners game has turned into.
Sure.
It's not going to be all 4 quarters that Niners defense. No, because they're not that good. But when the time comes for that Niners offense to find a groove, while the Niners offense is finding a groove, can the Niners defense keep that team from scoring on 3 of their 4 possessions? And if they can, the Niners are going to win. Now, after those 4 possessions, the team will probably get a field goal and a touchdown, and it'll become a 10-point game. Maybe before that, the first drive they scored a touchdown. Like, that's going to happen. But that window for about a quarter and a half, if they are doing their job, the 49ers offense will get it to the point where it's a 2 or 3 score game, low 3 score game, and then Kyle's just going to kind of play the clock game. I think that's what the 49ers are. And if they can get that window, that defensive window, they're going to win. If they can't, they're still going to give up some points on the back end, so they probably won't win. And that's kind of where I look at the 49ers at.
I'm wary of their ability to get to that window. They've given up 5.4 yards per carry in their last 3 games. And that's Carolina, Cleveland, and Tennessee, who was one of the worst rushing teams in the league coming in.
No sacks.
No sacks.
Against a team that gets, that quarterback gets sacked like more than anyone.
Yeah, I think he's been sacked 47 or 49 times or something.
Yeah.
And he's had nothing. Like, if you can't stop the run and you have no pass rush, I don't know how you're winning a playoff game. Now, if you tell me, hey, you know what? The miracle happened. They get the 1 seed. Oh, and over the course of the bye week, we found out that Fred Warner's working on a side field. And, we find out going into the divisional playoffs at Levi Stadium that if the Niners make the conference championship game, Fred Warner's coming back. You told me they get that emotional lift going into a home playoff game against anyone but the Rams. I think that they probably get that quarter and a half, 2 quarters of really high quality defense that you're talking about. And then if Fred Warner's on the field and they're back in the NFC title game all of a sudden, and you're getting Fred Warner back, then who the hell knows? Then everything's out the window.
But the Rams suffered a huge loss yesterday.
Yes.
Like, that's gonna.
The Devontae Adams injury is a big deal.
You have Devontae and Mike in a conference, really, I think a league, but in a conference that you felt like is kind of open. To lose Micah on the Packers, which was a 3-loss team at the time, and then Devontae on the Rams, which that was a statement for them yesterday, in my opinion.
I agree.
That's a big deal. Like, I don't think you can just casually remove those 2 guys from the lineup. So to me, it levels the playing field a little bit more when you talk about the absence of Fred Warner, and you talk about, and this is the one moment where you're kind of getting through the regular season. You had the fortunate, I'm not downplaying anything, but you had the fortunes of the schedule.
Totally.
And you lost Fred Warner a while ago. So you've had the ability to adapt, so to speak, without him. And although he's been around and he's still with the team and all that stuff, you've learned how to play football without him. Matt Stafford's going to have to learn to play football without Devontae Adams. The Green Bay Packers are going to have to go back to playing football without Micah Parsons. Like, the second the defense got back on the field, it's like, for the Packers, it was like, that didn't take long. That was tough. That was tough. Yeah. So, like, I
saw that
wonder,
when the Niners lost Fred Warner.
Right, exactly. So I wonder if that, and you hate to see it, but it's the nature of this conference right now. You have massive all-pro names who are not playing again this season, and it's starting in a conference that looked open to begin with. You're starting to lose some of those big names, and maybe that just washes all this out.
Maybe. The thing with the Rams specifically, I think the Packers is for sure, because taking Micah Parsons off of defense is just a massive, massive deal. But Devontae Adams, removing him, we know the Rams are very good when they do like 3 tight ends. They can do that instead. It feels like every time they feel like that team that has like just random guy come off the bench at receiver and he can go for 75 yards and a touchdown, and then he'll take a jet sweep for 20 yards. You're just like, what is Jordan Whittington? What is this? Why is this guy a thing? And they can just do that for a couple of games, and then they manufacture run game with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, and the Rams are fine. Like, I think the Rams are far more able to overcome that injury than I think the Packers are. And I think that's why I haven't been talking about the Devontae Adams injury as much as, like, yeah, it's a big deal. He has 14 freaking touchdowns this year. We're talking about it this morning. He has 14 touchdowns this year, but a lot of that stuff's in the red zone. And if you're telling me Sean McVay needs to manufacture red zone touchdowns without Devontae Adams, like, all right, like, they got it.
Sure.
He has 14 touchdowns, 120 receiving yards on those 14 touchdowns, 60 of those receiving yards came on his first 2 touchdown catches of the year.
He's got 5 1-yard touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said it
But-
during the game. He actually had 8 touchdowns within 5 yards.
Yeah. Just insane. He's
So
averaging 5 yards per touchdown catch.
Is there value to the presence of
Oh, of course.
just being there? Like
Yeah.
there has to be some, defensive thought process for that.
Yeah.
Well,
for
through
sure.
the other 80 yards. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think with the Rams, you can beat them and you can control the game with your offense.
Mm.
Their defense, especially if you're holding it, which is always a caveat. Like if you're holding up to the pass rush with Merce and all those other guys, you can beat them on the second level and the third level.
For sure.
And I think that's what Kyle Shanahan did a lot the first time around.
Mhm.
He beat them with how he controlled the offense.
Mhm.
That's going to be the key. And they didn't turn the ball over, right?
Yeah.
So if you play a clean game there, and I look at 2 teams specifically that I think could do that, maybe the Packers too, maybe. But I look at the Bears and the 49ers. If they played the Rams, they can beat them with controlling the game offensively and essentially just limiting the number of times that Rams offense gets on the field.
Yeah.
And that would be the key. Kyle almost did it the second time they played the Rams, but they didn't take care of the football and they messed up that 4th and 1. Like they were matriculating the ball down the field at a pace that was keeping them in the game, but they had 2 or 3 plays that put them behind the 8 ball. They couldn't.
The other thing
couldn't
that,
survive that.
speaking of that Rams game and yesterday's game, the other thing they got to do is stop dropping interceptions. Lenore dropped one against the Rams, and then Mustafa's dropped yesterday, nearly cost them 3 points. Like that just, they're not going to generate a ton of those opportunities. And I know they're defensive backs. No, that's why they play defense. But like, bro, you got to catch the ball when it gets thrown to you.
Yeah.
Like that's just, Jair Brown had another one too.
The Chiefs receivers had that same problem. They just stopped
wide
catching
receivers.
the ball the last 2 weeks. Like, hey, why are you not catching the ball? Like, what exactly is happening here?
Chiefs wide receivers, 49ers defensive backs, same.
Yeah.
Same.
I think
Something tells me it's going to get even more difficult for the Chiefs wide receivers.
man.
Not a
Shout
Gardner
out
Minshew guy?
Minshew.
I don't know how much. I mean, I sent you a text. Mahomes had just got his receivers killed the whole game before he got hurt.
Xavier Woods for 2 straight weeks is just
Xavier Worthy?
worthy.
Yeah, but what do
Xavier
you?
Woods,
Is there a more overrated player in the sport
No,
than Xavier Worthy?
no.
Holy crap,
Fast.
man.
Yeah,
You put, is he?
Al Davis loves him.
Bro,
Oh, yeah.
I watched Xavier Worthy play.
that makes sense.
I watched Xavier Worthy play, and I'm like, okay. I watched Kevontae Turpin for the Cowboys return a kick, and I'm like, wow, that guy's actually fast.
Jamison Williams is who they tell you Xavier Worthy is.
Yeah, man. Xavier Worthy's
Jamison Williams is actually that good.
Xavier Worthy's Ray McLeod with better PR. Like that's what that dude is.
Who's his PR man? Rich Paul?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
The
I don't know,
NFL
He's
Combine
gonna be in the
was his
Giannis
PR
trade.
guy.
I just
If
watched.
he ran a 4.31, he's going in the middle of the second round.
Combine is the stupidest
The
thing in
dumbest
professional
thing.
sports.
What
Rice got killed like 3 or 4 times before, and then he had to leave.
That's what I was thinking. Right.
It's like, what are you doing? Like Mahomes just kept doing it. Like, bro, you see the linebacker standing right there about to run him over.
Didn't
What
it-
are you doing?
Didn't
It's
he
really
throw-
clear his knee was not right going into the game.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Didn't the guy get knocked out during the Chiefs game too yesterday?
Yeah.
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 I thought that ejection was not. That
So,
shouldn't have been it.
It felt to me like Tony Jefferson was looking for that all day.
Okay.
He
I
was
didn't see the whole
flying
game
around.
like
He
that,
was
so,
he
yeah.
was hitting.
Mm.
And I think in the modern NFL, when it looks a little bit like you're headhunting and then you actually hit somebody in the
Connect.
head, you're gone.
yeah.
And I think that was just kind of the nature of that. But I agree. In a vacuum, that shouldn't be an ejection.
penalty. Sure. I didn't
Yeah.
know if it should have been an ejection.
I'm sorry, we did not mention this during the show.
Hmm.
Did you guys see the news that Giannis is uncomfortable with all the trade rumors?
That guy stinks.
I'm out, bro.
Oh,
No,
I'm
yeah,
out.
Giannis stinks, bro.
I'm
Like, just
out,
call it
dog.
what it is. He stinks. Like, oh, it's not me, it's my representatives. Yeah, I wonder who they're getting it from, Giannis.
Like, then fire them if they make. Like, what are we talking about?
I think we're past the like, oh, you're innocent and you don't really know what's going on
Way
bit.
past.
Yeah, it's like
Deserves to get booed at his
Yeah,
first game for his next team.
Giannis is one press conference away saying, I'm going to look for the real killer. Like, yeah,
If I requested a trade,
here's how I
would
did
do
it. It's so bad. They lost by 45 last night.
God.
What'd Kyle Kuzma say? We lost
To
by
the Nets.
45 to a team that was trying to lose. That is a Sacramento Kings line if I've ever heard one.
Man. Yeah, Giannis.
Welcome to the team.
We talk
Kyle.
about PR. He need PR. Who's his representation? Who's his agent? He need to do a better job.
I don't know, but he's furious with them for all these rumors.
Yeah.
Don't know how this all happened.
Look at all these rumors.
Okay.
This ain't Club Nouveau.
Sure.
As Big Boy once said.
And then last
I
thing,
think
real
that's
quick.
Timex Social Club era.
Alex Sorotzis.
Same thing, but I think they were Timex Social Club before Club Nouveau.
I need to get this off my chest because I'm sure you guys are going to talk about this, but I just want to get this off my chest before we go. Kyle Shanahan hates Brandon Ayuk. That dude can't stand Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I could understand it. I mean, we talk about it, but he probably, if the stories are correct, he put himself on the line for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
And for him to behave the way he did, like, yeah, I'm not rocking with you, dog.
That they put him on the left squad list, ending his season, and then when he get asked about it, Shanahan going, haven't seen him in months. I haven't thought about Brandon Ayuk in months. I have no reason to think about Brandon Ayuk. Our team's fine. We're not worried about it. I never had a reason to believe he was coming back. Like, oh my God. Holy crap.
I don't have no problem with that either.
I don't.
It's
just
honest
finally said
answer.
it out loud.
Yeah.
Because that's what's kind of been rumbling for a while. And it's like, oh, there it is. All right, cool. They don't rock with each other. The Brandon Ayuk era over in San Francisco, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show podcast that you can download. It's called The Insiders on the Radio. Is also done for today. Deal on Casey's next. Till tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water, be nice people. Woo! Bye, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Hey, Jesse, we're going to take the first break at 43. Okay. Thank you.
Alex Sorotzis is Giannis's agent. He also reps Bam Abaji.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Come on, man. The countdown to the holiday season is in full effect. We welcome you in here. It's the last regular week of D-Lo and KC here this Monday, December 15th edition. I'm Damian Bartley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Alongside executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
We here. Real quick. Did y'all wind up watching?
Yeah,
I did.
thought it was good. That was fine.
I did.
I did too. It was not fine.
That's how you're supposed to go out. Like, what did you want?
This
Yeah,
whole
noob.
this whole time.
I saw
No.
this is my slogan is never
Let me-
give up, and he gave up. No, like, yeah, bro, it's his last match.
But real quick before we start that, isn't that traditionally how
That's the thing.
You lose on
that's,
your way
that's
out.
that's Vince
That's
McMahon's.
what I
There's a time-honored tradition.
What
in
did you
this
want him to go
business.
out like Triple H and Batista at WrestleMania? Like,
Not like that.
that was his last match.
No, like. So here's what I'll ask. One, I wasn't gonna watch, but damn it, I did.
Of course, he's the GOAT.
What did Gunther get out of this?
He's gonna be booed out the building, and probably the next few. A lot of times he's out there now. He's probably got all
He's
that
going
heat.
to be,
Yeah,
or Hunter's going to be.
and that was stupid too. Them booing him at the end. That was dumb.
No, it wasn't. It was perfectly fair.
That was Cena's call, clearly.
So
Cena
that,
went out his way.
I'm glad you said that. I agree. I think it was Cena's call. But there was something I was watching throughout this whole thing that made me start to wonder. This whole Cena retirement thing has been botched from beginning, in my opinion, till end.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think it was his idea?
I think that match, yeah. I don't know about the whole run, but that match, yeah, I think so.
Do we think it was his idea to retire?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like,
well, that's a
yeah,
different conversation.
Because I'm envisioning Hunter. Hey, John, we got a hell of an idea for you. We want to get you to 17, but we want to have, and I think it amounted to, was it a year plus? I can't remember when he announced it. A year plus long retire. It's your final WrestleMania. It's your final this, and we want to move on essentially. And this is what it felt like: the new generation of WWE superstars. So watching him watch that video, and this was the moment that did it for me. Watching him watch that video on the big screen, I'm watching him like his reaction is so minimal that I wonder if this was his idea. But if he's just a business guy going, if that's best for business, then okay.
Cena knew he was like, he knows he's cooked. He knows he's done. Like, at the end, he knew it was done. The little stupid smile or whatever, and he tapped it. Yeah, that was his call, I think.
So
that stupid. John Cena's 48 years old.
Yeah, like he's talking like his body can't keep up anymore. Like, that was it. That was his call.
All right.
I mean, I think it is too. It was his call as well. But he's the GOAT. I guess you give him the Kobe treatment, the Jeter treatment, where you're the GOAT in a lot of people's eyes, if not the GOAT. You decide. Maybe you give him that respect. But yeah, John, like, if you're not retiring, like, what are you doing? You hop in and out of, like, we get on The Rock for this all the time. You hop in and out of storylines. You come back.
Well, The Rock really screwed this whole thing up. The Rock is a big reason why this whole story failed.
He was unnecessary.
100%. He was useless.
Cena could have done all that at whatever that was, with turning heel without The Rock being there.
But he didn't need it. If you just you said the Kobe treatment a second ago, he would. the last few months have reminded everyone, Roman's still going. John Cena is the biggest star in wrestling, period. There's no conversation to be had. He's the one, and this was a great reminder of it. No one will get a reaction the way that he did. No retirement, no nothing will get a reaction the way that he did. They never needed to do that. They never needed to do it. But they did because they wanted to be cute. Hunter is clearly the guy who walks into a room and thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And I don't think he takes the pulse of everything. He's Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon never took the pulse of the audience. And he's talking about, and Hunter said this, we're into this new era of wrestling. We got these new guys, and there's a tradition when you're leaving, and you want to go backstage, let's go backstage. When you're leaving, you put someone over. If this is new, why don't you do something different? You've been stating this case that he is the greatest of all time. He is this, he's that. Give him something different. Let him go out in a different way. Let him send all of those people who can. Why can't you have a happy ending? Why can't you have that? The crowd didn't boo immediately. They went silent.
Mm-hmm.
I can think of one other time the crowd went silent. What was it?
The Undertaker.
That's it. Because everyone was like, no, you didn't just do that.
Maybe people's expectations were too high.
Maybe
so.
Maybe.
And you say Hunter is like Vince. He's like Vince, but not as good. Like, I feel like Vince, with all the tradition and all this other stuff, I do believe Vince had an understanding of what was going to work more times than not. What has Hunter gotten right?
I don't know. Wasn't last year's WrestleMania like Hunter's coronation? Like, oh, it's a new era of WWE, and here we are less than 12 months later, people looking around like, what the F is this?
Even Hunter, even the way that WrestleMania ended, like that was just a mess. That was a mess.
Right.
Like, I don't know what you were doing with that type of ending. If you wanted Cody to win, that's fine. In the story, that's great. But what was that? What was that mess?
Yeah.
Wait, which match?
The Cody
end of
beating Roman.
the
When everyone kept coming out there?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not gonna do that. That was good. Everyone loved it at the time.
That was trash.
We don't
I
gotta
love
do
it.
that. Okay, maybe not you, but like universally, yeah, that wasn't bad.
I thought that was dumb.
Oh, you're talking about, wasn't that 2 WrestleManias ago?
Was it? Maybe so.
You're talking about the one with the Undertaker and beating
Yeah, no,
Roman?
we don't
last
that.
Wasn't last WrestleMania Travis Scott?
That was bad.
Wasn't that WrestleMania?
I thought that was like a Royal Rumble or SummerSlam.
When did he punch Cody?
That was Cena going heel. And I thought that was like
But
SummerSlam or
okay,
Royal Rumble or something like that.
but Cena won 17 at the title at the WrestleMania, didn't he? See, this is how bad it is.
I don't remember
This
what
is how
happened at
bad it is.
WrestleMania.
I don't even remember.
Where WrestleMania was at Vegas. It was in Vegas.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
I didn't like it.
Hunter.
I didn't like it.
He hasn't been good.
I thought
also
the
just,
crowd reaction was great. I thought I thought everything else was great. He should have won. You should have just given people the happy moment. You built John Cena's always been the and I don't hey man, I need to go out and lose to Gunther. Oh well, sorry, John. There's like 1 million people dying to watch you win your last match. We're going to do something different. We understand we screwed Brett in his last match. We understand this happened and this happened and this happened. We understand Shawn lost to The Undertaker. That's fine. We've built this whole story. We've screwed it up virtually every step of the way, except your babyface turn before SummerSlam. Now we're just going to let you go make everybody happy as you have for the last 20 years.
Let me ask you guys a question. What's John Cena's greatest moment?
John Cena's greatest moment.
Off the top of my head.
Chicago, I think we talked about this before. Chicago will always be legendary. His reaction in Philadelphia was flawless. When he put his head down and he put the belt up and he just walked. That was
Cena was the moment for like 2 decades. Everything he was in when he was big.
He's had a couple of he had some stuff with Edge that was crazy. Like it was really, really good. He's generally
stuff with
a
Umaga
guy.
was fire.
Stuff with what?
Umaga.
Oh yeah, that stuff was great. Yeah, Umaga was so good, man.
I'm a
He
casual.
was
on
so
this.
good.
I'm a casual on this, but I'm with Bryce. I think for me, it's the Royal Rumble surprise return.
Oh
That's
yeah,
probably number one. Yeah.
I thought that was
Did
his
he
best
he
moment.
won that one, right?
I
That
think
was at
so.
the Garden. I remember
Yeah.
that was at the Garden. He had like a torn bicep or tricep. No one thought
Was
like it was physically possible for him to be there.
was I just not tapped in, or was that like a true surprise, or did people?
No, that was a real surprise.
that
Still
was
had like 6 months of
fantastic.
recovery left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like like he was not anywhere near
That was
supposed to
amazing.
return.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it was cool to see the intersect of wrestling and sports this past Saturday. I just wish it had ended different. I don't know. I'm a Mark.
I get
don't
you.
know what to say. I don't know why you couldn't have had a happy ending.
I'm a traditional guy in that sense, and I was watching it with Jazz, and I was like, hey, he's probably going to lose. Like he should lose. I think they all lose their last match. So I'm okay with the tradition, but hearing you explain it, I understand. Go away from tradition for the guy that you say is the
for him.
greatest.
Yeah, like for him. You don't.
That's cool too.
It doesn't mean you have to do it. Like there's rumors, and I mean, AJ has already said he's retiring next year. There's rumors of something, Brock and SummerSlam in Minnesota that I think John said during an interview. There's rumors of like Chris Jericho. You don't have to make this a big thing, but that's John Cena. Like he never went to WW or WCW or AEW or New Japan. He is your guy and has essentially been your top superstar for 20 years. You could have done it differently. You chose not to because you think you're smarter than everybody. And Gunther that's a former champion. Gunther beating him does nothing for him. That's the point. You get one of those wins, it's supposed to catapult you. This isn't going to do anything for him. All it's going to do is get Hunter booed. And he's going to show up on TV as like this new Mr. Levesque character or something, and everyone's going to be like, this jackass out of here.
Trash. I know we got to shake it, but Undertaker lost his last match, right?
I was that stupid little cinematic thing. I don't remember.
Oh no, he didn't. He did not. It was the AJ Styles thing. It was it was the movie.
That's right.
He absolutely did not lose his
right.
last match.
Cena, if it was Cena's call, you let him go out on his terms.
Because I only bring up Taker.
No, I would have said no. I would have said, John, that's not what they want.
I would have only brought up Taker because you guys tell me if I'm wrong with this. It feels like even though he's not the greatest in that company, they hold Taker higher than anybody else in that company.
I think so.
And I thought he lost. And my thought would be if Taker's losing, everyone else is losing.
Yeah, but he
didn't.
Right.
He won. Yeah.
He threw AJ Styles into a grave or something. All right, we'll come back. That was the pregame show. We'll get the show started next here on ESPN 1320. Hey, guys, this is a little weird. Sorry. I have to run out. I will be back as soon as I can. Jesse and Casey will handle everything. I appreciate you. All right. Thank you.
Here, I'll come over there.
If anything goes wrong, I'll text you. But she's fine.
There's a episode of Saved by the Bell where Slater, even though hold on one second. You guys are funny. But there's an episode of Saved by the Bell, and it's on the opening credits where Slater, who I don't like anymore, hops in this chair. He goes, "I'm the king." And that's what I'm doing right now. He said, something happened, and Slater was like, "That's fine, but for now, I'm the king." That's what happens right now. Oh no. Well, hey, D'Lo did just sign his new contract in the summer. I think we had to wait till December 15th for him to be traded. Over my dead body. My favorite years of Saved by the Bell. Oh man. It's definitely with Jesse and Kelly. So the Tory years, I'm not a fan of. There was a sweet spot in there where they weren't too young. It wasn't like their freshman year or something like that. I would say they never really said what year they were, but if they were junior and senior year, that's the best time of Saved by the Bell. Even though I think senior year was like a lot of Tory. But if that's the case, then it's sophomore and junior year. There was a sweet spot where they were just going crazy. Nah, Miss Bliss was actually awful. Awful. Bad show. Bad show. See, I didn't know if the guy was talking. I wasn't sure. You always got to watch out to see if the guy is letting you know that you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. It's your man, Casey. Damien had to go buy more land. There was a deal that he just couldn't pass up. And he said, look, I'll be back. There's about, I'm not trying to put his business out there. But I'd say it's like anywhere between 75 to 100 acres that he needed to close the deal on. So, I said, look, man, handle your business. I'll take care of things here. We'll talk for a little bit. Jesse, do you want to talk about the Kings? Do you want to talk about the Sacramento
I don't want
Kings?
to talk about the game.
Night?
I want to talk about how they need to blow it up already.
Do you think the blow up is happening? Like this year, like when I say blow up for the Kings, I'm talking Monk is gone, Schroeder's gone, Levine's gone, DeRozan's gone. I'll stop short of saying Sabonis because I don't believe everybody's.
You're not going to be able to get everybody, but it's time to start getting somebody.
You think all those guys are gone?
They're not all gone by the trade deadline, but if you, I don't know.
I forgot to mention Levine too.
Yeah,
Levine's
if you can move on from like Schroeder, Monk, seems like Monk doesn't really fit here anymore. DeRozan, just the guys who aren't going to be here. It doesn't even matter who's the guys you know aren't going to be here. Just some 2, 3 of them, whatever. It's time to move on finally.
And
this team is just brutal to watch right now.
It is. It's the worst watch. There's Leezy in the house. Leezy, if you're not doing anything, yeah, come on, Leezy. Let's make his return back to this. Oh, okay. After you do that, come through. Yeah. Leezy making his his return back to the studio since his blow up. His blow up months ago. Wasn't that before the NFL season started?
I'm not sure. Maybe a little bit before, during. First 2 weeks, maybe.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. So Leezy might make his return as he's in the building. But back to the Kings. It is awful to watch. It is awful to watch, and it feels like a complete waste of time watching this team on a nightly basis. And I hate that I feel that way about the Kings, like, because I'm going to watch. Like, I want to see what the Kings are going on. Now, like last night, I had a Christmas party, my mom's Christmas party that she has every year was going on. And how do I say this? Because I'm trying to protect the innocent, because it's not really beef like that. It's not beef at all. But I was in my mom's house, right? She was having a Christmas party. It was on, the TV was on Fox because the Niners game was on Fox. I go there, nobody's there yet, right? This is like maybe 15 minutes before people start getting there. I'm helping her setting things up. I turn it to the Kings game. right? So the Kings game is on the TV. I'm running around. I'm helping things out. A couple people start to come into the building or come into the house or whatever. Party has started. One of the people, one of the people who are there, they go, oh, and they're cool. They're cool. This is just a story. But he goes, oh man, oh okay. Kings game is on. He said, oh man, we got to see what's going on with the football game, man. Gets the remote, turns the TV to Cowboys Vikings. Violation?
Like it's not your remote. Yeah, it's a violation.
What are you doing, bro?
Yeah, no, you don't get to touch the remote like that.
What are you doing? I didn't ask nobody nothing. Just, there's the remote. Cowboys, Vikings. And first of all, don't nobody care about that sorry ass game.
There's only really 2 people that get to touch the remote. And second person only gets the remote if the first person's not around.
That's it.
Yeah, no. You gotta have some etiquette there.
Look, there's probably
I don't know what the hierarchy was in that house. I'm not sure where this person stands, but yeah. My house is like either I'm controlling the remote, my brother's got it. Dad, I don't know if sometimes it's hit and miss with my dad.
I'll put it to you like this. He didn't live there and he wasn't family.
Oh, brother, you go wash your hands and walk out of my house then. Yeah, wash your hands. Get out of my house.
And I let it go. I let it go because it's not my house. You know what I mean? Even though I've got authority in there.
No, yeah, you do. You probably should have said no.
But it's not my house. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of things going on. We were hosting. We were trying to make sure foods and drinks and doors were in. I wasn't just sitting there.
That might have been a power move right there. You probably had to change it back.
I should have.
You should have.
I should have.
I was changing this remote in my house.
But like I said, there was a lot of hosting going on. And then look, this was the moral of the story. What I'm gonna do? Change it back to the Kings?
Yes. I know nobody wants to see it, but yes.
Like that. Like honestly, that's kind of that was the end of the discussion for me. I was like, man, no, man. Hey, we watching the Kings game, right? That's where they're at right now, Jesse.
No,
that's where they're at.
I was thinking about it yesterday. People talk about with teams like, oh yeah, we'll wait till Christmas and see who this team is, and it feels like we've kind of known who they are for 2 weeks, and we're just barely getting started.
You're right, though. I should have changed. I should have changed.
Yeah,
should have took that. Hey,
now you know for next time.
Hey, but like I said, I was busy. I was doing stuff. I wasn't really watching the TV, but it is the principality of the situation. But yeah, the whole point of that was like, I'm not going to break my neck to watch this Kings team. I'm going to watch, like I said, because I like the Kings. It's my job partly. And I need to know what's going on. I need to know, everything that's going on in Kingsland. But like last night, I was like, man, I'll watch it later. Like I'll speed through it later. I'll watch it on the DVR or
at this
whatever.
Point,
I'm not sitting there. They're not by no means are they appointment television?
No, we're watching because we got to talk about it at work the next day or whatever. But like at this point, what are we even learning, win or lose at this point? Like they beat the Heat. What was it, last week? Cool. They lost yesterday. Lost by double digits. Like cool. It's like it's basketball with no purpose right now.
You want to know what we're learning? No, I ain't gonna say it. No, I ain't gonna say it, man. Because every time I say something, they think I'm taking shots.
Say it in a broadcast journalist way where you back it up.
I'm not taking shots. No, I don't have to, man. Look, we're learning who Keegan Murray is. We're learning who Keegan Murray is. And that's not a bad basketball player, but everybody had these grand ideas of what he could be and all this other stuff. I don't think that's true. Once again, I'll remind you again, for everybody that's like, oh, KC hates Keegan Murray. No, my expectations were just my expectations. He's a little, it's disappointing that he's not scoring more and stuff like that. I don't want to say like he's this, like I think he should be a little bit better, but just a little bit better. Like what we've seen over the course of his career is what I think he is.
At his best, he's the third, fourth option on the team.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably want more out of the fourth pick for your draft or whatever, but it is what it is at this point. Like he's a fine player. He's not going to be a top 2 option on the team. He's not Chris Middleton either, I don't think, or anything like that. He's going to be a solid third, fourth option that probably gets you anywhere from 12 to 16 points a game.
And I want to know if we talk about what we've learned from this team. I want to know if you guys who felt differently about Keegan potentially have learned the same. Have learned, maybe Murray isn't a guy that can be your second best player, or he doesn't have this grand level that he can reach. Just given the opportunity. 916-909-1320. Let me know if that's how you feel. Or is it one of those things James talks about all the time? It's just the team that he's on. Everybody's selfish, so he can't really thrive in that situation. I think it's more the fact that the guy is a really good defender, really good. I still believe, regardless of what the numbers say, I still believe he's a 3-and-D guy. I think he's a 3-point shooting type of guy. He's still in the mid-20s right now, isn't he? I think something like that.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten to 30.
So I think that's who he is. A little slasher capabilities. Like, he'll have some times on the right team in the right situation where he's going to get you, 17 points, 8 rebounds. He's upped his rebounding a little bit. Good. You need that. You need everything that he brings to the table. I feel like we've learned it's not going to be more than that for those who thought maybe he was capable of more.
Yeah, you move forward and you have your starting 3, but you're also looking for players better. And just like, that's not your guy. While we're talking about things we're learning too, right now it feels kind of silly to like just watch, what's going on with Keon Ellis at this point. They can tell me that they're all bought in, or paraphrase, whatever words you want to use, that he's with us, we're with him, blah, blah, blah. The actions speak louder, bro. Like, I'm not gonna just, what's going on with Keon Ellis? Where does he fit? It's clear where he fits. He's a situational role player. Shout out Mike Brown, who's going to get minutes sometimes, and sometimes going to get DNPs. They don't play him like he's a guy here. It feels like kind of throwing Keon Ellis in the rundown. He didn't play this or he didn't do that. It feels kind of silly at this point. And I don't know who's right, because we hear like, there's teams around the league that want Keon Ellis, and we hear Doug Christie say, yeah, like, we love Keon here and stuff like that. Like, he's not playing, that's fine. But like right now, like, I know who Keon Ellis is on this team at least.
Keon Ellis. I'm trying to see. There has to be some DMPs in him. I'm on ESPN's game log situation because I know they broke their losing streak against the Nuggets. I guess he didn't play that game, and then he ended up playing the next night 2 nights later against Minnesota, and that overtime win. The reason why I bring that up is because against Minnesota this year, and this might have been mop-up duty too. So against Minnesota, he's played 12 minutes. He's played 5 minutes, and then he's got a DNP. Do you think that Doug potentially is looking at Keon as that's a matchup issue when he plays Minnesota?
Potentially, but it's also he's looking at Keon Ellis like, that's the 10th guy on my bench right now. That's the 10th guy on my roster right now. Like, that's Keon Ellis. It's not, I don't think it's a matchup like, we got the secret weapon Keon Ellis. Like, no, it's just he's the 10th, 11th guy on the Kings right now. Right or wrong, too. I don't know if he should be getting more minutes, because clearly the Kings feel one way and you hear that the league feels another. Some teams around the league feel another way. So I'm not sure who's really right. We'll find out if he's playing for another team next year or if he gets more minutes on the Kings next year. I'm not sure. But either way, it's like Keon Ellis is just a guy on this team right now.
I also think that there is the potential for maybe they're looking at the situation with Dennis Schroeder or Malik Monk as, we've got to figure this thing out. These guys are playing right now. We've got to figure this thing out. And once they're out the door, that'll open up playing opportunities for you, Keon. I wonder if that's the case.
Maybe that makes logical sense, but I don't love stashing a guy who you do think you pops out of the future with, like, on your bench. That doesn't seem productive to me.
I understand, but
I get there's a logjam, but like Keon's here, like Nick Clifford's here, Keegan Murray's here, Maxime here, like they got to get minutes if they're going to be here going forward, and like take away some of Monk's minutes at that point, then take away some of Schroeder's minutes at that point, and get Keon out there if you do feel like he's part of what you got going forward. Like, you have to find some type of minutes out there. I don't think what they're doing now is productive.
But I do wonder, and we'll ask James Ham this when he joins us at 3. And Damian when he comes back after buying more land. I wonder how real it is that you have to have these guys playing. Like if you're trying to make a deal for Malik Monk, do you need him out there on a regular basis as opposed to him not getting any minutes? Or Dennis Schroeder, I know, tongue in cheek, the insiders were talking about, oh, it's December 15th and magically Schroeder's hip is fine and he's able to play, after being doubtful a game ago, and maybe the thought process there is, yeah, he's got to show that he can play.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
That's good.
No, I was just going to say, so maybe that's why these guys are getting such heavy run in the rotation as opposed to Keon, because if you're trying to shop these guys, I hate saying the word showcase, but yeah, maybe you do have to showcase and show that they're viable options or what they can do. These guys have been playing for I don't know how long, so obviously there's hundreds and thousands of hours of tape, but in the moment, maybe he's not hurt or he's not a problem. He can still play. Maybe that's why they're playing over Keon so much.
If you're trying to show like they're not hurt because like he has been on the injury report, stuff like that, I get that, but I kind of what you said right now too. Like these guys, like Schroeder's been on 10 different teams. It feels like however many different teams. Like he's been around. Like who Dennis Schroeder is in this league, and Malik Monk, I feel the same. So I don't really know if you got to play these guys just to showcase them or anything like that. But if you want to show like, yeah, he's fine. He's been on the injury report, but he's fine. Like I get that. But also, like my thing isn't even like, oh, Keon needs to play more. It's just more so Keon isn't a storyline to me anymore.
Understandable, yeah.
Yeah, like he's the 10th guy on the team right now. If it changes next year, like great, but like there's like I can't just go game by. Oh, wait, what's going on, Keon Ellis? Like it's clear they've told us how they feel about Keon Ellis, at least with this current roster.
And that's where I don't know how they feel about Keon, because everything that I know about Doug Christie, Keon Ellis is the type of player that Doug Christie would want. Everything that I think I know about Doug Christie. And I can't imagine him just willingly not playing Keon.
Tyler, go ahead.
I was going to say, even if it's like, all right, the fans and Keon Hive and everybody, they have maybe a warped sense of reality about who Keon really is. Even if that's the case, Keon's not a 0 minutes guy in this league. Like he should be playing. I think Doug Christie feels the same way about Keon Ellis.
Yeah, looking at his play more so too, like Tyler Jennings doing here, Damian's kind of talked about a lot recently too. Like Keon hasn't really been playing well the times that he has been playing. So I wonder, like, is it that we got all these guards here, or is it that it's just not been very good?
I don't know, man. I think when you talk about on this particular team and the people that are in front of him, I understand the minutes going elsewhere. But it feels like he should be playing some type of minutes. He's especially with the team how it is. It'd be one thing if it was a good team or at the start of the season, like we talked about, like, hey, I think they could be a 500 team. And sure, he's not better than Monk. He's not better than Schroeder. You get Westbrook, he's not better than him. It's going to be tough to find minutes. But now you're 6-20. Going into last night, you're 6-19. Yeah, Keon should be playing on a team that's 6-19. He should be getting in the game.
Yeah.
For a team that's 6-19. And I say all that to say I believe Doug looks at Keon the same way and like says this is a guy should be playing. So
then why isn't he then? That's kind of my thing. It's like you can say whatever you want, but I look at the stat sheet, the box score, watch the game. He's not out there. He's only out there for 5 minutes. Like I don't know what to call it.
Yeah.
And to me, it's just like, okay, like you can say Keon this or whatever, but it's just he's the 10th guy right now. I don't need to be thrown in the rundown. Oh, he didn't play again.
No,
like,
and
this is what it is.
That's your original point. Like it's not shouldn't be a daily dialogue.
Yeah.
Like, all right, he didn't play or he played 15 minutes. Like it doesn't it shouldn't factor into how Kings fans discuss the 2025-2026 Sacramento Kings. But to the original point, these guys, it's not a good watch. They're trying out there. I do believe that they're trying. they're just not good enough.
Yeah.
They're just not good enough. And somebody like the Minnesota Timberwolves seem to look at the Sacramento Kings and at some point say, all right, it's time to turn up. It's time to get these guys out of here. And everybody does it. Denver does it. Houston does it. The good teams continue. Hell, it feels like even the Grizzlies did it. They're not even that good. At some point, they're like, yeah, let's get these guys out of here. Let's move on. And it happens damn near every single night. That's it. It's tough. It's tough to see. It's tough to see Doug Christie that way. It's tough to see some of the guys on the team in that respect, because I think they are working hard. I think they are trying, and they're just simply not good enough as a team.
Well, when you try to find the silver lining in this too, because I was trying yesterday, and I'm looking at the standings like, oh, they got the third worst record in the league. That's tough. It's like, oh, they got the third worst record in the league. Maybe like you might be able to find your guy in the draft sooner than later, but it's also like there's an avenue where you end up like the Wizards or Jazz, where you end up with a 5th or 6th pick, and you get a guy who's like, yeah, he could be a starter on our team, but it's not the guy, and you're just kind of stuck waiting again. Like there's no guarantee that they're gonna have a top 3 pick, which I think is tough to be in this position as well.
Yeah,
this is a bunch of hope and a prayer right now.
It really is. One thing that I thought about watching the NBA last night was like, and I'm not trying to start the Kuminga watch, all this other stuff, but if Jonathan Kuminga gets traded to the Sacramento Kings somehow, does that change your viewing interest in this team? Or is Kuminga a guy that you feel you already know who he is in this league? Because I think some people, like I would say Kyle Madsen, not to speak for him, but, conversations that we've had about him, he's like, yeah, I got an idea who Kuminga is in this league. I don't need to see him in a different setting to know who he is. Would that change the possible viewing or the appointment viewing aspect to this year's Kings team?
Yeah, I think it would make it change it for me. I feel it'd be more positive. I'm like, oh yeah, the Kings are gonna win more ball games this season. You kind of look towards the future, look more positive outlook that way. But with Kuminga and the Warriors, I don't fault him or the Warriors, because you walk into a situation like that where they're winning titles, like, brother, yeah, we need you to kind of just fall in line and do what we needed to do here, because we have a formula that works. So I get fans and players and coaches just not being bought in on Kuminga because he's not bought in with the formula, but also Kuminga's trying to make his mark in the NBA, and maybe he's just on a team where it doesn't work. You need to change the scenery. We've seen that all over sports, whether it be the NFL, NBA, MLB, doesn't matter. Like, change the scenery works for some guys, and I think you bring in Kuminga here, he's able to have a little bit more freedom and play. Like, I think that would work.
Yeah, I would be interested to see how that works out.
Real quick, Scout Recycler says that Kuminga is a piece, not the answer. I think me and you both agree with that. Like, you're not building around Jonathan Kuminga, but that is a step forward. It's like, all right, we got our 3-4, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about this a little bit last week. You get a guy like Jonathan Kuminga in at before the draft, and maybe it fits better with who you may draft. Say you have the number 1 pick, and as opposed to getting a guy like AJ DeMonsta, who is a little identical to Jonathan Kuminga with the type of game he plays with, maybe you are more apt to go with a point guard. Maybe you feel better with Darren Peterson, obviously at number 1, but if you're 5 or 6, you feel better with Michael Brown Jr. because you have a guy like Kuminga that you can pair him up with at that point. So I think he's a piece. I think he's I was about to say something.
Say it.
If Jonathan Kuminga were to come to the Sacramento Kings, do you think he moves up the pecking order ahead of a Keegan Murray?
Yeah.
I think he does too.
Like, Keegan Murray is a better defender, and he probably does the intangible things better. And it's not ethical, I guess, but I'm always like, if you're the scorer, yeah, you're gonna go ahead.
And see, I think that would fit Keegan a little bit better too.
I think Kuminga can get 18, 20 a game.
Yeah.
I don't know if Keegan can be that player, but again, Keegan, I want him to be the 3rd, 4th option on the team. And if he's guarding the best player, getting me 13, 15 a game, cool. It's great.
Absolutely. And that's how I feel about Keegan too. Like, to a certain degree, asking him, hey, step up your scoring, get to 20 points per game, be this aggressive guy, like, that doesn't seem to be in his nature. And you're asking him to do something that I don't want to say he's incapable of, but to a certain degree, yeah, that's not who he is. Like, stop asking him to be this player that he's not. And if you get a guy like Kuminga who's a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more scoring oriented, and taking that role on, it gets Keegan back to a spot where he can be that 3-and-D guy. He can pick and choose his spots. He can be the defender that we all see that he is, and not have to worry about, if I don't score 21, then KC and everybody else is talking about I need to step up and be more aggressive.
Yeah, you're not going to be worried about Keegan because he's going to be in his role finally.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, yeah, they need some, or I was gonna say they need something to kind of get people watching, or they don't, or this just becomes a lost season. They move on, they don't make any deals, and we start watching a lot of college basketball and hoping that we get the right college piece in this summer, and the next year we're locked in on that. But right now, once again, they are not appointment television.
No, not even close.
They are not. When they play again on Thursday, they play Thursday against Portland. All right, man. There's a NFL game on that day that I'll be more interested in. Seattle and the Rams.
Yeah.
And we got the Christmas. We had the Christmas party.
Oh, yeah.
Company party. Hey, man, got to turn that Kings game on. What you doing?
Yeah,
Aaron, turn the Kings game on. Nah, bro, man, stop. It ain't happening, man. Well, I'm not trying to put his business in the streets, but I mean, it's noteworthy. Just got word from Damian. He closed the deal on acres upon acres, man. Shout out to him. The deal is closed, and
he bought another resort.
Yeah, he's gonna be back soon. He's on his way back, after popping the champagne, signing the contract. He's on his way back to let us know, where exactly this resort is. How many acres is it? Is the reports that it's 75 to 100 acres accurate? Or is it more? We'll find all that. He'll be back shortly. We'll ask him for himself. We don't want to speculate. We're not trying to do a Giannis around here, representatives or nothing like that. We're going to ask him specifically how many acres the new property is. And we'll also talk about the 49ers. Because I think the 49ers are...
Things are happening in the NFL.
Yeah. I don't want to say they're sitting pretty. I don't want to say that.
It might be.
But things are starting to line up. We'll talk about it, man. It's D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Looks like Leezy's not going to make it today, guys.
Always next time, boss. Leezy can't just walk in here after taking last week off, too.
That's why I wanted him in here. I was going to grill him about what's going on.
He's got to call in and pay his dues. You can't just hide when the Eagles lose. Howard, Ned, I saw your message earlier. I didn't watch the game, but I did see the Sharks come back. That was insane.
Against Pittsburgh, huh?
Yeah, against Pittsburgh. They're down 5-1.
Wow. Where's the Sharks' record right now?
I don't know the exact record, but they got to be like a point off the wild card spot, if not there.
So to everyone that was paying attention on Saturday, this Gamma release was something I didn't expect.
Whatever?
The Jordan 11 games,
I got you.
Released, and they were all over the place. This was old school. People were lined up in 20-degree weather. That was crazy. I'll announce this on the air.
I slipped out earlier real quick when you were talking about going viral. That's a hassle, right? Or were you like, oh, wow, this is incredible? Or did you turn your notifications off?
I turned that. Well, my notifications are always off on. There's my guy. What up, big dog? Hold on 1 second, guys. There he is.
How you doing? Thank you. J. Crew.
I just want to say what's up to you.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Everything good with you?
Oh yeah, we just got done seeing, get a little music.
How was it?
It was
It
good.
sounded good.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to hear all of it, obviously,
Yeah.
but it sounded good.
Work, right?
Hey,
Hey, good to see you.
good seeing you too,
at
man.
the game, too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got to get up with you out there. Yeah, we'll do. We'll do. All right. Back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. And a little, that's not breaking news. It's been out for a little while, but we'll do it anyway. Any reason for me to get to? Oh, no, I thought I knew where the breaking glass was.
Should be like the top 3 rows, I think. That doesn't help. But it's like, yeah, it's somewhere on the board. I don't know.
Well, I can't find it. We're talking. That was a good breaking glass there. Sacramento State football has a new head coach, Alonzo Carter. He's coming from Arizona, where this guy was getting the job done at Arizona as far as recruiting goes, and as far as I think he was the run game coach at Arizona. He's got ties to Northern California, Bay Area coaching legend for high school and for junior college. And now he becomes if I have this right, the 14th head football coach in Sacramento State history, Alonzo Carter. I'm not that familiar with his game outside of the things that have been talked about in the last couple of days. But yeah, man, congratulations to him. Can't wait to see what it looks like. You wanna come right here real quick, or?
Yeah, let's just flip it.
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. Yeah, we're good. Go ahead, Jesse. Talk about it.
Yeah, Sac State had a new coach. I'm just only curious to see if he's going to stay here for another 3 years or not, or at least for a couple of years.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Damien's back. He bought his land. He
It's
can't
a
even hear me
professional
right now.
radio broadcast right here.
We had just started the segment, so it would have been like 30 minutes.
Do you have your headphones in now, Casey?
Stuck at
I
that
do,
Eureka
I do.
and Douglas life forever.
While we're talking Sac State real quick, how do we feel about this hire?
I'm fine with it.
Do we think that this person could be here for at least a couple seasons?
Yeah, I think he could be here for 3 to 5 seasons. 3 to 5 seasons. I know a lot of people. My bad. It didn't just get announced. It was about an hour ago. There was rumors last night. Alonzo Carter, new head football coach at Sac State.
And I think the number one question is, why wasn't it Troy? I'm not expecting you to know the answer, but you are Mr. Hornet, so
and not Charlotte. Shout out Con Knipple, who's doing his thing.
Man, face of the franchise.
Yeah, that's what the
Face
streets are
of the
saying.
franchise.
That's what the streets are saying.
Yeah.
So here was my concern about Troy Taylor. The game is different than.
And you were on the committee. Okay. Hey,
not at all.
I want to make sure we lay this out right.
Not at all. Not at
Okay,
all.
okay.
I was a bystander on the side like everybody else.
Okay.
I like Troy Taylor. Obviously, the what he's been able to do in the past here at Sac State, absolutely fantastic. If they would have hired Troy Taylor, I would have been all for it. I would have been excited. Would have been hyped up. My concern with Troy Taylor is the game is different than when he left Sac State. The game of college sports, college athletics has changed. NIL, transfer portal, all that. And I haven't talked to the man. I don't know the way he goes about these type of things, but this is just a hunch on my part. I'd have concern if he can keep up in this environment. If he has the mouthpiece, so to speak, to keep kids and go get kids from high school and in the transfer portal.
Yeah. I hear you, and that's a valid concern in today's landscape, whether it's football or basketball. fair to say Stanford and Sac State, two different animals?
Yes.
Two different recruiting animals, two different recruiting standards, two different NIL animals.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe struggling to navigate one because while I don't know how I feel like I'm comfortable in the process of how Stanford accepts admissions, recruits, and so on, because it's similar to a handful of other universities that I do know a lot about.
Mm.
And regardless of how much we love their football program or how much we love their basketball program or how much we love any sort of athletic program they have, if you're not smart enough to get into that school, you're not going. Now, forgive me for using this as the segue. That is not Sac State standard. Sac State is not Stanford.
Yeah.
And so I'm fine to be clear. I'm fine not moving backwards because it does if there was a move to go, if it made the most sense for Troy Taylor to be the hire, then I understand. If the thought on Dr. Wood, Mark Orr is we did that. It was very successful for us, but we've got to move forward. Mm-hmm. We've got to move forward into this new era of college sports, college athletics. I'm fine with that too, but I don't want to hold what does feel like Troy Taylor's failures at Stanford against him in a job that is, it's a lower level job. Mm-hmm. Like if Duke was talking to Troy Taylor, I'd be like, hey,
right.
I don't know if that's the move. It's Sac State. It's different. Like as we laid out, the NIL, the admissions, the recruiting, it's all very different. And he does know this area. And he does know recruits. And he was a good recruiter. But again, it's okay to move forward.
He was a recruit. He was and when I talk about my concerns, it sounds like I'm poking holes in his resume. And that's not it. Like what he did here at Sacramento and Sac State was phenomenal. But like, put it to you like this: if and he I don't think he was able to, but could he keep Cam Scatterbull here? Like that's what you're dealing with. You go find the Cam Scatterbull, and that's fantastic.
Well, Cam left when he left. No, is my timing wrong?
No, I think that's what I was saying.
Okay.
I think he did.
Okay,
but say you're gonna be here and you find the Cam Scatterbull as a freshman out of Rio Linda, and he does what he does. You're gonna be able to keep him here?
Could anything?
Maybe not. But that's
I mean, yeah.
But that's what he's dealing with now.
I mean,
when we talk about it, but once again, that's what he's dealing with.
Could Brennan?
Maybe, I don't know.
See, that's like Cam is a unique example. Like Sacramento State is not a junior college, but maybe in his case,
right,
it was. And I don't know if the New York Giants select him if he's. I know we watched him at Sac State, and I remember specifically, I think it was you, it wasn't me. I don't remember, but I remember he was at Sac State, and we came in, one Monday, and we were just talking like, I think he's an NFL player. And then, he goes on to do what he does, and it kind of eliminates all doubt that he's an NFL player.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fair. It's fair to ask that question as long as you're comfortable asking, could anyone have kept him here? When we get recruits to that level, when we get players to that level, will we be able to, it's that thing we talk about with college coaches. It is day-to-day recruiting. You're recruiting every day, not just high school kids, not just transfer portal kids. You're recruiting your team that is wearing your uniform and your school attire every single day.
Yeah. And we talk about Troy Taylor and how he knows this area, and that's extremely important. I don't know much about Alonzo Carter. I'm not.
Yeah, I
don't know much about him, but I do know he is heavily entrenched in recent history in football in the Bay Area and Northern California. And I'm not here to say he Troy Taylor knows it better or less than Alonzo Carter. But we're not taking somebody from Pennsylvania or Florida or Minnesota to come be the coach here at Sac State. This guy knows the area, and he's connected in the area. So you are being able to get that aspect of it. It feels like, at least. And like I said, it's a I don't know if he can or not. I'm not saying he couldn't, but it is a different game than when Troy Taylor left Sac State. Like, it is different. And
how long was Andy? Not
2
Andy.
years, I believe.
Was it Andy?
Yeah, Andy Thompson.
Andy Thompson.
2
Yeah.
years. The first year he was.
So it was 2 years. 1 year with Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
So we're 3 years removed from.
Mm-hmm. And they did.
God,
really
a lot has
good.
happened. it was only 3 years ago.
They did, I believe they did really well Andy's first year with a lot of Troy's players.
Yeah, second year was really bad.
Second year was really bad.
Yeah.
Then Brendan comes and 7-win season, however you want to feel about that. I mean, that is an improvement. They won 3 games the year before, then they win 7.
It was a whole new roster. There was nothing to measure it against.
And now
it was 70 new guys.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing to measure.
Now
it
you've got this. So if they do have I will hold the Stanford thing against them just a little bit, in the sense of, I'm talking about Troy Taylor, in the sense of it's FBS now.
Mm-hmm.
You went up to FBS, and it's, while it's difficult to recruit and get things done at Stanford, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. We saw 2 coaches before you, like, went on a high level at Stanford, and that was a disaster in a number of different ways. So on the FCS level, in the Big Sky level, he may be able to navigate that easily. But they have plans of moving up, whether they can or they will, I don't know. But they have plans of moving up to a FBS level. And when we saw Troy Taylor on a FBS level, it didn't go well. And that's what gave me pause and concern about whether coaching football and X's and O's and all that, he'd be perfectly fine. He knows exactly what he's doing in that. That's not my concern. It's the stuff off the field, all the minutia that you got to deal with off the field in college sports now, that I'm just not sure if he'd be ready for that. That's just my thought on him.
I just hope this is the right decision for Sac State, their program, and it's Alonzo Carter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we'll be talking to him
absolutely
soon.
Absolutely,
because you can't come through Sacramento without talking to Mr. Hornet. So you really told people I was out buying land, huh?
What's the issue?
You said we could.
Yeah.
Tell them. I didn't. Oh, my bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Well, you didn't tell me anything. I just piggybacked off Ken,
Yeah, I
because you
thought
told him that we could tell.
So you let your big brother get you in trouble.
I always got your guys' back, no matter what. Right
I thought
around,
it was cool. You was like, yo, Casey, I gotta go get this land, man. You know.
That didn't.
Yeah. So I was like, all right. I thought it was common knowledge because there was like 4 or 5 people around.
Walked out. Hey, I gotta go get 2 acres real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah. Damn. Well, I didn't even say it was 2. It was a lot more than 2. I gave the real amount. So
the good news is everybody knows you're a liar.
Is it more than 100? I said 75 to 100 because I was trying to be conservative and respectful to the situation. But come on, man. We're family here. Everybody, like, we're all family. Chatty house, me, you, Jesse, Leezy in the house. Was it more than 100?
And you think I bought 100 acres of land in the span of 30 minutes?
No, you just had to sign a contract.
Yeah, rich people do rich things.
This had been in the works for
Ian Kenny have
weeks.
never bought land like that, so you could tell. I was like, yeah, I walked up to Craig, signed it, and we're good.
Craig?
Like, all right, yeah.
I walked up to a guy who sold me 100 acres named Craig.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, man.
Why can't Craig sell you land?
All right.
We're talking about the Kings if you want to do that.
I'd rather
what
not.
We've been learning.
I'd rather talk about
what
this
have you
fictitious.
we did find something that we've learned.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna
really.
Stop. I said I'm gonna
I
stop
must have
throwing
been
Keon Ellis in the rundown.
I missed this. What did you learn? Besides, don't put Keon Ellis in the rundown.
We learned potentially that Keegan Murray isn't maybe what some people think he could be. And then I said that's going to sound like a knock. It's not. Like, yeah, I think he's a good starting 3-and-D I still believe in the 3. 3 and D.
Yes, you do.
Basketball player on a good team. But a lot of people are like, no, give him the keys and he can be your second best player. And, this is a guy that, can be one of the elite two-way players in the nah, man, he's not that. Just let him be who he is. And I think you have a good NBA player.
So, okay. Let me ask a follow-up to that then. Given what you just said and given what we're watching, is that a Scott Perry strike? Should Keegan Murray, if that assessment that you just laid out on Keegan Murray is accurate, is it a strike on this front office that they signed him to the contract they signed him to?
I'm going to say no because for 2 reasons. Number one, if you do get to the point where you end up being a good team, you're going to need a Keegan Murray. So
will you be able to get to that through the course of this contract?
That's the question.
Okay.
That is the question. But like you got a Keegan Murray in-house already. You keep him here. Like you keep him here, you make it work, you sign him to a contract and you start to build, not necessarily build, as he's like the guy, but you've got that piece. All right, let me go find the star piece or let me go find the other complementary role player piece. Like you just got that piece in place. So that's one aspect. Number 2, it feels like, I know Trista might feel a little different because we've talked about it a little bit, but it feels like potentially down the road, if need be, is a tradable contract. Like you sign him, you sign him at that price, and you can always move him a year or 2 down the road for a bigger star or for something else.
He's at $28 million per year, by the way.
28.
Yeah.
It feels like for what he brings to the table, that's you can move that. Because I do think on a good team, what he brings is pretty valuable. Like if he was on Minnesota last night, I think that they'd be good. That would help them out a lot.
You've mentioned that a couple of times. If he was on a good team, would Keegan be different, viewed different, play different? Would everything about Keegan Murray be different if he in fact was on a different basketball team?
By some, not by me. Because I just think he's a good ball player. Like he's good. And I would think about him being just a good basketball player if he was on a good team. Like once again, if he was on Minnesota with Ant and Julius Randle and I'll take McDaniels out because that's probably the position he would play, but DiVincenzo and all this other stuff. I'm like, that's a good piece. Same way I look at McDaniels to a certain degree. It's a good piece. Like, yeah, you need that type of guy paired with Ant, paired with him. But I'd be looking at it the premise of like that's who he is. Not, oh man, Keegan is good. And if you gave him an opportunity, he would be a next level player. No, he's good at what he is. So for me, it would stay the same. That's how I think about him here. I kind of want Keegan to be who he is, and you get better players around him. I'm not expecting him to elevate. Be who you are. I want you to shoot better. I want you to be more efficient. Like 3 of 11 every night, that's not good. Hitting the 3-point shot at a higher than 26% clip, that's not good. Like I want you to improve on those numbers. But the overall, like if he was 15 and 8 on good shooting splits, like that'd be fine. I don't need Keegan to shoot 18 times a night. Shoot your 11 to 13 times a night.
Derek White makes $29.5 million. DeJounte Murray makes $28.5 million. Trey Murphy, 28. Andrew Wiggins, 27. Miles Turner, 27. Devin Vassell, 27. Those are players who are making about the same as Keegan Murray is per season.
Does he fit in with that group?
No. No.
Not Derek White.
No.
Not Derek White.
Yeah, Derek White is a bargain.
Yeah. But the other players, like you named DeJounte.
Who's the best player of that group that's not Derek White?
Give me the other names.
DeJounte, Trey Murphy, Andrew Wiggins, Miles Turner, Devin Vassell. Is it Trey Murphy?
It's Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy's going to leave that group soon, though. That's the only reason
to go up.
He's going to go up. So
Golden. K-pop Demon Hunters.
Right. Good knowledge by you.
RJ Barrett's making 26.7, Jada McDaniels 26.2, and then Jaren Jackson. He's got to have a new contract. That can't be up, right? So we'll leave that one. And Dyson Daniels about 25. Says.
Now that I hear those names again, Jesse's probably right. You're probably like, nah,
he's not.
He's not on that level of player.
Okay.
Because even RJ Barrett, off the top of my head, is like a 19, 20 point per game scorer. He's a lead guard for a winning team. Obviously, we talked about Trey Murphy. DeJounte at one point was like an all-star lead guard. I don't know. He's a little step below that. He probably, it's only a $5 million a year difference, but he probably should be closer to that Jabari Smith level. That was the contract we thought he was going to get.
Jabari Smith's 24.4. Nick Claxton's right there at 24. Cam Johnson, Michael Bridges. That feels wrong. That feels like the old contract. Yeah, it's the old contract. Shaedon Sharp, Kyle Kuzma are the guys in that area.
Yeah, he's more on that level. Which, once again, as all those players that you named, you've heard me on this show talk about how much I like them. Like, I think they're good basketball players. And at some point, Shaedon, Kyle Kuzma, Jabari, like I've said, man, they were on the Kings. So maybe a little bit over. To answer your original question, I don't think it's a strike.
No. Okay.
You think it's a strike?
But remember, the context was, if your assessment on Keegan Murray is accurate, is this a strike on Scott Perry? The reason I'm going to say no is because I think more times than not, you take this risk on a rookie extension. You would rather, because the money's good. It's not, I didn't think $18 million was a backbreaking contract either, but it's been talked about for 6 months as if it is. But I don't feel like any player on a rookie extension, given their age and that 27, 28 per, that doesn't feel like, that's not a Zach LaVine at 48 or a Domantas Sabonis at 50. That's not what that is.
Right. It's not a crippling contract.
It's, to me, with a rookie that you're confident in, even if you're a little unsure, but you're confident in, it's worth taking the risk, in my opinion.
I agree.
Let's see what TC talking about here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Shout out, Colt. Just saw Colt on the way back into the building. What's up, TC?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers, man? D-Lo, what's up, bro? Big hey.
No,
hey,
stop. Stop it. You don't.
I mean, he's just trying to congratulate you.
Only believe like 10% of the things Kenny says.
He's just trying to congratulate you. What's wrong with that?
10% of 100 acres is 10 acres, right?
No,
good point.
Stop.
That's a good point.
Stop. Your boy got to be a dad for a minute. That's all it was. Go ahead, TC.
I love that. Hey, so listen, I got two trades, right? Y'all probably seen them, but even thought about them. So, it's a wild one. I got Domas and Zach moving. So let's get the Zach one out the way first. So, Scott, we have to all agree on something. I know we want to talk about we don't like certain players and the pillars and all that. But, bro, the way this is going, trade Zach for Trey straight up, right? So if that was a thing, if he was trying to orchestrate that trade or whatever, and the reason why I'm saying that is because listen to the next part. I'm trading Zach to Atlanta, right? And making that swap. Also, I'm signing him to his contract. Now you got your point guard locked in. I know the money is funny, but you got a bona fide point guard. You don't even have to ask questions about Trey. Everybody talking about his defense, but you know who Trey Young is, bro. Right? So now we got our point guard locked in. Then I'm picking up and I'm shipping Domas off to Washington, right? I'm picking up expiring contract. And my boy, what's his name? Chris Middleton. Let me back up. I got Chris Middleton, Cam Whitmore, Marvin Bagley III. Listen to me. Marvin Bagley III coming back. But these are all expiring contracts except for Cam. But I got Domas and Keon going to the Wizards. But you're also picking up their 2026, OKC's, because they got two. They got theirs and they got OKCs. So we get their OKC pick this
TC,
year.
have you ever heard of an elevator pitch?
Nah, listen.
No. Listen to me. No. TC, listen. I'm gonna help. Look, you're my man. I'm gonna help you out on this. An elevator pitch. You have the ride of an elevator, up, down, whatever it is, to get your pitch across. This, unless we're in Trade Center 1 and you're stopping on every floor, we ran out of time.
Hey, listen, but if y'all slow down and think about what I know it sounds crazy when it's coming out, but if you sit on it and think about it, bro, it makes sense. Because at the end of the day, we getting a point guard, bro, and we getting another first round pick and expiring contract. So not only do we lock up now, we get money. We're gonna have 2 first round picks with 2 seconds in this loaded draft, and Trae Young got a point guard. Just think about the trades. That's
that's fine, but that's not the elevator.
Yes.
Still, like that.
Elevator shut down, and now we're all stuck in here.
Yes, that. But also, we gotta the Trae Young thing. I think I don't know how many more times we gotta. He don't want you, man. Scott Perry does not like Trae Young. I mean, rework it. Yeah.
Like I always say, I disagree with Scott Perry.
Buddha, hang tight. We got you next. If you want to get in on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, you can. 916-909-1320. I do want to shift the attention to something more positive. Of course, James is going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Excuse me. 49ers are cooking, man. And we actually had great basketball over the weekend. Ooh. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Didn't bring no food in for yellow card.
That's what I thought
Can't
too.
tell.
I thought we had. Lazy, what's going on, man? Looks like you missed your window, and the people have said you cannot just jump up in the studio without addressing your Eagles situation. You've been gone for 2 weeks, for more than 2 weeks with the Eagles, and you're just gonna hop back in after they have a bye week and be like, it's all good.
It's a fair you can hear it's a fair point, Lazy. You want to address that?
No, I don't want to address it. I'm on camera. I'm here to decide. Don't worry about it. We beat the Raiders. It's good.
I got takes on the NBA Cup, by the way.
They better be complimentary. Okay, I'm about to say that it was cooking this weekend. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, shout out TC. TC's all good.
Always shout out TC.
Guys, let's go Spurs, I guess.
There's pizza there. J. Cole said nobody's perfect. That's disrespectful, bro. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful of this.
No.
We said they had a bye this week, the Eagles.
Well, boy, did they.
Yeah.
They had a glorified practice.
I know Raider fans that bought tickets to go out there. Shout out to them.
Oh, man. That's
They do it
tough.
over the game,
something
though.
else while they were there.
That is tough.
It was one of the fastest NFL games, too, I think. The game was over by like 12:30. It was a jamboree.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
Just run the clock, guys. Run the clock. First draft, I was like, oh, Kenny Pickett's throwing it to some guys. Like, it looks nice. And then never got past that field.
Yeah, well, Steven, I don't know if that's the move. He's a good quarterback. I'd take Dante
I like
Moore.
him.
He's good. I'd take Dante Moore over him.
Raiders have a choice because one's going to the Browns, I think.
Did you see that video of the guy at the Bears game opening the soda?
The RC Cola and it freezes, turns into a slushy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just stay in California forever.
For real.
Even though California's been feeling like Chicago lately.
Hey, what the hell is that quote all about? I didn't see this earlier. This guys this is what you guys were talking about with Fox.
Yeah, it's an interesting article. I didn't want to try to shoehorn it in today because I feel like we could get 2 hours out of it tomorrow. It's interesting though. Mm-hmm. 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 Should I text the Hall of Famer now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Latest article from our brother Mark Spears making the rounds.
We're gonna have to introduce ourselves again.
Yeah. So I'm looking at our most recent text. Like, come on, man.
Send him one of his old videos on YouTube. Like, here, you've been here before. This is you. You know us.
I'm sorry, my man. I can only talk to the ESPN station.
Do you still introduce yourself when you text these people or no? Because I feel like some of them will delete the text if I text them. So I'll say, "Oh, this is Jesse Tapia." Blah blah blah.
No, not with Mark. Like Mark and I have had
Mark was terrible.
Regular conversations.
Yeah.
I used to text Mark like, you know what, Damien, you got it. You try.
I don't know if I've ever text the Hall of Famer. I don't know. Yeah, probably not. No.
Shout out Mark Spears, though, friend of the show. He's been on here a bunch.
Oh, he's great. That time he called Mark Jones.
That was an all-time. That was probably his best hit.
Which was illegal for so many different reasons, which is just spectacular.
Well,
hey, Mark Jones, you're on the radio. All right.
See, that's why it's legal.
No, Mark. No. Once he knew he was on, hey, it didn't stop him from talking. He had some things to say that day.
Didn't Mark Spears call in in an Uber on the way to the airport or something?
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out to the Hall of
Fame. See, so I text Mark. Hey, my man, you free to talk tomorrow? We want to talk about your conversation with De'Aaron. I got $20 saying, I'm free right now if you want to talk.
We'll call him. We'll call him at that point. We'll call him.
Hey, all right, Mark,
I'm not taking that bet.
Okay. Mark is going to say, nah, but I can join you today. Watch. Let's see what Buddha talking about here on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. What's up, Buddha?
What's up, family? How y'all boys doing, man?
We good, man. How you doing, man? It was a rough Sunday for you, big dog. It was not a perfect day for you. It was a semi-perfect for me, but it was bad for you.
Yeah, the refs did it dirty, but it's
cool. The refs?
I ain't going to get us into that. It was about 4 crazy calls, and then the Kings lost. So
bro,
I definitely had a bad Sunday.
Buddha, I follow you on Twitter, so I know what you're talking about. Even if it was an interception, it was a pass interference. It doesn't matter.
Okay, but what about the holding? What about the holding call on Davis? And then at the end of the game, it was the last play of the game when we was on offense.
We're talking Bills Patriots. He's a Patriots fan. No, all right, look, man, y'all blew a 21-point lead. Y'all was cooking, man. Come on now, y'all got to wear that.
Yeah, we got to wear it. But hey, man, you know what happened when we went undefeated? We lost in the Super Bowl. So I'd rather take the loss now. Yeah,
I hear you, Victor. What's on your mind, man?
Hey, I want to ask Dane, can I borrow $1, bro? Huh? Big money over there.
Y'all need listen.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. Hey, salute, man.
No, you can't borrow $1 because you already gave it to me in KC.
Yeah.
Y'all are ridiculous.
What if you really did buy 100 acres? No. You can't borrow $1.
Can't borrow anything. Y'all are whack.
That was the most energy Buddha's had on a couple. Patriots got him living right now.
I know you feeling good. I text.
That was a hell of a game yesterday.
I text Jay Gayden when they went up 14-0. I was like,
"Oh, you're that cooking. You're that.
Them
friend.
Boys cooking."
Yeah, he's that friend who sends everything into a spiral.
Don't text me, 'cause I'll freak out.
They scored another touchdown after that. It was up 21-0.
21-0. Yeah.
Josh Allen got himself back into that MVP race.
That was a big time performance.
Did he?
Yes, they can win the division still.
That was a big time performance, man.
he has what, the 6 touchdown game this season, I think it was.
Yeah.
So he's got his moments. Like, this Bills team isn't strong, and if they win the division,
that was a big time performance, man. I didn't see once the game got to 21-0, I thought it was a wrap, and I was cleaning around the house. I came back and they were within 7. I said, wow.
Watching that game slowly unravel was tough. And then it looks like they bounced back. Then it's like, all right, you're good. And then immediately, Buffalo scores again. Yeah. It was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a weekend. It was a hell of a Sunday for the NFL. Of course, the main story is just the catastrophic injuries that came out of it. I mean, the fortunes may have changed for so many franchises. I mean, the face of the NFL, and there aren't very many. Like, there aren't very many guys who you could say he is the face of the NFL, because they prefer it not be. They'd rather it be the red and gold, or they'd rather it be that star, or they'd rather it be anything. Teams. Yeah, they market those logos, they market the shield. But if there is a face of the league, he tore his ACL yesterday. And as bad as this season may have been for the Kansas City Chiefs, it ended with the ultimate wash of disaster when Patrick Mahomes' knee buckled in that very awkward way and ended his season. And I mean, their season was over with that loss against the Chargers. And, now all eyes will look forward to when does Patrick Mahomes play football again?
I always worry about players in any sport that suffer an injury. I think the common thought, especially nowadays with modern medicine being as advanced as it is, and the history of seeing people return from injuries, some people will be like, ACL, get that fixed, man. This ain't like it was in 1983. It's 2025.
Yeah.
He'll bounce back. And I pray that he does. But I don't ever just say, he'll just be back.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. You never know how that individual's body is going to respond to that, or how that may change the way they play, their aggression, their confidence, all this other stuff. It could have no effect on him whatsoever. Nick Bosa tore his ACL twice before he won NFL Defensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Tear it again, he may come back and be great or whatever. So there's Joe Burrow. I think he tore it and made the Super Bowl the next year or something like that.
There's I don't know if you want to call it like positive returns or whatever, but like Joe Burrow tore it, Brady tore it, he came back fine. Philip Rivers, I think, tore it. Donovan McNabb tore it.
I believe the Brady Mahomes were both in the 9th year.
Yeah, that was going around Twitter yesterday.
Yeah, okay. So I wasn't sure if like where that came from. Like, it was both in the 9th year, both that the year after going to a Super Bowl. Like, the parallels between the two were there. Of course, I think Brady was hurt really early in the season.
He tore it like in game 1.
He tore it. Okay. Yeah. And then obviously that's a far cry from where Patrick Mahomes.
I think Burrow was maybe about, I think it said week 11, so maybe a month earlier.
I think for like a skill position player, like the receivers, linemen, all those guys, like, yeah, it's much tougher. But I think for a quarterback, and given how good he was already, I think he'll be back.
I think.
I think he'll absolutely be
but
back.
I mean, like, he'll be Patrick Mahomes. I don't think like it's 80% of Patrick Mahomes or anything. I think he'll be back. They'll be back in contention eventually. And all that
mean, Brady played like 11 more years.
Yeah, he had a Hall of Fame career towards ACL, and then had another Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right. He's the Kobe 8 and the Kobe 24.
The thing with in this, man,
he tore it in a super weird way too, where it just looked like almost he hyperextended it at first.
Yeah.
Brady.
Oh, I mean Mahomes. Mahomes. Yeah.
The thing that I think about with Brady and Mahomes, because I was thinking about this last night. Once again, I think Mahomes will come back and he'll be great. Brady, the one thing that always sticks out to me with Patrick Mahomes, this always kind of sticks out to me, is I think he was on The Shop and he was talking about the first Super Bowl with the 49ers. and it was a younger player and all this other stuff. But he's like, yeah, I was just they had me confused. I wasn't seeing it. I didn't know what was going on. Like I can't really even. I couldn't read what the defense was doing. Nothing like that. And I've heard it a couple of different times that you can get to Mahomes by disguising defenses. Like you can kind of get him in a spot where he's not seeing it, right? He's so great. He overcomes that. Andy Reid, all this other stuff, the people around him, he overcomes that. But Brady, that wasn't him. Brady would just break you down no matter what the defense was, it felt like. And I always wonder if there's something different with Mahomes. Like if you lose something, like if you lose a little bit of the physical component or the confidence in your body, and you have to rely back on maybe the little things like being able to break down a defense. Does this take him down a notch if he hasn't improved significantly on that aspect of his game? I just wonder. I'm not predicting. I just wonder. Because that's always stood out to me that he said himself, like, yeah, that's a part of my game. I got to get better. Sometimes the defense gets me. They fool me.
It would also be, yeah, what's a notch down for Patrick Mahomes, though?
Pro Bowl caliber play. Maybe a notch down is kind of like what we saw this year.
Well, that's definitely a notch down.
Which is good. Like,
yeah,
really good.
Good quarterback.
Pro Bowler, all this other stuff. But he wasn't able to lift that team this year.
I hope the constant comparisons to Tom Brady don't ruin the way we look at the rest of this man's career. He might not win another Super Bowl. He might win 2, 3, or 4. He's a great player as Patrick Mahomes. We got caught up in the comps. We got caught up in the, I mean, the run has been incredible. Like, he hasn't made the playoffs for the last, was it 7 years?
Mm-hmm.
He's made the AFC Championship for the last 7 years. And then, you look at the Chiefs' dominance, you throw in the Alex Smith years too. Like, it's just been incredible. I hope the comparisons to Brady don't ruin the way that we look at him. Like, I feel like that happens with LeBron, has happened with LeBron over the course of the last, maybe 10 years or so, where it's the constant comparisons to Michael Jordan and you're not appreciating LeBron James the way you should.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's inevitable, though. He put himself in that rarefied air with the way he started, where if the next, what's he been in here, 9 years in the league, if the next 8 years produce no Super Bowls and maybe no Super Bowl appearances, it is going to be referenced that he started off so high and then the second half of his career wasn't the same. And to your point, it's unfair. I hope we don't do that.
And it's still a Hall of Fame career.
Absolutely.
And he's still one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
He's one of the top 10 greatest quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, like, you look at, he's 6-time Pro Bowl, 2-time All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champ, 3-time Super Bowl MVP, 2-time MVP, Offensive Player of the Years, all that stuff. Like, he's already
amazing.
there.
That's more accolades than most people's favorite quarterback has accomplished.
I think he can come down, though. Like where he's at today, he can come down. Some of the people that he surpassed, like I'll just use an example.
Mm-hmm.
You think today he's better than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah. More Super Bowls, more Super Bowl MVPs.
The Super Bowl is a little different, though. So I'm not gonna hold.
I think he's got
much
the same.
like
Well,
much
he's
like
probably got the same amount of regular MVPs. Or
Aaron,
look.
So if we're cutting this, if the line is now, yeah, there's something to be said for Aaron Rodgers' longevity. Like, he won 2 MVPs like 4 years ago.
All right, maybe I answered a little fast.
That's what I'm like.
Maybe I answered a little fast.
So
Rodgers is top 10 as well, though.
When you talk, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, I think maybe today, Mahomes is better than Aaron Rodgers. We'll just say that for argument's sake. If the back end of this career is no Super Bowls, no Super Bowl appearances and stuff like that. I think he when we see the totality of it, he can.
But I think that's if you're fluctuating and doing like a yearly power rankings for quarterbacks, because if you're just doing it as an analysis of the greatest of all time, I don't think Patrick can be above Aaron Rodgers, because part of what makes Aaron Rodgers great is his longevity. It's not the sole factor, because if it is, no one is topping Tom Brady ever. No one is ever going to do what he did again. But what Aaron Rodgers did later in his career, I don't like him, but he is one of the greatest we've ever seen to do it. You know, I love Peyton Manning. We saw Peyton fall apart at the end of his career. Now, Aaron Rodgers isn't falling apart, but you go back to maybe he's not playing at that level, but it was only 4 years ago that he was. Like, he's won. Man, do I have this timeline right? He's won MVPs while this show has been on the air.
Yeah, the first year.
And he's 40-something.
The COVID year, I think he won it, didn't he?
Yeah, but didn't he win 2 in a row? Because didn't he say I messed up their plan?
Sounds
for the Jordan Love draft. He won. Yeah, he won 2 of them while we've been on the air.
All time Rodgers. I think you'd have to go with Rodgers.
I think so too.
He won the MVP at like 38 years old.
Yeah, he's a 4-time MVP winner.
I never liked Aaron Rodgers, just like because I don't like the Packers, and I didn't like Aaron Rodgers. And then as we moved on in life, I started not really being a fan of him for other things as well. Aaron Rodgers, he might have been the best I've ever seen. Like when he was cooking, he might have been the best I've ever seen. He was unbelievable. And I don't like the guy at all. But I only brought him up because I think about guys like that. Like I think all in the chat, everybody say, yeah, Mahomes is better than Aaron Rodgers. I think at the end of the career, if there's nothing added on to it, no more MVPs, no more Super Bowls, no more Super Bowl appearances added on by Patrick Mahomes, I think we'll look at that a little different later in life. Which is still having him in the top 10, top 15.
Yeah.
Right now, if he's 3, he may fall down to 7 when it's all said and done.
Yeah. I mean, in a catastrophic injury brings along these types of conversations. I wonder where Kansas City will be next.
I always felt the comps to Brady were for more like content and stuff like that.
The what?
The comps to Brady, like, oh, he's already better than Brady. Like, Brady's got the Super Bowls. He beat him twice.
Yeah.
Well,
like we've seen, like, it's Tom Brady.
Before I was all in on what could have been before the Super Bowl to the Bucks. Because like if he gets this one, if he beats Brady, and he's got, I think that would have
passing of the torch.
Yeah, like I was like, yo, he's on his way. And this is
if Triple H had booked this, Patrick Mahomes would have beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, because you got to get the new talent over.
Don't do that.
But what happened?
Tom
Brady
should have. Don't
beat
do that.
the young guy and said, "I'm him. I'm the GOAT."
And everybody was happy.
Thank God Triple H isn't in charge.
Everybody was happy.
I think it was even in Tampa Bay, wasn't it?
It was in Tampa Bay. Yeah.
I applaud them for the finish on Saturday.
Well,
wow.
That's where you push me to.
You can understand.
Shout out Paul Levesque.
Little stepchild of Stephanie and Paul.
Shout
over
out
here.
Paul Levesque.
Wow. Did that to your GOAT too.
But I mean, yeah, I thought if he were to get that one, he was like, oh, he's on his way to being the best. And just like how it happens sometimes in sports, he didn't. And it always like didn't guarantee, but it was like, oh yeah, he's never going to pass Brady. Then, yeah, no, it can't be. So, I wonder what the rest of everything looks like. Cause I think the Chiefs are done. Like, I think they're finished. That doesn't mean they can't ever bounce back. And Mahomes with a brand new cast. And when I say brand new cast, I'm talking new coaches, new players, everything new around him. It doesn't mean he can't elevate and get back to those levels. But the Chiefs that we know, this dynasty of the Chiefs is over.
I think you need to
Like, it's done.
reset the roster. But I think you can still get it done with Andy and Patrick. Like Andy can still coach.
When
I
you
think.
He still can. I just don't know how much longer Andy wants to coach.
Oh, sure.
That was my thought of it.
Oh,
Like, not
yeah.
that he's a bad coach now.
I
just
think he'd want to coach as long as Andy Reid, or I think he'd want to coach as long as Patrick Mahomes is his quarterback.
true.
He's
Yeah.
67 though.
Yeah.
He's 67, and I don't know that Andy Reid has ever done anything in his life other than football. So he could, paterno this thing and go till he's 80 if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And I don't know that anyone would have a problem with it.
And
Like,
that's once again
that great of a coach.
when I think of the Chiefs, I think of like how people would talk about the Seahawks. I used to always remember this when the Legion of Boom was going on, and I forgot the guy. I think it was Snyder was the GM, and he's like, man, John Snyder, man, he found Sherman in the 5th round, and he found Cam Chancellor, and he got Earl Thomas, and look at this defense and Bennett, like he's just the guy. He'll do it again. I said, do you guys realize what you're seeing? You're seeing one of the greatest defenses of all time, and to just say he's just gonna do it again. No, that's not how these things work. And like whoever the Chiefs GM is, and Andy and all these other guys, between Chris Jones and Kelsey and Mahomes and hitting on Tyreek Hill, like he just gonna do that again? Not so fast, my friend.
That wasn't the only ACL tear yesterday. In fact, I think there are ACL tears that happened yesterday we probably won't even talk about. But it happened to two massive stars, obviously Patrick Mahomes being one, Micah Parsons being the other, and that changes the complexion. In real time, it was Micah Parsons goes down. Minutes later, Devontae Adams goes down with the hamstring injury, and you're thinking, man, Packers Rams just suffered two massive losses.
That was to me, that was stunning to see on the heels of the Patrick Mahomes situation. It's like, oh man, just tell me, it's what do they usually call a bruise? A bone bruise or something like that off a hyperextended leg or something like. Please tell me it's that. I won't say another ACL that wipes out a guy that was going to potentially be an X factor in whether or not whoever gets to the Super Bowl, right? Like if he's there, he could be an X factor for the Packers. If he's not, he's now an X factor as to why somebody else might get to that spot. That was tough to see from Micah, man. Felt bad for him. Felt terrible for him.
Yeah, brutal. Tough loss for the Packers, tough loss for the Rams, and it just opens things up in what was already a very open conference. And then here you have the San Francisco 49ers perhaps playing their best football, headed into a Monday night game against a dude I was very openly rooting for yesterday. When I saw he didn't get hurt, I'm like, hey, go and get this done, Phillip Rivers, and go get these Seahawks a loss. Let's see what happens here in the NFC West. Obviously, that didn't happen, but he did about everything he could
For 45
to get him there. I mean,
I was watching the game. Like he's 45 years old. He hasn't played in 5 years. He was throwing fly balls every time he threw a football, but like it seemed like he was hitting the right guys when he tried.
Yeah. Damian said it best when we were talking during one of the breaks last night on Sports Sunday. He's like, yeah, man. I was like, Phillip Rivers, he actually did good. Like he's out there cooking. Threw for like 120.
Well, that's the thing. The mind,
right.
the mind,
Right.
like he can still the mind is still there to play football, but just the physical traits, he doesn't got it anymore.
Yeah. I thought it was really cool. Because I was watching this. I don't know if this happened on the broadcast or because I saw the highlight later, but I very rarely go quad box when the Niners are playing. Number one, because I don't have Sunday ticket. So quad box included South Carolina basketball game.
Yeah, you got FS1 on there.
Yeah, something over there. But it had Seahawks Colts with Niners Titans. And because the Niners were playing the Titans, and it was at the time it was like a 14-point game. I said, no, I'm gonna keep my eye on this. The Colts are winning. Phillip, let me keep my eye on this. So I was watching, and I thought it was really cool when I I guess the players from the high school were watching him, and when he scored the touchdown, they like go crazy at the Pizza Hut that they were watching the game. I was like, that's pretty dope, man. I'd be hyped if I was 15, 16 years old and my coach was playing in the NFL game like right now. Like,
Yeah, it'd be
I'd be like,
fire.
that's pretty cool. So
You had him in position, just defense couldn't hold him in the air.
yeah. That 60-yarder was crazy. I thought
couldn't
he had
believe it.
no
Yeah,
chance. And he smacked that.
I thought they ran the ball because they were going to go for it on
me
fourth
too.
down.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it like, hey, what's he doing? Hey, call timeout. What's the kicker doing? It's like, oh, it's a 60-yarder to tie the game. Well, that's stupid.
Man, yeah, that's insane. I was mad because obviously I wanted him to win. I said, you idiot. Why would you do this? You're so stupid. Boom, that thing through right down the middle.
It's a hell of a kick.
Probably would have been good from like 63.
Hell of a kick.
Like, man. And then they couldn't hold on to it. By the time I got in the car, they had already given up the lead, and Phil Rivers was just about to throw his interception. I said, what the hell? I said, what's he doing back out there? And why is he throwing?
Yeah.
Just like that.
Gave it back quick. But that's the 49ers' next opponent. And they're playing good ball right now, man. I got a question for you.
All right.
I got a question for you. James is going to join us. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour to talk Kings basketball. So we'll talk some more 49ers, man. Okay, if it doesn't happen today, it doesn't happen. We could do it today. We could do it tomorrow. NBA, the basketball on Saturday was fire. It was absolutely fire.
Look, James Ham going to have to apologize to me. Because the NBA Cup was popping. Popping.
We'll talk about it. Stealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The Sacramento Kings Bowl. Well, what's up, Michigan? No Acres, man. No Acres. Just had to be there for one of the babies, man. That's all.
I think it's pretty clear the way to beat the Seahawks is just literally put pressure on Sam Darnold. Any team that gets him to move around the pocket a little bit, dude, he just gets so flustered. Yeah, Kyle, I hate the Seahawks matchup for the Niners if they see them in the playoffs. That's the one where it's like, I don't think the Niners can get that one done.
All right, James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll shift our attention to the ever-struggling Sacramento Kings. And, boy, shout out to that organization. Shout out to this basketball team, because I have had some opinions on this franchise in years past that maybe were a little too optimistic. But no team in my 10 years of covering this squad has made me look as stupid as this one. A 6-20 basketball team with DeMar DeRozan, Russell Westbrook, Zach LaVine, and Malik Monk on it. And Dennis Schroeder, who I've always liked. So shout out to them, because they have made me look as stupid as they possibly could with that 6-20 record. So we'll examine our stupidity coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour when James Ham joins us.
Michael Jackson, you are not alone. I was right there with you.
Yeah, man. It is tough. But we were talking what a newsworthy Sunday it was in the NFL yesterday. And, man, your 49ers are looking really, really good right now. Might be playing their best football. I'm not really sure. I think Brock Purdy might be playing his best football. You've got 4 straight wins headed into an Indy team that desperately needed that game yesterday with Phillip Rivers, who they've already announced will be the starting quarterback on Monday. The Chicago Bears, who just continue to rack up victories, and the Seattle Seahawks, who, in the midst of all of this and what's going on with the Rams and what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers, they just remain right there in a solid position in the NFC West as well. I thought, first and foremost, that was a hell of a game from your quarterback yesterday.
Shout out Brock, man. Shout out Brock, and some of the things that I hoped would be the case when he decided to come back, and I don't think it was anything nefarious or, Kyle planned this or anybody planned this. But when you looked at when Brock was coming back, starting with Arizona, followed up with Carolina at home on Monday night, followed up with Cleveland, and then you followed up with Tennessee. It was a nice little soft spot in the schedule where if you were bringing Brock back after not playing for 6 or 7 weeks, he could ramp himself up towards the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going up against these crazy teams where you've got to be absolutely perfect on both sides of the football to win. There was a way to kind of ramp up, get a feel back for the game, get your legs under you, test that toe out a little bit. All that was there, and it's been executed flawlessly, executed perfectly, because with each passing week, Brock looks better and better, more and more comfortable. And now you're gearing up for the stretch run. You got an opportunity to clinch the playoffs. You got an opportunity and a real shot. And people listen to the shows, listen to everything. It is a real shot to be the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. All you need is Seattle to beat the Rams on Thursday at home. And if Seattle wins that game, the Niners are in control of their own destiny.
Yeah. I think it's important to point out, though, as it stands today, because you laid it out perfectly. That's the scenario. I think that's the only scenario.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers do not have control over whether they win the NFC West.
No, not today.
Yeah, not today.
No.
Not today. That outcome that you just laid out happens, then they do. Or correct me if I'm wrong, there could be a loss as long as the Rams lose somewhere.
Right.
As long as the Rams lose somewhere in the 49ers will have to take care of business the rest of the way. But as it stands today, the 49ers do not have control over whether they win the NFC West or not. Or excuse me, whether they finish with the 1 seed or not. And that might wind up being one and the same anyways. Are you confident this team is going to the playoffs?
100% confident.
Yeah. Okay.
100% confident. That I said for a number of different times, and I know mathematically there was some other things that literally they haven't clinched yet, but I always thought if you got to 10 wins, you're in. I think
I think the stat was since they extended the playoffs 4 or 5 years ago, only one team has had 10 wins and not made the playoffs. So I always thought if you got to 10, you're in there. Where you're at, where your seating is, I don't know, but you're in there. Now you've got the opportunity to not only get in, but maybe win the division, maybe move up in the seedings. You don't have to be a 6 or 7 seed. I think I don't want to say realistically because I realistically think that the Seahawks could beat the Rams. And if the Seahawks are as good as people say they are, like, oh, you don't want to play Seattle and all this other stuff, on a short week, Rams come to town, you should win that game. Like I as a Seahawks fan, I would feel we got to win that game. We got to handle that if we're serious at all. So if that happens, now you're looking at the Niners going to the Colts, last 2 games at home between the Bears and the Seahawks. 1 seed is like really realistic for this squad. And I would have never – I thought they could still make the playoffs for sure after the Nick Bosa injury. The time it was really tested was after the Fred Warner injury. Yeah. I don't know if they I don't know. This might be too much. To have those type of emotions throughout the season and potentially be looking at a situation where you can play your way in to being the number 1 seed, get a first-round bye in the NFC, and literally never have to leave the Bay Area for the rest of the season potentially. That's a hell of a job by those guys, the players and the coaches.
Absolutely. There was some concern. I think it was after the Carolina game with Brock Purdy and interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy over the last 2 weeks, counting that nasty defense that the Cleveland Browns have. By the way, Myles Garrett, I think a sack away from the record. I know it's dumb. I really want him to do it without the extra game. I don't know why. Like maybe it's because it's all still really new.
Mm-hmm.
I would just really prefer he do it next week. just like do it within the realm of the 16-17 game season, 16 game season. 4 touchdowns for Brock Purdy, 0 interceptions. 3 yesterday, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. So if that is if that was a concern, you have 6 games from Brock Purdy now. Half of those he hasn't thrown an interception in, but in the ones that he did, it was multiples. It's like the Russell Westbrook thing. If Russell Westbrook turns the ball over, that's not going to be his last turnover of the next 2 minutes. He's going to turn it over one more time. You just have to brace yourself for it. It's going to happen. If Brock Purdy throws an interception, history says he's going to throw a couple of them, or he's not going to throw any in at all. Those are your 2 options this season with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's gone 2 straight, and he didn't do that earlier. It was 2, 2, 0, 3. Now it's 0, 0. Maybe it's what you were just talking about. Dip your toes in the water, and now you're comfortable playing football again, and you're out there with the group of guys that you have. You don't have to worry about wide receivers coming back wanting the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Ayuk is never going to step on the field for the San Francisco 49ers again. You found Ricky Pearsall yesterday. Brock Purdy, and this was the most impressive part, and this is, because we saw Mac Jones do this earlier in the season. Brock Purdy found everybody yesterday, from Ricky Pearsall to George Kittle to Juwan Jennings to Robinson. He found everyone on the football field yesterday that was wearing a 49ers uniform.
Nah, that's one of his strengths, being able to spread the ball around to everybody involved, man, and giving them a look and an opportunity. I got worried with Ricky Pearsall on that first play of the game. That drop tackle, that's just I understood why they were trying to legislate that out of the game. And I remember we were having a conversation, and a lot of people in the chat and on the internet, oh, they can't, everything is against the defense. I understand. I get that. That is a potentially catastrophic
in
Yeah,
tackle.
yeah, absolutely. There's a reason it's.
Yeah, you can't do that. That's right there with the horse collar and the way that had to get outlawed as well. And Ricky was able to come back from that tackle on the first play of the game. I think he's still dealing with some soreness and everything else like that. So, but they seem to avoid major injury on that. But Brock, once he was gone, he got Ricky the ball, got Ricky the ball back later on. Got Kendrick Bourne some looks. Got George Kittle some looks. Got Juszczyk some looks. Got Juwan Jennings in the end zone, and that's just who he's proven himself to be over the course of being the quarterback for the 49ers. He spreads the ball around. His ability to decipher what's going on defensively with the other team pre-snap and knowing where the ball should go pre-snap that's one of his strengths. Between that, his accuracy and his timing, those are his strengths. That's what allows him to be the quarterback that he is on a regular basis, because he doesn't necessarily have all the physical tools. And he seems to be getting that feeling back as a quarterback. So the Colts, Bears, and Seahawks are not the Cardinals, Titans.
They
and
are
Bears,
absolutely not.
And Browns.
Browns, yeah.
So competition ratchets up. You get into the playoffs, it's going to ratchet up, and he's going to have to be ready for that. But I thought this was a nice little runway with him coming back from that toe injury.
Yeah, and it is. Do you? I made mention of this on Sports Sunday last night. Apparently, it's my last Sports Sunday for a really long time, but I made mention when we were talking with Jake yesterday, and it, Sports Sunday is kind of quick in and out. We don't really dialogue. Most of the time, Jake is just begging for us to shut up so he can play the next highlight. But I said something about Robert Saleh and that defensive room maybe looking at this game a little bit differently than Kyle Shanahan and the offense is. From a run defense perspective, I don't think it was very good for San Francisco yesterday. And you and Kyle Matson, Chris Biederman, no one's better at covering this team than you guys are. It felt like they left their foot off the gas a little bit, and I don't think that's going to be received well by Bob.
Probably.
Or am I over? Is that a little overblown?
No. I mean, I think that's what happened. I think a lot of it was human nature. That whole game, going into the game, actually playing the game. I'm just an observer, so it's not. I don't have no control over this, but it felt like, man, just handle business, stay healthy, and let's get ready for this stretch run. Like it because it was the Titans. They were supposed to win this game. We're going to win this game. Just handle business. Do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And I saw the opening as it was happening, but I didn't know if we were going to be able to get there as easily. After they score a field goal, I believe. The 49ers scored a field goal. They scored a field goal at close to the end of the half to make it 17-10. And then you had Eddie Pinheiro kick the ball out of bounds, which was that was kind of unfair. Did you see what happened on that play? That was re-kick it. Come on, replay. What are we doing? That's messed up. The ball was falling off the tee. So then they're driving down, and it looks like the Titans are going to get the field goal.
Is fascinating what officials decide. Like, no, hang on, guys.
It's your fault, buddy.
It's fine.
But it looks like the Titans are going to get the field goal, maybe even a touchdown in that situation. And I was like, dang, man, now we're going to be in a dogfight, all this other stuff.
I love that.
They missed the field goal. Right before the field goal, I was like, come on, Tennessee. Beat Tennessee one time. Beat Tennessee one time. They missed the field goal. And at that point, it was like, oh, this game's over.
Yeah.
The Niners are getting the ball back.
Yep.
They're going to score at least a field goal. They end up scoring a touchdown. And they got one more stop. They scored again, and it was over. And I wondered, to your original point, if everybody was like, yeah, this was That's it. That was the threat of the game.
Yeah.
At that point, it's over. Let's stay healthy. Let's use the clock to our advantage. Make sure nobody gets any quick. Like at that point, you want like all 8-minute drives from Tennessee.
Sure.
Like just
we
don't want no big play happening.
Yeah.
8-minute drive.
Didn't get that. Didn't get that. And that's but it was 31-10 going into the fourth. And I think Tennessee had the ball, but they wound up scoring. It's like it was like whatever. And then I think that's where the 49ers kicked the field goal. And then they scored again, and it's like, all right, stop.
But once again, it was like, at least for me, and I wonder if these guys think the same way, just by nature. Like you can try to fight against it all you want, but I was like, once they got the field goal to go up 3 scores, I think they went up 17. Those are like, there's not enough possessions. There's not enough time. Like the game's over. Just stay healthy. Stay healthy. Don't turn the ball over. It'll be good. Just run the ball. Keep running the ball, whatever. Like don't fumble or whatever. And I wonder if the defense was kind of thinking that same thing. I also think the defense, just in general, like that, like they're not like the best defense. So they're gonna, give up opportunities from time to time. I wonder how accurate it is, the scenario I laid out on the handoff of like there's gonna be a 1.5 window where the defense is going to lock in and they're gonna get stops, they're gonna get the 3 and outs or whatever. The key is to make sure you're scoring in that time and you're creating separation if you're the 49ers. Because if you can do that, the game is over. If you can't, you're going to be in trouble because the defense is going to give it up at some point too. They're going to give up their points. It's not a shutout type defense. And I feel like that is the formula for 49er success for the rest of the season with this particular defense.
How far do you think they could carry them in the playoffs?
Carry you to a Super Bowl. They can carry you to the Super Bowl. But if you, once again, and it's going to be the offense that's carrying them. That's really the key. That's a different way of saying that. Like your offense is going to have to go put up 28 to 34 points every time they play. But if your offense is putting up 28 to 34.
Oh, okay.
If your offense is putting up 28 to 34, they'll win. They'll win those games.
I mean, if they're putting up 20-34, they'll win a Super Bowl. That feels like a lot, though.
I mean,
that feels, it's not unrealistic, but it feels like just come playoff time, just the kind of football you see played and stuff, it feels like you're going to need something from the defense. Like more than, I guess, just the quarter that you were talking about.
I'm about to say, you'll get you something.
No, that's what I mean. More than the quarter.
Now,
like someone's gonna have to get to the quarterback. Like someone's gonna have to like step up. I feel. Or Salah's gonna have to scheme up some pressure.
What you're gonna need, as well as you're gonna need probably some turnovers, some takeaways.
That's fair.
And they missed those opportunities yesterday, which would have made it even bigger.
No, you're
game.
right.
They dropped, I think, two picks. And you got to, when you don't get pressure on the quarterback, when you don't sack the quarterback the way they don't, when you play a high level of defense for only about 2 quarters, when those takeaways arrive, you got to do that. And that could be something that I'm worried about. They're not as opportunistic on the takeaways as, say, like a Chicago Bears are. Chicago Bears aren't like this great defense, but when a ball is tipped in the air and they can snag it, they get it. It feels like every time. And that's where the Niners got to get to if they want to reach the promised land. Got to get better on that.
I'll steal that question from the TV screen up there because it fits into this conversation, I think, pretty well. Who had a bigger win yesterday, Denver or LA? The Rams.
Denver.
Really?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Denver's in a driver's seat for the 1 seed. LA probably is too.
Well, the Rams are too. I thought it was the Rams because for me, it's the Rams because they knocked out Green Bay. Green Bay wins that game. All of a sudden, this race for the 1 seed is wide open. Again, can't remember how the tie factors in all of this, but the 1 seed is completely open if Green Bay if Detroit wins that game.
True. I mean, you if you're the Rams, you eliminate a team, almost eliminate 2 teams because you make it tough for the Lions to even make the playoffs at this point. So that's a big deal.
I was also like, maybe it's part of this, but just expecting the Rams to win that game already. Like going into Detroit, playing Detroit, like Green Bay and Denver.
Yeah, but they kind of beat their ass.
Yeah, the Rams are really. The Lions are kind of.
Yeah, and so that's what I got. That's exactly where I got stuck when trying to evaluate that game yesterday. Man, the Rams are really. Oh well, maybe it's actually Detroit. That's just not. I couldn't figure. I don't know what the answer is. Like, I don't think Detroit is very good. We've been off Detroit for a while, but
like if the Rams lost that game, then I would like, oh yeah, like I'm like, what's wrong with the Rams? And at that point, then less about the Lions kind of picked themselves up again. Green Bay, Denver felt like a statement game going into it.
Yeah, real quick, I'm gonna bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a game away from one of the great predictions of all time.
All right.
I'm like a game away.
It's not on the whiteboard.
What prediction is that?
The prediction that the Lions and Chiefs would not make the playoffs.
The one that you backed away from.
Did not.
You didn't back away from
We're not going through this again.
You know what? Then I had the Lions in 4 out as well. For 4 and 4 out, the Lions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you have the Chiefs?
No, I don't remember.
I know I didn't have
Only
the
one
Chiefs.
person. Only one person.
Didn't we all have the Lions out?
I think so.
We might have, but we were all kind of like on like, yeah, this might be the year where they kind of fall a little bit.
Now I did have the Packers out as well. That was wrong.
That was hate.
I know all hate. I thought Minnesota would be playing like they did last night all year. Didn't happen.
Shout out 9.
Did you see that stat about Jahmyr Gibbs touchdowns?
No.
Like the last, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 6 games. Jahmyr Gibbs touchdowns. 2, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0.
Sounds like some computer code or something.
They can't find a way to every single week get this guy in the end zone somehow. But when they do, it's multiple.
Hey, good for him.
That's great.
It's him.
That speaks that little pattern speaks, I think, perfectly to the Detroit Lions. Like they've got everything. It's right there for them, but they can't.
They lost
consistently
to the Packers
put it together
in week 1, and they beat somebody's ass in week 2.
And Chicago,
it's like 50 something, right?
Yeah, they ran up the score. Chicago got something for that ass in the last game of the season.
Well, speaking of, that would have been poor phrasing. Speaking of getting your ass whooped, the Raiders managed to lose 31-0 for the second time this season.
Come on, man. Come on.
I once compared the Raiders to the Sacramento Kings, and man, do I feel like a genius. Count it, as Kenny would say. Put it on the board.
Go ahead. Yep. No, I'm with you.
Because these two teams stink to embarrassingly bad levels. 42 plays, 75 yards, 0 points, and 8 straight losses. Ladies and gentlemen, also, I have a question, and I genuinely mean this. Small sample size, it's whatever. Just play along with me. We're out at Run to Feed the Hungry. There's 50,000 people running by. At any time, there's groups of hundreds of people in front of us. Every once in a while, Kenny grabs the mic and says, hey, let's do a quick vibe check. Where the 49er fans at?
Yeah.
Where the Raider fans at? Why? And I mean this. Like, in Chatty House, help me, because I can't ask the radio audience.
Really happened.
No, I'm dead serious. And I thought about it. It hit me like that second. Why do we talk about this like this is still like somehow like our football team? I understand if you're a Raider fan, you're a Raider fan. You're not an Oakland Raider fan. You're not a Las Vegas Raider fan. You're not a Los Angeles. You're a Raider fan because you're used to this. Are you still there? Are y'all still there?
Raider fan?
Like, are y'all still there here?
I
in
don't.
the chatty house.
I don't. I'll put it to you like that. I don't
Okay,
think it's
Mr.
the way.
Rancho's a Raider fan. All right, there we go. Mr. Rancho.
Dr. David, Roddy hate watches, I think.
They're there, but I don't
Roddy
think
ain't a Raider fan.
I don't think it's to the degree that they seem to think it is.
Well, the organization's just in a bad. They're in the same spot as the Kings, where it's rock bottom right now.
Yeah, I knew Steven was a Raider fan. All
Warren.
right. Warren says
We're
Raider
live,
Nation.
he says.
Oh man, sorry, Warren. It's a tough life, pal. Okay,
Cal
I guess
says
y'all
we're
are
used to
still
it.
there. I guess it was just a bad sample size.
Jason Jones ain't there no more.
40,000. Yeah, Jason's an NFL fan. He's Rob Lowe. He's Rob Lowe out here.
See, but the Raider fans can at least look forward to the fact where they might have a top 2 pick in the draft this year. And it's like you can sell yourself on the hope of, hey, we can get our quarterback. And maybe they do, but like, at least there's that to look forward to.
Raiders will be good again at some point. They'll be good again.
It always just comes down to getting the right quarterback.
Yeah, that you have to make the right moves, man. You have to make the right moves. Something that the Raiders have been unable to do. Something the Sacramento Kings have been unable to do. But there was some good NBA action. We saw. I need someone to explain the Blazers to me. That game was entertaining as hell. And I don't know that I've watched that much of a Blazers game this year, but that game last night was entertaining. We'll touch on some of the big games that happened last night, and then we'll shift our attention back to the Kings, who don't play for like a month. When James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Shout out to the NFL for that Christmas Day slate.
Oh, man. Isn't that, is it Chiefs, Lions?
Chiefs, Broncos,
Oh.
Cowboys, Commanders, and I forgot the last one. I haven't seen not one clip of Mendoza accepting his Heisman Trophy award.
Neither have I. I saw like the little thing he said about his mom, which was cool. But
Did they even broadcast it?
It was on ESPN. I think.
I think. I haven't even seen a picture.
It's kind of what college football created for itself. Probably what they wanted. I mean, we were booting an hour of NFL countdown, Sunday countdown for the playoff show.
Well,
this is what college football is, I guess. It's kind of weird to watch too as a neutral because, like, for me, I kind of like it, but I feel like for the traditionals, like you and Damien and everyone else, you guys hate it.
I don't think I hate it as much as Damien does, but I do see the flaws in where we're at now.
Well, because everything's kind of like just devalued now. Like the Heisman used to be a big deal, and now it's whatever. Damien doesn't like the Ohio State Michigan game, the conference championships.
No, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. With that being said, the playoffs are going to be pretty dope. I'm excited. I think they start on Friday. You know what was on and popping this Saturday? John Pauls, don't say anything because I'm currently watching the game. I don't know what happened. I'm currently watching. Don't hate. His college basketball was popping on Saturday. Saturday was a great sports day.
Nobody hit free throws this weekend. Nah, seriously. Did you watch any of the Blazers? Did you watch any of the Blazers Warriors game yesterday?
I didn't. You know why? Because I was watching Lakers Suns. Once I saw that, I was looking at the schedule. I said, "Oh, LeBron versus Dylan Brooks." Yeah, I'm tapped in.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't see the Blazers Warriors game. I saw the Blazers won.
Points everywhere. You get points. You get points. Steph had like 100. I thought the Blazers were entertaining as hell. I was like, is this how they play? I thought you'd be locked in because your boy Shaden was kind of going crazy.
Well, that's what he does, man. That's what he does when he gets the when he's healthy. He can get buckets.
They're 10 and 16, but it's like, oh.
Did that game say more to you about the Warriors or Blazers?
The Warriors. The Warriors. Well, it said a lot about Steph because every once in a while. So I think it's fair to categorize Portland as a young basketball team.
Yep.
I think it's fair to categorize Golden State as not a young basketball team.
Nope.
And there are times where it shows. They just don't look athletic. You know what I mean? Like Steph is still Steph and he's still doing Steph things. And like Steph shot 19 threes yesterday.
That's a lot of 3-pointers.
He shot 19 threes.
That is a lot of 3-pointers.
So it was just a game. Like they're 13 and 14 right now. Like, but they just look like they can't. This isn't hate. Like this is just trying to handle. Like they're not going to be able to handle a 7-game series. I don't think they're going to be able to handle a 7-game series against anybody.
No.
Much like I mean, young team there. I just don't think they can. I don't think they can beat a team 4 times in seven games.
Well, and this. I don't want to leave necessarily the Warriors Blazers conversation.
Oh, we can. I just it was just a mention of it was a pretty entertaining game. Yeah, that Lakers Suns one was pretty wild too.
Well,
but.
what I was gonna say when you talk about like Warriors winning a 7-game series, the Warriors are gonna look like going against those 2 teams we saw on Saturday.
Oh my God!
Like,
oh
what?
My God! Stop!
What?
Stop! Yeah.
What?
Yeah. What's that old?
Put him in the conference
no
finals
shots.
right now.
Yeah. What's that old song called? No Chance in Hell. Yeah, it's that.
They'd have no shot. And I look at, and man, a little round robin going on because these 2 teams play today. I look at Rockets, Nuggets, Thunder, Spurs. It's just on another level in the Western Conference. I think the Knicks can play with those 2 teams.
We'll find out tomorrow.
I still want to put the Cavs there.
What are we going to call that game tomorrow? Former Kings living their best life. Oh, well, based on today. Yeah, there it is.
The grass is greener. The grass is greener game.
Yes, indeed.
That is, man.
Yes, indeed.
But I think those 4 teams in the West.
That man under the scrutiny of New York media, and he's like, whew, it's better here. Sorry, go ahead.
Those 4 teams in the West, the Knicks, the Pistons, and I'll put the Pistons in that category.
Okay, I was going to ask.
And the Cavs. I think those are
the
those
Cavs.
7 teams. Those 7 teams.
Not the Celtics.
Level. Not yet. No. Not without Tatum.
Why the Cavs? You hate Evan Mobley.
I don't hate Evan Mobley. I think they can.
I'm with.
Tell
I'm
them
with. No,
just
I'm with you.
post-game, yeah, I
I'm
would
with
boo
you.
us too if I was the Cavs fans. They're
I'm
done.
with you.
They missed their chance last year.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I'm not going to dispute that. Maybe
Just
so.
doubt us though. Zero's gonna be back soon.
Well, I mean, look.
Might need a center too, but I don't know. The main kid isn't playing well.
I look at even if you take the Cavs out, just take them out.
Okay.
Those 6 teams, they're on another level. Like they're on another level.
Well,
and I think we did learn something over the weekend.
Okay.
The Spurs can win this year.
Yeah.
I think they are legit.
That was my thought too. But I had a question. Today, and God bless us for being able to avoid this subject for 2 hours and 53 minutes. But don't look at your calendar. It is, in fact, December 15th. The, I guess, unofficial start to trade season. Did what happened on Saturday, if you're San Antonio, make you think, yeah, we're ready? Or did it make you think we are one move away from winning the championship this year?
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
There's a move, but I don't think you need. It doesn't have to be Giannis. Like if I'm the Spurs, I'm not giving you Harper, Castle. Like I'm really not giving you anything at this point. I really like the Spurs right now. That's kind of, you got to be delicate with that.
Jesse, do you think that's an overreaction? That after watching them in that setting, because the other thing that makes me say that is the setting. Like
it felt like a big deal.
Yeah, like they were getting after, all 4 teams were getting after it in the NBA Cup. And just seeing that, do you think that they can win a title this year?
Yeah, I think they're here. Like I think they're here now. Maybe early, but I think the Spurs are legit. Like they can give the Thunder a run for their money in the conference finals.
I mean, they match up really well, man.
For the record, I think they're here. I think this conference is San Antonio's and Oklahoma City's. And I think when you look at the way Fox and Castle and Harper played while Wemby wasn't there,
they didn't miss a beat.
There's also rumblings within NBA insider circles. The Spurs don't really have like interest in making this move.
Yeah.
I think I saw something reported or like a rumor that they wouldn't be interested until like the offseason, if anything.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. I just listening, reading was like, yeah, this isn't a move that they're eager to make.
They kind of don't. They don't need to. Like they don't. I'm watching.
Well,
watching those guys all together. Finally, they don't need to do nothing.
If they lost on Saturday, do you think it'd be different?
If they lost in a different way, like if they played that same game and it was close and they
lost by 15 with Wemby back,
I'd probably still be like, they're just not ready yet. Not like, hey, go do whatever it takes to get Giannis. But like, they're not ready yet. That's if they would have lost a close game. They can go. Like, give me 7 games. They can beat the Thunder.
If it was close, but like the Thunder, like it's close, but like the Thunder are able to keep it within a possession or two the entire game, and just the Thunder are still in control. Like, yeah, maybe you'll get Giannis, but yeah, the Spurs are right there with them. The team that needs to go get Giannis is the Knicks.
Yeah, maybe so. Did you like listen to the broadcast on the Knicks Magic game? Did you listen?
Passively.
They were talking about.
I wasn't as locked into that one as I was the second one.
The second one was. I went to the movies on Saturday night. I was a family man and was like, yeah, we can.
What did you see?
Zootopia.
Oh, that's right.
Like, yeah, we can go to the 620 show. Damn it. They're right in the middle, right at the start of the game. But I went to the movies and I put my phone to the side. So I got home and didn't look at nothing because I wanted to watch that game. I was tapped in for Spurs OKC, and I was glad I was. But I was almost similarly tapped into the Knicks Magic game. And they were just talking about how Jalen Brunson, who's gone crazy in these cup games as of late, was like the philosophy of Mike Brown, like get the ball, move it, make a decision quick, all this other stuff has helped Jalen Brunson and has elevated his flow offensively. And yeah, I wonder if, say things about Mike Brown or allude to things, got to give him some credit.
Yeah.
Maybe the way he goes about that, because that's something that he believed in here in Sacramento. And they were talking about it on the broadcast as to Jalen Brunson saying that's helped me. I feel a little better, and that might even help the offense in general, to have it where it's not sticking to my hands and I'm dribbling the ball out and all this other stuff. Yeah, man, like salute to Mike Brown with what he's doing with that Knicks team.
Yeah.
I think if they were to get a guy like Giannis, like, yeah, that they're in that top shelf, but I think they're kind of already there.
Might be there already.
I think they're already there with us. And Cat's been playing really well. Like
I'm pretty bought in on the NBA Cup, by the way.
You're in. Okay.
Speak to it.
No, they got, because we were talking about it last week, and I think I was talking to Damon. You haven't been out for a second, KC. I don't remember either way. I was like, yeah, if you get like these up and coming teams, and like you got the Thunder there, like it'll look. It's like it's kind of like these teams get to leapfrog, I guess, or kind of catapult themselves. Top of the Pacers, and then who won it last year? The Bucks.
Bucks won.
Yeah, just these teams or whatever. But point is, like, you got the Magic, Knicks in there, and then the Thunder, Spurs. Like, it's not really for anything. Like, it's the NBA Cup, and it doesn't really mean anything. But if you like the NBA and you like basketball, like, you were pretty tapped in for that. Like, you got to make it mean something, I guess, as a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Thunder, Spurs, and that's a great game in itself. But nope, like, you got to mention too, like, the semifinals of the NBA Cup. Like, it's got some stakes. Like, as a fan, you got to kind of just make it, I guess.
No, for sure. And I thought all four teams, we really saw it on the second game, but I thought they understood the assignment, and they played like, with sports, and you hear Michael Jordan, people talk about this, like Steph Curry does a good job. Like, I got to show up every time, even if I don't want to, because this is part of the job. This is part of growing the game. And I don't know if this was exactly what their thought process was, but it sure felt like they're like, hey, we got to show up to play in this game. And boy, did they ever. You might have said it 7 times too many, but I was with Stan Van Gundy. Like, I was like, this game is just crazy. This is incredible.
I did hear Stan. I did hear Stan.
But I'm sitting in my bedroom watching. I was like, this is incredible. These guys are playing at such a high level, playing so intense. This is amazing to watch. And maybe they understood the assignment.
He had a little Bill Walton moment.
Well, yesterday. I said, wait a minute. I said, yo.
Like, Stan.
Stan, just
he's
settle down.
Getting his little Bill Walton moment.
I was wondering if we were going to see that on awful announcing. Because that's the first thing I said. Oh, they're gonna,
goodness,
they're going to clip that.
Oh, I
don't know if they did or not, though.
That would have been a good one. Oh God, that's sharp thinking. I should have looked for that right out the gate.
I said, wait a minute. I said, Stan, chill, bro.
No.
Just the nickname is fine. Just
I think he made it. For those who missed it, Stan Van said he didn't like the nickname Alien, and he said he's worried about the administration deporting. It was, I don't know if he was trying to get a joke off or make a political stand, but it was kind of.
It was the definition of cringeworthy.
Yeah, it was a little cringy.
It was
a little cringy.
No, Stan, no.
I didn't see it on the website, but I'll take a quick peek to the Twitter account. Oh, why is Stephen A. Smith calls for Tom Brady to take over Raiders football operations?
I saw that headline today. Didn't watch it.
Doesn't he already?
I don't know. I didn't watch it, but I'm assuming he's like, you make all the calls.
Oh, Nope, there it is.
They got
Awful
him.
announcement got him.
I
Yeah,
knew it.
they got him. We do not want Victor Wembanyama deported. Let's go with a different nickname. Oh, Stan.
Oh, no.
Oh, here's a good headline. Oh, well done to awful announcing. Bill Simmons compares John Cena's controversial last match to The Sopranos ending. Hey, okay, Bill, I see you. I see you. Some people call the ending brilliant, thought-provoking, and flawless if you paid attention to the series. It appears Bill Simmons says Cena was symbolically saying, I'm literally tapping out. I don't care. Give me the happy ending.
Not fairy tale land, man.
What'd you think of the little smirk before he did it?
I thought it was fine. Like I was texting my brother about it because we watching wrestling growing up.
The
and
evil
stuff.
Jesse.
Yes, the evil Jesse, and he was just like, "No, I've seen a better win. Like this is stupid. Why are they having him fight Gunther and all this stuff? Like the same thing everything else." I was like, "This is the way he's got to go out."
Did you guys
And it's
see
better
the
than-
ending coming?
Yeah, when he fought out, did the attitude adjustment. It was like the fifth one. When he kicked out and went right back into it, I said to Kay, I was like, "This is over."
And it's easy to walk away from too, though. Like he lost, he got beat up. Like now he's retired. There's not like, oh, he almost won. Maybe they'll bring him back. He still got it. It's like, nah, it's over now.
And I also like WWE's like being emphatic. This was his last match. This is it. Like it's over. He's not coming back. That's what led me to the
Until he gets the bag and we see him in Saudi Arabia.
Oh man, let's welcome in.
Ric Flair came back, didn't he?
Like 8 times. Ric Flair came back for like $1.50 and some envelopes. No one even asked him to come back. He just did.
Buy Ric Flair plane ticket. He'll probably end up here in the studio.
He absolutely will. We welcome in our good friend James Ham. James, what did you think of John Cena's retirement?
You know,
Were you locked in?
No.
Did you know it was going? Did you know it was happening?
Yeah, well, but it's wrestling, so you just assume he's going to come back every time.
No, he didn't come back. They wouldn't give us the happy ending, James. They took it away from us. All the little Cena maniacs. And look at Jesse all grown up now. I don't care that he lost. Whatever, man.
Yeah, I do want to ask James this because he is the number one hater is not the right word because that's not what he is, but he is the number one villain, the number one, I guess a hater is the right word, to the NBA Cup. Did Saturday change your mind? Because Saturday was amazing.
Yeah, it's an amazing game. Like I get it, and you're getting to see, Wembanyama gets pushed to go play probably a little bit earlier than they wanted. I'm still not just like over the moon about the whole cup thing. Again, you can do this the right way, and that's to figure out a way to not squish the schedule. But I just hate seeing all these players on the sidelines. And that's my biggest concern. It's just like figure out a way to do it while not impacting the quality of the rest of your season. And I don't think that they've done that so far.
Well, we do have 4 more days, I think, before the Kings play. So I guess this is being on the other side of that schedule. And then again, just they play every other day.
Yeah.
Like once we get to, what is it, Thursday? I think they have a back-to-back on Saturday and Sunday. They play, I think, Tuesday, and then they're off, I think, Christmas Eve and Christmas. Then they play the day after, and then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of basketball games. The Kings will have played like before when the station gets back to regularly scheduled programming, the Kings will have played like 12 games or something.
Yeah, it's wild. The schedule is always a little weird and wonky, especially around Christmas time. But again, that's my biggest concern with the cup itself. And like I think there's just like more and more tinkering that needs to be done here in order to preserve the players. But yeah, after when the Kings return on Saturday, where they have 14 of their next 18 are at home, and all of them are on the every game is on Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, so I mean, they're not traveling that much. I'm going to be at the arena a lot. Yeah, it's just one of those stretches, and they do this every December, building up to mid January, road trip that they go on for 2 weeks, leading up to the All-Star break.
Real quick, not to derail us too much. There is concern. This from Nick Wagner. Kyle Shanahan said there is concern with Ricky Pearsall's injury status. But Shanahan said it shouldn't rule him out for this week, but the knee combined with the ankle issues, it's tough. Likened it to Mac Jones dealing with similar knee issues. It's real painful for a while, but it can go away. Not at all like it was when he first did it, but it does take time for that pain to go away, hopefully sooner rather than later. The way I took that as no clue if Ricky Pearsall is going to be available for Monday's game against
Phillip Rivers and the Colts.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers and the Colts. Thank you.
I don't think we usually know if Ricky Pearsall is going to be available like in the second quarter of a game he started.
Or the second play.
Yeah, it's really tough.
He gets roughed up a lot. That was a bad one. He actually looked like, I don't know if he was upset because of how it happened or just that it happened. He looked pretty upset after that first trip to
The interesting thing about my boy Slick Rick is he will hurt himself like on a bad tackle or something like that. He'll get back into the game, play well, and then be out multiple weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's might be what we're looking at right now. Yeah. As we shift our attention back to the Kings and James tries to figure out why there seems to be a red light. It's like Michael Scott's bar sign appears to be shining on James.
No, it is.
Annual Christmas party. Oh, it is. That is absolutely what it is. That's terrific.
I shut this one off. Yeah, I'm definitely. Oh yeah, my speakeasy sign.
All right,
but,
there you go.
But that one, I'm gonna have Toby reach up and take care of it. There's a little string you have to pull.
Okay. Well, what string do you have to pull to get the Kings to play well, and who needs to pull it?
Yeah, that's a mystery right there. I mean, like they literally are a sweater that's come unraveled, but without the string hanging loose, so you can't unravel it the rest of the way. I don't know, but it's got to change. Like this thing has to change, and if that means like pushing guys to the bench or just mixing it up even more than they already have. At 6-20, this thing is over and done with, and you need to start looking for new homes for players. And I don't know how long that's going to take to do, and I don't know if Scott Perry is going to be able to wheel and deal. We do know, like today's December 15th, players are eligible to be traded who were signed during the offseason. We also know that if you're traded today or tomorrow, there's like this weird little moratorium that the NBA puts on it that if you're traded on the 15th or the 16th of December, you can be traded again before the trade deadline and aggregated. So most players, you can be traded, but what you can't be traded in a trade that has multiple players that aggregate salary. So yeah, just a little bit of a different point here that, like it's possible. Dennis Schroeder last year got traded, I think, on December 15th and then traded again before the deadline.
So I'll ask you a question that was asked us on Sports Sunday last night. Who do you think is the first to move?
This is something I ask Sean and Brendan every time on the podcast just to mess with them. If I had to guess, I would still say it's probably DeMar DeRozan. I know that there's interest out there. I know there's interest with the Clippers. At least that's what I've heard multiple times. It doesn't sound like anything is imminent. So, like we've heard the DeRozan for John Collins trade multiple times, but it doesn't sound like again anything is happening today. Then again, it could. You never know. But that's something that like I think the Kings should look at. They should look at every possibility of how can you save money moving forward. How can you speed up the process of purging your roster of bad contracts? And, because I think there's something too, like, even if you're able to clear out a couple of contracts, but you're not able to clear out something like Zach LaVine's contract. You might be more willing to take on a bad contract in return for LaVine, maybe a long-term contract in return for LaVine, like this summer, if you've already moved off of 2 or 3 of these other deals that you're not too happy about. And so I think it changes the dynamic. Everything changes everything. And you're hoping to, again, speed up the process, maybe collect some assets. And that's where I think the Kings are right now there. And, even if it's second round picks, like they just need more assets to get this thing moving the right way. And hopefully they're able to do that.
What if they can't get a deal done for one of those main guys?
It is what it is. I mean, realistically, there is enough, chatter around the league that there aren't players that on the Kings that people are looking at. It's just kind of a bummer, and so you're going to be stuck with the same roster, and that would be difficult. But at the same time, like, look, this is kind of the job that Scott Perry took. It's a rebuild, but it's kind of an ugly rebuild. And you got a lot stacked up against you in the first 2 years of it. And even after that, you still have, Domantas Sabonis, you still have, year 3, the 2027 year that we always hear about. You have Domas still under contract at close to $50 million. You've got 20 plus million of Malik Monk. And now you're probably going to have 26, 27 million of Keegan Murray as well. So getting to a point where you have true cap space is going to take some time, and it's not simple.
Do you think that, and both of you guys can answer this, do you think that things like playing a player to show that he's healthy so you can trade him, do you think those things really happen? Almost another form of showcasing and stuff like that. I bring that up because of Dennis Schroeder, right? Dennis Schroeder's been on the injury report with the hip for a lot of time. There's been rumors out there. And right before December 15th, oh, yeah, he's playing, contributing, playing well. And do you think those things happen in the league?
I think it depends on the situation. Like, I don't think that, like showcasing, we always talk about showcasing how funny it is. That they're going to run a guy out there and play him a bunch of minutes just so they can trade him. But I do think when a player's out like 7 or 8 games and you're getting close to the deadline, sometimes there is that like, hey, we're just holding him in reserve. Like, he's fine. And you need to show teams that, because nobody wants to take on damaged goods. And either way, teams have like a 48-hour window to, like, once the trade is done. It might even be 72 hours. The player, I think, has to show up within 48 hours, and then you have another 24 hours to make sure you get your medical done and make sure that they're okay. So they're going to have like an opportunity here to really check out, what's going on in Dennis Schroeder's hip, if there's anything, if he is traded. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Schroeder went out there and played plenty of minutes last night and looked totally fine. In fact, his 3-point shot looked as good as it has all season long.
Yeah, I've never been a big believer in the showcasing thing, particularly because it seems every year, well, the Kings are showcasing this player, and the Kings, no, they're not. They're just out there playing. And I don't know, like, you said it just kind of is what it is. If the Kings aren't able to make a deal, if Scott Perry and this front office aren't able to make a deal, at least one of consequence. And there's multiple reports from inside the Athletic, one being Sam, and I forgot the other brother's name, that maybe hold off on this whole Giannis thing. And if the Bucks may get desperate and try to add pieces around Giannis during this trade deadline season, and the name that keeps coming up is Zach LaVine. Because I think we all know Zach LaVine has just amounted to nothing but winning in his career. So why not try to keep one of the best players on the planet by adding Zach LaVine to the squad, who suffered a nasty ankle sprain yesterday. But yeah, that Bucks Zach LaVine thing was out there pretty tough this morning.
Yeah, it still has legs, which I think is a good thing for the Kings. I'm not sure, how much realistically it has. And you got to remember that that's a team that just bought out, Damian Lillard, and so they're basically, I think it's roughly 20 million a year for the next 5 years. That's gone off of their salary cap, and that's not easy, especially like again in a situation like this. If you had some sort of opt out for a guy like Damian Lillard, maybe it would make sense for them to trade an injured guy for Zach LaVine and take on an extra year or something. But any deal that would involve Zach LaVine in the Bucks, it's going to take multiple players, and it's not simple. And that would be a large swing for a team like the Bucks. And to be honest, I don't know how much impact it would have. And if you're going to give up, Kyle Kuzma's like the name that keeps being brought up, but there's really not a lot of ways to get that trade done without, including a Bobby Portis or including a couple of other players that they might want to hold on to. And it's never a good idea to try to work with a player like Giannis and try to add talent around him, because when they leave anyways, despite your best efforts, it usually leaves the team not only, missing their superstar player, but also like in a really bad financial situation with players who aren't good enough to be there to carry the team on their own. So, again, if they want to, make some move where they're offering Miles Turner and Kyle Kuzma for him, okay, maybe you would listen. But again, that's a deal that you're taking on more money and longer term deal. The Bobby Portis thing would be interesting again, but even Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma, you're only at 47 million. You're going to have to take back, someone else on top of that, at least one and maybe two other players just to make a deal work. And then the Kings would have to start waiving players and probably be over the luxury tax and all that stuff.
So, James, do you think we have fun with this and we talked about it a number of different times, but do you think all this is much to do about nothing as far as December 15th? Like December 15th is cool, but if anything is going to happen, it's going to happen more closer to the traditional trade deadline.
You just never know. There's always one or two trades. It don't usually happen on December 15th, but around that time, maybe late December, early January. And then you have, the deals that wait and hold out for the final week of the trade deadline. I don't know. Like, this is an interesting year. There's a lot of haves and have-nots in this year's NBA. And, the Kings are one of those have-not teams and are sitting at the bottom, but there's also a lot of other teams like them. And I think a lot of these teams would be better off just like looking at each other and saying, hey, why don't 3 or 4 of us get together and just swap players that we have that aren't working out and see if we can find better balance. And we haven't seen that really happen yet, but it's kind of been something that's building. There's too many of these high-priced guys like Zach, or maybe a little more functional than Zach, that are available right now. And, can you make a move with Zach to go get one of those guys? And it's possible, but I wouldn't bet on anything. Like you always hear untradeable contracts, and Zach is one of those guys. The untradeable contracts always get traded somehow, some way, whether it's right now, whether it's next season, this summer. There's always going to be someone who's willing to take on that big giant contract because they're looking to go in a different direction.
I guess it probably should be noted, everyone I think knows this by now, but Jonathan Kuminga is not eligible to be traded today.
No, not until January 15th.
1 month from today.
Yeah.
So if that's any part of this conversation, gonna have to keep waiting. But James, I joked with KC last night and even said to you guys this morning on the Insiders, it is sad. Like, the Kings played yesterday and they're barely a blip on our radar given an NFL Sunday. And the NBA Cup and all of the other exciting things to talk about. But the Kings managed to make a game that they were competitive in and were fighting in and had a chance to win for a chunk of it. They still managed to get blown out by double digits.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it just feels like that's this year's Kings team. Like every time that you think a game is close, it ends up being really lopsided on the back end. And this team, I'm just going to chalk it up to not having a strong offensive identity. And the fact is that when the other team decides it's crunch time and they're going to crank up the defense, the Kings don't have an answer. They turn the ball over. They take bad shots. They take, ridiculous shots early in the shot clock. They dribble the air out of the ball. Like, I'm still waiting for this like fluid ball movement offense that I know that Doug Christie wants to play, but what we're seeing right now, it's not it. This is not a good offense at all. And, they're 28th, 29th in the league in offensive rating. Sure, they play fast, but that's, again, they're relying on a 37-year-old point guard to grab a rebound and bust out on a break and push the tempo. I mean, that's where this has gotten, where your tempo, sure, it's fast, but it doesn't matter. Your offense is so inefficient that even on a transition bucket, I don't trust you 100%. And that's kind of where we've gotten to with this group. It's just really hard to watch. And, we talk about the beautiful game. This not only is this not the beautiful game, it's not a functional game. And, I would much rather see this team just go, okay, we're not very good at, X, Y, and Z, but let's just try to score as much as possible. Let's try to do get back to the Mike Brown half second, offense where you've got to make a decision within a half second of getting the ball. That's not at all what we're seeing. We're just seeing, again, just a not only a bad brand of basketball, but like not even a fun brand to watch. And that's tough.
Is there anything that you watch for with these Kings games? Like outside of it's your job, you like watching the Kings or whatever, like, is there anything that you're watching for that you're learning 26 games into the season? I put that number out there because for me personally, I felt, I don't know, maybe 7 games ago, I was like, oh, Maxime Reynaud's an NBA player. That's cool. Nick Clifford, I still think is an NBA player. That's cool. So I'm not even learning that anymore. Is there something that you're learning when watching these guys play?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really does come down to Max. I think we all want to see what Max does and how he develops. And, again, I think Nick Clifford as well. But Nick Clifford has a long way to go before he joins that conversation. Like right now, he's really good defensively, but outside of that, everything else is kind of a mess. And again, I'm going to put it to an issue with structure and just not having defined roles. And when you don't have a defined role and you don't have a bunch of defined roles with the team, it's usually a guy like Nick Clifford, a guy like Keegan Murray that kind of get left out because they're not super vocal. And what they, their brand of basketball, other guys do. If you're Nick and you're looking over and it's like DeMar DeRozan is who you're playing behind, like DeMar gets like he can shoot any shot he wants. Nobody's going to say anything. That's just not who Nick Clifford is, and it's not who he wants to be either. He's trying to make his way in this league and figure it out, but it's really tough for those guys to stand out. And so I think until we see some of this get cleared up and some of this like just craziness, that I think Nick is going to continue to like have good games and bad games on the offensive end, just because I think he's uncomfortable, just like everybody else on this team. They just look uncomfortable like half the game. And I would like to see a moment where you do clear out some of these players so you can go young and just say, hey, it's okay to not worry about, how many minutes a guy's playing, how many minutes a veteran has to play. Just let the young guys go out there and see if they can start creating sort of this personality that you're looking for as a group. And until, we get to that point, it's kind of tough to gauge who anyone is, except for maybe Reynaud. And I think Reynaud is just doing a great job of rolling to the basket hard, of being a big body and, getting his hands up in the air and catching passes that probably half of them are not good passes at all, but you got to do what you can. And, again, I like to see the steady growth that we've seen from him. He's also getting better as a rebounder. He's getting better as a shot blocker. These are things that you're just hoping that as the season goes on, he continues to put up solid numbers and show that he's growing. And so that's what I'm looking for. I'd also like, hey, at this point, when Domas does come back, let him and Reynaud play together. Like, let's see what it looks like. Let's see if Reynaud can develop, especially with a spectacular passer like Domas. Let's see if he can get some from different looks, or that we can start seeing more of the stretch five that Reynaud projects as, with Domas on the court with him. And maybe that's another way in which we can see some major improvement from this group. And it's another way you could probably get Keegan Murray back over to the 3 for a few more minutes, where I think that's where you got to move with him long term.
I have some questions about these young guys and how they can, what this season might look like for them, and why some Kings fans might feel the way that they do. So we'll talk about that when we return here with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What's going on, everybody?
James, can you text me the details for Friday when you have a second?
Yeah.
Please. Are you coming out Thursday?
Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Me and Mrs. Ham will be there.
Excellent. That's exciting. Securing the Carter, stop it. All of you guys, stop it. Crazy behavior from all of you.
Sweet. Sent.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know what my favorite season of Saved by the Bell is. It's been a long time since I watched Saved by the Bell, Johnny G.
Wonder, is that on Peacock? That's got to
Should be
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see the other question from Germs.
It's a smart-ass question that you don't have to pay attention to.
My favorite Disney ride is Pirates. I love Pirates, and I love the Haunted Mansion.
I think Matt was telling me he got engaged at that restaurant that's on, that one you go by on Pirates.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think Matt got engaged there.
I can't remember the name of that. It's the New Orleans Cafe or something, maybe?
I don't think that's New Orleans Cafe because I've been there.
New Orleans, I think that's where you get the beignets, is New Orleans Cafe.
Oh, the beignets there.
Carl Matheson says it's called Blue Bayou.
Blue Bayou.
There we go. I got engaged on top of the Empire State Building.
Well, that's a good one.
Many, many years ago.
That's a good one.
Did you get my text?
Me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool.
Yep, thank you.
And we'll have a bartender.
You always do.
Yeah.
Did we tell you? I don't know. I haven't got a chance to see you because of the case event. We ate at Bennett's on Thursday night.
Yeah.
And we're talking to Brian. Like Brian just loves him some James Ham, and was talking about. He tells a story about how he did. He was like, "Hey, that's the guy who comes to my restaurant the first time he saw you on TV."
Yeah,
he is a character, man.
He is a character. Yeah, a very
Awesome.
successful character.
Yeah, he is awesome, but he is a character.
Mm-hmm.
We had a great time.
Well, I love Bennett's. Did you? Oh, so you went to the one over on Fairway
Across the street. We went to the one across the street.
Oh, by you, right there.
By the studio.
Okay, he's not usually there. He's usually
he was there. I don't know if
the other one.
Yeah, I'm not sure why if he knew we were coming, but he looked. I think he greeted Bill, so he might have known we were coming.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He needs to sponsor the show. Come on.
Yeah, well, he is familiar with all of our work, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the fries are so good. The French dip is really good.
All right, we're coming back, James. If you need a last-second gift, man, head over to Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento. The tasting room is right there on Industrial Boulevard. You could head over to the Nugget in Elk Grove if that's your area, in Granite Bay, Rockland, wherever. Select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. Baker Family Wines would make a great gift headed into this holiday season, whether it's the company party, whether it's a gift exchange, whatever it may be, or you just want wine because your family's coming and it's the only way you can get through the day. Completely understand. Completely understand. Go to bakerfamilywines.com to learn more. Join the clubhouse. Gift a subscription to Dusty's Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It's a wine club, baby. Another great gift.
Absolutely.
We're all about the gift giving.
Yeah. Do you have the same I don't even think you'll be here, so it doesn't matter. I was gonna say, do you have the same Christmas dinner set up that you had for Thanksgiving dinner?
Meaning, are we going to Katie's family's house? Yes. But I believe it's a different type of dinner. It's a smaller group. So I think I think I'm gonna throw my weight around in the kitchen a little bit on this one.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
I might take charge a little bit. I'm gonna get Emma to bring that mac and cheese again, though.
Okay.
And we'll darken the house up a little bit. We'll darken the house up a little bit. So that'll be the goal. That'll be the goal. But we have to do, we do have to do things a little bit different, a little early, because we're flying out that night. So, but it looks like snow is coming back next week to New York, and they got their first big snowstorm of the season. And my hope was, let us get there before one of those storms hit, and then we kind of go from there.
Stop right before it's time to leave. All that other stuff.
Yeah. Please do. Please do.
Dude, that'd be fun to be in New York with snow.
Oh, it'd be so great. So great. And it's so cold there right now that probably a lot of the snow that hit yesterday and the days before, it's still going to be around. But if we can get a little dusting, as they say, be perfect.
East Coast, well, everywhere else outside of California, even though we are 20 straight days without seeing the sun or something like that.
I love it.
Weather around the country is awful.
Oh,
it looked awful yesterday watching football all over the place.
Yeah.
Yep. Look cold.
Yeah.
I love this look outside, though. I mean, there's going to be a point where it's like, all right, man, enough is enough.
Yeah, March.
Yeah, right. Not today.
Not today.
Not
It's
today.
it's nice and sunny up here right now. It's beautiful.
Yeah, they say that's how it goes.
James said that like he lives in like 5 hours away.
Yeah.
Is it
Somebody
really?
said it's literally that.
Yeah, it's totally
you
sunny.
see the sun, and it's like 15 degrees warmer.
Yeah, it's a little bit of cloud coverage, but nothing major.
You're like, in Auburn, I see the sun is shining.
60 degrees. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It says it's 51 right now. My guess is it feels colder than that.
Yeah.
51. Well, it feels like 51. So what the hell do I know? You, Hammer, you and KC were talking about Neek and Maxime Reynaud a few minutes ago. And one thing that I wonder as we talk about, with December 15th here and trades and rumors surrounding Zach LaVine and all of these different things. But when you took is the ideal situation, because we talked about like the ups and downs of Neeks, and this is going to be the case for rookies in this league. Is part of those ups and downs the fact that like Zach LaVine is still here and he's still a minutes guy. DeMar DeRozan is still here. He's still a minutes guy. When Domas takes full, he's still a big minutes guy. And it's this constant like, well, we're a basketball team trying to win games, because all of these vets and Hall of Famers and all NBAs and also they're here. Whereas once you wipe that out, it's like, oh no, we're just going out there and playing basketball. Like your message can be a little bit different.
Yeah, I think so. And I think sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. So as of right now, when Nick Clifford comes in, he's typically coming in off the bench, right? If somehow you trade DeMar DeRozan, but you don't have another small forward coming back, or you don't have a way to move Keegan Murray over, like that means that Nick Clifford's going to have to play against starters. And if you think it looks a little wonky now, it might look really, really tough when that's the case. And that might be one of the most crucial things that I'll point out about Max Reynaud right now. Max Reynaud is doing what he's doing, like playing as well as he is against starters, against Nikola Jokic and against Rudy Gobert and against Valanciunas, which is, the equivalent of a starter in the league. And so I do think that there's even a point here where less minutes for a guy like Max could look way better. Because number one, he's going to be supporting a guy like Domantas Sabonis. Number two, he's going to be playing against the other team's second team guys. And sometimes second team guys just, maybe they're not as tall, maybe they're not as athletic, whatever it might be that's causing them to be second team guys. And that's a good thing for Max. It just, it'll change the dynamic a little bit again. And so this is all part of like his graduate school of the NBA, learning how to do everything at the next level and sort of taking that next natural step for him. So yeah, I think there's a lot of good that can come by just trading 1, 2, 3 players, whatever you can trade of like main rotational guys, just to freshen this thing up and make it look different, but also to give some of these players a different look against, different styles of players.
Were you surprised we didn't see Devin Carter at all yesterday after I know it was a blowout, but he did all right in that game against the Nuggets. Maybe thinking he earned himself a couple minutes. Were you surprised we didn't see him last night?
No, because Dennis came back. I think the guy I'm surprised we didn't see at all was, especially with Zach LaVine sitting out the second half, was Keon. So I know Keon was banged up coming into the day. But he was cleared to play and available, and he didn't play at all. And as far as like the pecking order, Keon Ellis is still ahead of Devin Carter on that pecking order. And it's why today we saw Devin Carter get sent back to the G League where he can go spend a little bit of time. It's also, the Kings have a couple of days here before they play in Portland on Thursday. And that even, again, it's a short trip. So you're able to move a player around it quite a bit. I don't even know if the Kings are here in Sacramento. I'm going to assume they are, because there's really no reason with this many days off for them to not stop at home for a day or two. You could fly out on Wednesday night for Thursday's game and get a couple of nights in your own bed.
That's hilarious. That's how I thought Thursday's game was here.
Saturday.
I had been thinking like, oh, okay, so because we have something going on Thursday night. I'm thinking like timing wise, all right, what's this wind up looking like? Yeah, game's in Denver.
Yeah.
No, is that Denver? No, Portland. Yeah.
Portland. And then they play Portland again on Saturday.
Portland here.
Yeah.
On Sunday.
Oh, well, that Houston game going to be lit, but for the wrong reasons. There are going to be a lot of people out there to see KD and that Houston Rockets team, because would you put the Rockets, NBA question for everybody, I can't remember, did you throw the Rockets in that upper echelon group? Yeah.
I think there's 4 teams in the West. I mean, Denver, Houston, OKC, and San Antonio, and then 2 more in the East.
I agree.
That Final Four, that semifinal rounds, of the Western Conference playoffs, man, I think we're in for some all-time basketball from those 4 teams. Because I don't see anybody below them knocking them off in a 7-game series. So I think it's going to be those 4 teams in the semis of the Western Conference. And man, I think it's going to be on and popping.
Yeah, barring injury, I think things can change, pretty quickly. That's what the NFL right now is. It's just 1 week after another. Like, who got hit the worst by the injury bug, and how can that team deal? And even this week, watching Parsons go down, watching Mahomes go down, like it's just one player after another right now.
Yeah. It's the Western Conference will be fun. Even if the Sacramento Kings aren't, the Western Conference will be fun to watch. And I think Kings fans are going to feel a certain way tomorrow night when it's De'Aaron Fox versus Mike Brown.
Yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it? It's
guess
like what could have been. Yeah, and Harrison Barnes. It's sort of the what could have been game between those guys. Yeah, look, I think Fox is settling in. He did the interview today. Well, the interview in the last couple of days, I assume, with Mark Spears, and sort of you're seeing him just kind of move on. And trust me, De'Aaron's a smart guy. He was in Sacramento for a long time, and he saw how the fan base turns on a player when they leave and come back. I think he's been very politically correct, if you will, when it comes to Sacramento and sort of biting his tongue. Saying that the grass is greener. Yeah, it is. I mean, he's playing for a contender out of nowhere, and the Kings are a team that's, circling the drain. So it's a really tough reality for Sacramento. But for De'Aaron, like, he stepped off that sinking ship just in time for himself. And so I think it's interesting to see how he'll be received going forward throughout his career. But also, like, look, he should be a player that has his name retired when he quits the game in Sacramento. He should have his jersey in the rafters, or maybe close to it. I don't know that you retire everybody's jersey, but Fox did a lot while he was here.
Do you think how do I put this? Do you think De'Aaron Fox sunk the ship?
No.
Vivek Ranadive did.
How did Vivek do it? Let me ask you. Let's go through the steps.
Yeah.
So I'll put it to you like this: if Fox said, "I want to stay," is he still getting traded?
No,
I don't think so.
No,
but he didn't say that. So he wanted out, and he sunk the ship. It might have already had a leak.
Yeah,
I ain't saying that.
I
but
think your insistence to go get Zach LaVine helped sink the ship. Then
no, for absolutely that just threw a bowling ball on the ship that was done. But
what was the iceberg? De'Aaron or Vivek?
The iceberg was what iceberg? Okay. Iceberg was it was sinking regardless, right?
It kind of felt like
I would think that the iceberg was probably
sitting still after making the playoffs.
I was going to say firing Mike Brown.
Yeah, I would say that, like, the challenge has happened before that. Like, to be honest with you, and again, I know people always think that I'm taking a shot here. Like, realistically, like, trading Harrison Barnes for DeMar DeRozan, that swap there, that's what started the downward trend of this team. And, you just got a mix of players that was off, and they couldn't recover and couldn't figure out how to play together early last season. And it just kept spiraling. And, like, look, when the De'Aaron Fox stuff happened, he didn't technically ask out of Sacramento, but what he did say is, like, look, if you're, I don't want to play for another coach. I don't want to keep doing this with you again and again and again, where I'm always playing for a different coach, like every year, every 2 years. So he said, like, if you're going to do what you're going to do, that's fine. You make your decision. But just know that, when you do make that decision to let go of Mike, I don't want to be here anymore. And Monty and Wes took that to heart. As soon as they let go of Mike, they started looking for a new home for De'Aaron. That was it. So,
he has been very consistent in that story.
Yeah.
And I believe him. I don't think firing Mike was the first time he thought about leaving Sacramento.
Well, no, I'm sure.
I think he had frustrations dating back to that offseason. James, you have outlined this on a million different occasions. I think De'Aaron had frustrations dating back to that first offseason after the series against the Golden State Warriors where you didn't do anything to get better.
Yeah.
And he, securing the bag or whatever, so in the chat, he talking about blaming Fox. Not blaming Fox. He had his reasons for wanting to leave. It's his career. It's his life. You got to do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Like, if he thought his time was up in Sacramento, then that's just what it is. He has an obligation to himself and his family. But we talk about Vivek Ranadive sinking the ship with Zach LaVine. There would be no Zach LaVine to get if the guy would have said, I want to stay. There was no trade to make. If he would have said, I'm staying. He had his reasons for not saying that. I'm not disparaging him, but there was no trade for Zach LaVine if he was, I'm here.
But but when you say did De'Aaron sink the ship, I don't want to put it on De'Aaron.
Yeah, and I'll even add this to De'Aaron.
Like I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, but De'Aaron did not think he was getting traded last season. He thought that they would
during the season.
He thought that they would trade him during the summer, but again, here's you bring in Doug, they started winning games. Maybe the thing turns around. Maybe you start having this kumbaya moment, and then you bring in a new general manager in the offseason. Maybe he connects with Scott after, again, Scott is one of the guys who helped draft him here in Sacramento back in 2017. You jumped the gun and you didn't get dollar for dollar. So again, we can twist and turn it every way we want, but I'd also say that the reason why we know that De'Aaron Fox wanted Mike Brown and made those statements is because there were other players who did not want Mike Brown and wanted him gone. And even that in itself is a huge problem. If you have half your team or 2 players or 3 players that want the coach out and you don't, you already have dissension between not just the coach and the player, but now players and players. And that's where I think this thing started to splinter quickly. Because hey, we are not pulling the same direction. In fact, we're pulling in a whole bunch of different directions as a group of players, as coaches and players. And it really became like factions. And that's just, again, that's lame. It's just some high school stuff that really hurt this team. And, they let it happen. But again, that's because you had a situation where that could happen. Just like every other situation in Sacramento that happens because it's allowed to happen. And you've got to find ways to stop that, which is what I think Scott Perry's doing a really good job of right now. This is his ship. It's his. If it runs aground, it runs aground. But at least you know who the captain was. And to me, that's the biggest difference that I see right now.
Just wanted to give you a chance to, if you wanted to say anything else.
No. I mean, it's.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I also feel like I am sympathetic to De'Aaron to a certain degree. It's like you finally got there, right? You finally, no one will ever bring up this stupid streak again to you, a streak of which you were only responsible for 6 years or 7 years or whatever it was. You don't have to reference the other 12 or 11, whatever, ever again. And it's okay, we have something. The entire league sees us building something. What are we doing next? And the Kings front office emphatically said, nothing. We're not doing anything. And that's the first note of frustration. Mm-hmm. And then you get into this offseason where I am still very, very unclear as to what happened with Mike Brown. And then this goes to De'Aaron. There's frustration number 2, and now I'm giving you an ultimatum. because I'm in a position of power right now with where my contract is. Do not fire Mike Brown or you can trade me. They don't fire Mike Brown immediately, and then they do. And Fox had already, you could say Fox didn't ask out, but he did. He told them exactly how he felt. Trade him or fire him, trade me. It's that simple. And they did. And I don't really blame them.
It all makes sense to me now. It all makes sense. One day, I'm not going to say it on the radio. One day when we have another one of those live shows, the dots are all connecting. Some stuff was like, well, what that don't add up, or you got to. It's all making sense to me now.
Okay.
Fox.
Well, that's a weird radio tease, but I guess
Fox was
tune in for. By the way, there is no live show planned, so just hang in there, guys.
Where are we going with this, Kenny?
Hang in there, guys.
How I feel is
we had a Kim Epiphany. Let's hear it.
It can't be. I don't have anything to back it up with.
That's smart.
It just all. Oh yeah, I got it. I got it now.
Mm-hmm.
Lethal Shooter. I understand it now.
Okay.
I'll tell you guys after the show.
Okay. Well, sorry, radio. Sorry, everyone who employs us and pays our bills. Yeah, it's the tease that never pays off. Sky River, if you're listening, we've got this next live show set up. We just got to get it scheduled. Kenny got his clarity right here live on the radio.
Yeah, it all makes sense.
Look at Mrs. Mac-10. Gee, thanks.
Yeah, sorry, Miss Mac-10, but it all makes sense to me now.
These Kim Epiphanies, they just keep getting bigger and better.
Wild place. Yeah. And De'Aaron, of course, looks great in all this because the Kings stink.
Yeah.
So does Mike Brown.
So everybody but the Kings.
I was going to say, Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox tomorrow night take center stage with halos over their head because this organization continues to dredge in the depths of hell.
The Toronto Raptors look great. They don't even have anything to do with this, but they look great and the Kings don't.
Somehow the Washington Wizards are laughing at us. Why? Who knows?
Because their veteran contracts are expiring.
There it is. There it is.
Don't
Oh, yeah, they have a
players,
plan.
But at least the contracts are expiring.
No, they don't. But yeah, they got a whole write-up in The Athletic about them because of their expiring contracts and young players. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, I guess we'll just keep talking about this. I already got a lot of ideas for tomorrow's show. There's so much stuff that we didn't get to today. We don't have Kings basketball for a couple of more days. We're headed into a weird week next week. The holidays are quickly approaching, so we've got some fun things to talk about. Cass says subscribes to D'Lo and Casey Prime for Casey's private thoughts. Maybe, hey, I got an idea, Hammer. Bring back the Kings Beat happy hour. Bring Kenny on as a guest, and maybe we'll get the payoff to this goddamn tease that he just gave us.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Patreon.
It just depends on if he drives by Scandia and thinks of something else.
Well, who knows? Them Scandia thoughts, boy.
That's on 80.
You a wild boy, Casey. I tell you that. We're gonna get out of here, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the radio, we will run it back. Only Kens. Well, there you go. Let's subscribe. I heard Only Kens make a lot of money.
Oh, that's crazy.
We'll see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, is that right? Happy birthday, TCG.
Hey.
Happy birthday to our man, TCG. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Vamos, TCG.
Oh, man.
Oh, brother.
What's the? I have no clue.
Dolphins,
what is the game
Steelers.
tonight? Oh, of course it's Dolphins Steelers.
Let's get crazy with a Dolphins win. Let's get crazy. Did that Chargers game mess you up though? Yesterday?
You know what? I'm not going to worry about anyone else besides myself. So we're going to try to win today, and that's it.
He isn't worried about the Chargers or John Cena or the little kids who cried on Saturday.
What John
night.
Cena wanted. Forget those little kids.
Wow. Jesse hates the kids. All right, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Appreciate you as always. Happy birthday, TCG. We'll see you guys later. You and your damn properties. Come on, man.